Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Live from our hurricane headquarters with real-time analysis from some of the nation's top meteorologists, this is Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric.
Hurricane Helene in the last half hour with movement east of the NHC's center track, a trend that we've been monitoring closely on WFLA.com's real-time wobble tracker. Welcome to Thursday, September 26th. As we continue to track Hurricane Helene in the Gulf of Mexico as it treks closer and closer to the Florida coast as a Category 2 storm expected to become a Category 4 major hurricane before landfall tonight. Hello there to you folks. Welcome to a long day of live streaming here in the Stream Center with meteorologist Eric Stone, of course, representing the Max Fender 8 weather team. We'll be seeing meteorologists from across Nexstar Nation and, of course, with the Max Fender 8 weather team all day long here on Tracking the Tropics. And joining us from the Max Fender 8 storm vehicle, Jeff Patterson there in the bottom right-hand portion of your screen. We'll be spotlighting Jeff, let you know where exactly he is right now. He will be our mobile storm reporter over the course of the day. We'll be checking in with him periodically. Really, the big headline at the course, in addition to the NHC's 11 o'clock advisory, the new track that has just come in, is this movement to the east, movement that we've been closely monitoring here, Eric. So, Eric, we'll send you over to the wall for the very latest, the real-time wobble tracker streaming live right now on WFLA.com.
Yeah, what's interesting about this is you see what appears to be the eye forming well to the east of the track, yet the National Hurricane Center still saying that the center of circulation is to the west of the eye. So let's see what happens over the next hour or so if this eye is forming a little bit to the east and southeast of the track and then moves back toward the north. So again, we've got a lot to watch. This is the brand new track and update. Pressure is down to 960. The wind's up 5 miles per hour to 105. So still a Category 2. Still needs to gain about 10 more miles an hour in strength to become a major hurricane. It has picked up forward speed a bit. It's moving north-northeast now at 14. It was at 12 earlier, so starting to see that increase in forward speed. But again, expected as a Category 3 storm impacting the Big Bend area, right around the Perry area. So you can see the track finally has nudged and shifted a bit to the east, and I'd still see that trend continuing over the next several hours. So yet again, once this makes its way into Georgia, into the Atlanta area, this still could be a moderate tropical storm with near hurricane force wind gusts in the metro Atlanta area. So people are not used to that sort of thing in northern Georgia and in eastern and central Tennessee. So there's going to be a lot of widespread damage with tons of rain and wind as well. So the latest model plots, again, you can see there are not many by Apalachicola and even Tallahassee. Most of them are now east of Tallahassee and right over the Perry area, but not too many further to the east to Cross City State Marks area. So again, we will continue to monitor these eastward shifts and wobbles, so to speak, as the GFS and Euro models still pretty much in agreement of a landfall, but a little bit later on, I'd say about 10 o'clock this evening in the Big Bend area, and still bringing it ever so slightly closer to Tampa. So again, our in-house model has been trending to the east, And you can see by about 6, 7 o'clock this evening, it'll be as close to Tampa as it's going to get. And it's still dangerously close, as you can see. And then it takes it up toward, I would say, the St. Mark's area, still to the west of Cedar Key, but maybe Steinhatchee area as well, and then eventually into Valdosta with still an eye, and even toward the Atlanta area. As you can see, what used to be the eye, a lack of rain and boy, strong gusty wind in that area. So again, Crystal River area, looks like Citrus County, 10 to 15 foot of storm surge. Now, the National Hurricane Center has upped Hernando and Pasco County to 8 to 12 feet, then 5 to 8 still from Pinellas County southward toward Manatee, and that does include Tampa Bay, 4 to 7 a little bit further south. So again, you can see the red extending all the way to US 19 in the Crystal River area. So we're looking at a good 10 plus feet even along US 19. And then once we get a little bit southward into Hernando County, 19 is fine until we get closer to Pasco County in the Hudson area. And then we'll start to see 19 be inundated with some of that Gulf water all the way down toward Newport Richey. And in the Holiday area, Tarpon Springs, another area that does tend to flood. So storm surge will be a major issue in northern Pinellas County and down toward Palm Harbor, Dunedin area, and even the northern portions of the bay, as you can see, Oldsmar Town and Country, McDill into South Tampa, as well as the eastern portions of Pinellas County, Shore Acres, not quite downtown St. Pete, but still the outer edges. And then from Sun City to Ruskin, and once you get to 41, we will see that storm surge inundate 41 in the Ruskin area and further to the north. And then finally in Sarasota and Manatee County, about 4 to 6 feet of storm surge. So we're looking at the European model. Sustained wind at least 50 miles per hour throughout the afternoon and evening. The GFS model, not much different, 50 to 55 mile per hour wind. The greatest would be between about 6 and midnight tonight, and then things really subside on Friday. Once we get to the wind gust, though, look at this. From St. Pete all the way to Crystal River, 70 to 80 mile per hour wind gust. And again, that's pretty close to hurricane force in many areas. Even tomorrow morning, wind gusting into the 30s. Our in-house model showing that we do have the possibility of hurricane force wind gusts along the immediate coast. But as for Clearwater toward Hudson, we're looking at 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts. And of course, Cedar Key, Perry area, 110 to 120 as this moves off to the north. So again, very powerful storm expected to become at least a Category 3. And you can see that the chance of hurricane force wind is very unlikely. So that is good news. And also good news is that the hurricane force wind likely to stay well offshore in the Tampa area. But boy, the Big Bend JB is really going to see the major impacts from this one.
Yeah, we're going to spotlight the real-time wobble tracker and talk about some of the movement that we've been seeing over the last 45 minutes. But first, I want to bring in our own Jeff Patterson joining us from the Max Fender 8 Storm Vehicle. Hello there to you, Jeff. Can you explain to our audience where you are, where you're joining us from, and what you're seeing out there at this hour?
Good morning, JB. We are in Cedar Key right now, and I'm with photographer Joey Capistran, who's going to drive us down the hill here. Just going to take you outside the vehicle. This is the high ground where we are right now, but as you go down this hill, we get closer and closer to the Gulf of Mexico. On my right is the Faraway Inn, and I want to point this out because we were here August 30th of last year, 2023, when Hurricane Idalia hit. And as we go down the street here, I'm also going to try to zoom in as best I can with the camera because I'm not Joey Capistran and he's really good at it. I'm not as good. But right ahead of us is a telephone pole, and you can notice the foot markers there, the storm surge, 7, 8, 9, all the way up to 12 feet. Well, when we were here for Idalia, the storm surge got up to about 8 or 9 feet, and that was a record for this area. If, as projected, the storm surge gets up to 20 feet, we're going to turn the corner here to the left, and I'm going to just show you the buildings here on the left. That Faraway Inn, they experienced, and you can see just a little minor road flooding right there, but that Faraway Inn, they lost building 1 during Idalia. These condos on our left, they lost things that were on the first floor, air conditioning units that have now been moved higher, HVAC systems have now been moved higher because they completely lost all of the things on the first floor during Idalia. And I've been here for many, many storms. I want to note the motel on the left up here, the purple and pink building. We stayed there for one hurricane, and the entire parking lot flooded there. They lost everything on the front, on the bottom floor. On the left, you see the white structure with the fence. That is the outdoor pool there. They actually lost the wall for that, and then the pool kind of eroded around it. So all of these buildings that are here on the ground level next to the Gulf of Mexico are very, very vulnerable to the storm surge that is projected. Of course, you know, storm surge is the most difficult thing to predict because it all involves the timing, the wind direction, what the tides are like, the offshore surface of the, you know, just what is offshore. So that makes it very difficult to predict storm surge. At the same time, we want everyone to be aware of what the maximum possibility could be for storm surge, because storm surge is what will kill people who do not heed the warnings to evacuate when they should. Now we're starting to come into what I would consider more of downtown Cedar Key. When we were here for Idalia, we were in the downtown section of Cedar Key, and we noticed rapid intensification of the flooding downtown. At that time, many of the businesses that are here, you know, just in downtown were flooded out. They suffered some severe damage. At 20 feet, there would be catastrophic damage here, and so there's a lot to be on the lookout for. Now, you may notice coming up on our right, we have noticed a lot of National Guard pre-staging here in Cedar Key. They have a lot of assets that they are protecting the people who are here. On our left is a firehouse and fire station. There is also the downtown historic building. There's law enforcement on our right, just keeping an eye on things. They are pre-staging here, but if the storm surge gets up to 20 feet, it may be time for even the law enforcement teams that are here, the National Guard, to seek higher ground and refuge. And of course, they will tell you that at a certain point, when the wind speeds reach about 45 miles per hour, typically search and rescue teams, fire rescue teams, law enforcement will not come out and will not render aid, because it is just too dangerous for them to be out as well. And of course, then they can come out after the storm and help out. But right now, they are just kind of pre-staging in the area. And you can see the Gulf of Mexico already starting to come up. Hang on, let me see if I can pan over here. Just to downtown, look at the waves crashing over. The street is already starting to flood. So we're starting to see some of the effects, and we are nowhere near where it's going to get to be the worst. So here's some of the restaurants and the businesses of Cedar Key. Normally these would be thriving with people, but right now you can just tell the water crashing over the edge here. It's no time for you know, for them to have businesses out here. But I can tell you that just looking around, a lot of the commercial fishermen and the charter fishing boats have already gotten their vessels out of the water as precaution, which is a wise thing to do, JB.
Jeff Patterson joining us from Cedar Key. Jeff, why don't you let us know exactly what the plan is today? You and Joey Capistran have teamed up, of course, for coverage before. Take us through exactly where you're going to be headed and some of the things you're going to be looking out for today.
So our intent was to get here onto Cedar Key before the roads became impassable. Because even now, I can tell you that the water level on the road, the 24-mile stretch of road off of US 19 to come out here, the water was starting to get up right to the edge of that. At a certain point, that will become impassable. The last time we were out here for Idalia, 7 bridges flooded out. Thankfully, they were not severely damaged, and we were able to leave after the storm. But now we're here. We're going to stay here throughout the storm. We will be bringing continuous coverage on Channel 8 and streaming online throughout the evening. You know, we're going to stay up and stay at it all night long to update people, you know, as Cedar Key starts to feel the brunt of this. And we're just kind of going down the street here to show you what's out here, but I think we probably don't want to go too much further. But anyway, we're going to stay on high ground. We're just going to kind of keep people, show them what's going on throughout the night. There are other news crews that we've seen that are out here, and so our intent is to just seek high ground as needed. We know where to go on this island because I have been here on Cedar Key through many, many storms, and so we're thankful that the people of Cedar Key are very kind and gracious and accommodating to us, and so we feel safe in our location, and we'll keep you updated throughout the night.
Jeff, I see over your left shoulder, you got the water packed. You are a veteran storm reporter, so who's covered just about every storm that Florida has seen in recent years. Man, what do you pack for a day like today? Certain snacks, certain beverages. I don't think you're a Red Bull guy. That doesn't strike. Jeff Patterson doesn't strike me as a Red Bull type.
No, so I do have go-to foods. We bring enough food and water because we don't want to be a burden on the resources of local government or local NGOs, non-governmental organizations who come in to render aid after the storm. We bring what we need for the duration of the storm. So I've got water, as you noted, over my shoulder. I have my go-to food supply. As a matter of fact, I keep in my house a go kit, if you will, stocked with those food items that don't need heating, that don't need refrigeration, that can just be used, through the storm. Because at a certain point, we're obviously going to lose power out here, and we are well aware of that. So, it's just kind of knowing what to bring. I bring enough batteries and everything else that I need for my phone, for my computer. We keep it, charged up as best we can. We've gassed up the vehicle we're in. We've brought external fuel, canisters so that we can gas up, because the last thing you want to do is burn up all your fuel and not be able to get out of here. So we are prepared as we can be, and we will keep at this as long as needed.
Jeff, I look forward to reading your book one day, the book that you write about all the storms and all the stories that you have told surrounding Florida hurricanes and tropical weather. Jeff Patterson in the Max Fender 8 Storm vehicle with Joey Capistran at the wheel. Jeff, we'll be checking in on the Max Fender 8 Storm vehicle over the course of the day, seeing exactly where you guys are. If you note anything, if you come across anything you think that we should see, you know how to text me, and we'll punch up your shot really quick.
Very good. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Jeff. Jeff Patterson, Joey Capistran in the Max Fender 8 Storm vehicle, reporting for us live here on Tracking the Tropics. Back here in the Stream Center, it's time to talk about the wobble tracker. It's time to talk about Helene's movement that we, of course, have been monitoring, over the last, hour or so. A real-time look at Key West. You can see the conditions deteriorating there at the southernmost point, and the waves crashing up on the buoy. Not anything out of the ordinary. Someone taking a great photo, I'm sure, there as well. So, Eric, let's hone in on Wobble Tracker. Wobble Tracker streaming live right now on WFLA.com. How to read the Wobble Tracker. The Wobble Tracker, you look at the center of the eye in relation to the line. If the center of the eye is on the line, it's going basically exactly how the NHC has predicted it in the short term, in the interim. If the center of the eye moves off the line, that's a wobble. Now, one wobble we see frequently. 2 wobbles gets our attention. 3 wobbles is starting to become a bit of a trend with the model run. So, Eric, here's what I want to do. Because right now, the center of the eye is on the line. But half an hour, 45 minutes ago, that wasn't the case. We're going to go back in time. We're going to reverse the wobble tracker and show everybody what it looked like around 10:30. And you'll note there that where there was this shift there to the east. And look, every one of these wobbles is, of course, impactful for communities on land. Look, if you're in the Tampa Bay area, look, you want this thing wobbling to the west. Other communities might want to see this wobble more to the east, especially if you're up in the Destin area of the Panhandle. So we're monitoring this closely, but the real-time wobble tracker is streaming live all the time on WFLA.com.
Yeah, what's interesting is, it looks like the eye is really far to the east, even currently, than the track. And the track just updated at 11 o'clock, so just a few minutes ago. So I'm not sure if the National Hurricane Center must somehow have the center of the storm to the west of the eye, which, when an eye starts to form, sometimes it doesn't always form, right in the center of the storm. But once it does form and it really looks like it's starting to get going, that really is the center of the storm. So I'm not really sure when or if they're going to track this a little bit to the east, because to me, it looks like the center of the storm has been east of the line for several hours, and they just updated the track. So like the latest track shows the 2 being to the west of that eye. So I'm not really sure exactly what's going on there. Probably the eye is forming a little bit further south and east of the center, but if that does become the center, then again, this is way east of the track.
Okay, so let's come back to now Wobble Tracker Live, and I want to start the Q&A. You can use hashtag Hey Eric or hashtag Hey JB with your Facebook Live or YouTube Live comment. We have a growing audience, folks. Please be patient. We were going to try to get to as many different types of questions as possible. You can punch in hashtag Hey JB or hashtag Hey Eric to have your comment featured on screen on Tracking the Tropics, just like this. We're going to start with Valerie Torres. Hashtag Hey Eric. So, did the storm shift more east? What I'd like for you to do, Eric, to answer Valerie's question, can you bring up the latest track?
Yep.
Because we've been, noticing the track, shifting a bit to the west and to the east. And as the track has become so narrow, look at how skinny it is now. Of course, and that's because we're getting closer to land, and there's just tremendous model consensus in the short term. There certainly was a nudge to the east because we're really Tallahassee is the point that I'm locked in on. Are we focused on the A in Tallahassee, or I guess the 2 L's in Tallahassee? Are we talking about the 2 E's in Tallahassee?
The center right now looks, right between the A and the S in the HASS. When yesterday it was closer to the L and the A. So obviously, this has shifted east. That's what I had thought would happen all along. So with the eye, or what appears to be an eye forming, to me, looking, like it's east of the center on the wobble tracker, I wouldn't be surprised if this does continue to move slightly to the east. So again, we're going to see when this eye forms, and we're going to see how far east the track shifts once this eye is designated as the center of the storm. One thing, JB, is the model plots yesterday, believe it or not, they seem to be more in agreement yesterday than today. There's only 1 or 2 near Apalachicola. Most of them now are in the Perry area. In fact, if you take the average of the plots, it's pretty much right over the E in Perry, right? And right over the A and the S in Tallahassee. So this has definitely shifted to the east. The models have shifted as well as the cone. And again, we'll put the cone up for you, and you can see that, definitely the track has shifted to the east. But this wobble tracker, JB, we got to see what happens in the coming hours, because to me, the center of the storm, and to most people, would be the eye, right? The center of the storm is that clear air. Now, is dry air getting into that somehow and wrapping, and is this going to wrap around? What's the center? But if this was the center, the National Hurricane Center would have definitely moved the track over to the east. So again, we're going to see how this plays out.
So can you go back to the spaghettis real quick?
Yep.
It's wild to me to see every spaghetti model take this right down the pipe through Georgia. I mean, Atlanta has never seen this many spaghetti models over the Atlanta metropolitan area. Well, not as a tropical storm. I don't want to say never. Right, exactly.
As a remnant, maybe, but not as a tropical storm, right?
Right. A storm with considerable strength left, a lot of fuel left in the tank, so to speak, because of the speed that is expected with the storm. But let's talk about speed real quick, and we back it up to the track again, because we're still at a relatively modest 14 miles per hour. The expectation is the storm is going to speed up into the 20s, but we haven't really floored it yet on the gas pedal as far as the movement speed of this storm, Eric.
Yeah, and you can see, landfall, we were saying, about 8 o'clock last night for tonight, and now you can see the storm may not even be parallel to Cedar Key at 8 o'clock. So it's looking like more of a 10 to 11 o'clock landfall now. And that is if the storm does speed up. And so there's an area of low pressure that's going to pull this storm up, and that's what it's doing right now. And the faster it sucks this storm north, the faster it's going to move. So I think once this gets into the northern Gulf of Mexico, it's really going to start speeding up into the 20s.
Okay, so if you don't think that the nudge to the east with this track and really with the position of Helene as we are tracking it in the Gulf of Mexico, if you don't think that's a big deal, tell that to folks in Polk County like Maria, right? Or folks that are joining us from Orlando. Every nudge to the east means more impacts, more inland to places like Polk County, places like Orlando. And I understand that these places are going to get impacted no matter what, but the strength of the storm is always going to be more closely located to the center. And so, look, how far this is in the Gulf versus how close this is to the coast, on Florida's Gulf Coast, that's significant.
Yeah, remember, we're 275 miles from the center in regards to tropical storm force winds. So, if it nudges 10 or 20 miles, Polk County may see a 5-mile-an-hour increase in wind gusts. But still, in Polk County, looking at least 50-mile-an-hour wind, gusting over 55. So whether this nudges to the east or stays right on track, you're definitely looking at tropical storm force wind across the entire peninsula and much of the state.
Okay, so I want to run a... See here, I think I have it. Yep. Okay. So I want to run a flash poll on the WFLA YouTube page. How often you would like for us to basically check in on Wobble Tracker here on this live stream on Tracking the Tropics? I asked that because this is streaming live, full, in real time in its own live stream on WFLA.com. Just Google WFLA Wobble Tracker or Helene Wobble Tracker. It will come right up. It's something that we have developed here at WFLA with the Max Fender Rate Weather Team and Chief Meteorologist Jeff Baradelli. So people that have like multiple screens at home or multiple tabs open on their laptop, they can have Wobble Tracker open, in a separate tab or on a separate device. We're asking our YouTube audience how often you would like for us to check in on Wobble Tracker, and we'll see exactly what the results are of that particular poll. So let's go. We got a lot of questions coming in, but let's go to Jessica Blair on, I believe, Facebook Live, #KJB. How is Georgia gonna be affected? I'll tell you what, South Georgia is gonna get quite a punch.
I mean, hurricane force wind, and southern Georgia, maybe even 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Now, the track and the speed a little bit different. You see a Category 3 storm, so maybe this won't get to a 4. Maybe it's intensifying. It's relatively slowly. In fact, it's still at 105. I haven't seen that rapid intensification yet that we've expected, but there's still plenty of time. So we definitely think a Category 3 major hurricane about to make landfall. And because it's going to be moving so fast, 100-mile-per-hour wind gust, not out of the question in places like Valdosta. Tifton, maybe about 80 to 90. And once you get to Atlanta, this is forecast to be a 65-mile-an-hour tropical storm as for now, which means gusts would be pretty close to hurricane force.
Okay, we are in the live Q&A portion of the program. Use #KEric, #KJB to ask a question live to our team on Tracking the Tropics. A live look here at Dunedin, Florida. Calm right now in the Tampa Bay area, but you see, look, some cloud movement there up top, but nothing significant or serious here just yet. Now, on the way in this morning, I was on my Instagram page. I went Instagram Live, and I was showing, the winds were starting to pick up in certain spots. But for the most part, Tampa hasn't really seen Helene just yet, right?
No, I mean, not even close. In fact, I saw a wind gust at the airport, I think, last hour, at 10 o'clock, about 35 miles per hour. So not quite tropical storm force as of yet. But, we expected it around 11, 12 o'clock lunchtime or so. And now that, the storm's moving not much faster than yesterday, those arrival times may be a little bit later into the early afternoon.
It looks like our YouTube audience wants us to check in with Wobble Tracker pretty frequently. We'll try to do so as much as we can. We're balancing a lot here. Live cameras, live comments, live reporters, live meteorologists. It's just a lot going on, but we will get to Wobble Tracker as much as humanly possible because that's what our audience is saying on YouTube Live that they would like to see. Let's go to Kaylin on Facebook Live. I'm in Newport Richey. Could this storm shift more towards the east? Beginning to get way more nervous. Don't get nervous. I mean, for the coastal areas, I mean, storm surge is a guarantee at this point. How many feet of storm surge? Yes, likely depends on the position and the track of this storm. Right. But if you have a plan, stick to your plan. Make sure that you lean on your friends, family, your loved ones, and do the best that you can.
Yeah, I mean, Jim Cantore's up there. I don't see this thing making a beeline toward Newport Richey. I think if it does move east, it would be closer to Cedar Key, north of the Nature Coast at worst case scenario. But again, the Newport Richey area, you're going to be inundated with at least 6 to 8, if not 8 to 10 foot of storm surge in coastal Pasco County. So if you're anywhere within a mile or so from the Gulf of Mexico, I would say, if you haven't evacuated, it's best to do so. I'm sure there's mandatory evacuations in at least Zone A, if not A and B, in that area. So you definitely want to listen to what the officials are telling you to do in regards to evacuation, because if this does turn to the east, they're one step ahead, and it's life-saving information.
Let's go to check this out. The Howard Franklin Bridge here in Tampa Bay. It's funny. We look at Dunedin, it looks very calm. Don't tell that to people that are getting, sprayed with water from the bay. This is in the northeast direction, I-275 at the 32.5-mile marker. Again, northbound direction, Howard Franklin Bridge across Tampa Bay itself, and things are really picking up here, Eric.
I would say within the next hour or two, they're probably going to be closing this down as well. I haven't heard any reports of the Skyway yet being closed down, but I remember yesterday when we looked at the camera of the Skyway, it was pretty hustle and bustle. So I imagine now it's shaking like crazy.
Mammal says, hey, JB, maybe time to upgrade the warnings for Citrus, Pasco, Pinellas, Hillsborough. Yeah, what are the status of the warnings right now, and do they need updating?
I believe the warnings are still the same. We're not expecting hurricane conditions anywhere, really. Not expecting sustained wind at 75 miles per hour or more. If this thing does track further to the east, then maybe that'll be a possibility. But as far as I know, I mean, there's still hurricane warnings for the coast. And that's due to, the possibility of that sustained hurricane force wind. And again, once we have a better idea of exactly where the center of this is, because it looks like the storms are really forming to the north and to the west. It almost looks a little lopsided, and I've seen that before where it kind of causes the eye to jaunt off of the center. But again, if the National Hurricane Center is saying that the center of this is still to the west of the eye, then that's what we have to go with. But I know I and a lot of people like to say, okay, I see the eye to the right, but that could just be some dry air coming in from the south, and maybe the eye hasn't even formed yet. So again, we're gonna wait and see. It does look like some of that is filling in as well.
So as we look here at the wobble tracker, since the updated track came out at 11, again, that red line is the updated track. Things look to be relatively on point here, correct?
Right.
I mean, for the most part, since the 11 o'clock update, that was when we had a correction, if you will, because the track updated to just shift just so slightly.
Yeah, but not as far east as you can see a few hours ago. You can see the first two on that graphic. That's when this eye starts to move east of the track, and it just keeps on moving east. So if that eye just to the east of the two, the bottommost two, if that was the center, then the hurricane center would have moved the whole line over to the east, right? And so, that must be some dry air that's getting wrapped around what would be the center rather than the eye.
Actually, I have a follow-up question with Wobble Tracker. So is there a reason that we don't have a circular eye just yet? What I'm talking about?
It just hasn't really gotten organized enough yet.
It's a Category 2 hurricane.
It is, but or maybe that is the eye to the east, but it's just not. That's why I find it weird and odd that is not the center of circulation, because how I look at this, and I look at the storms wrapping around, that looks like the eye, and that looks like the center to me. You know, if I had to draw the center, I would draw it right through the eye.
I'll tell you what. Let's use the advantage of the green screen if we can. Can you bring up Wobble Tracker on your computer, and I'll bring up your lav mic again.
Yep.
I want you to kind of point to where you see the eye versus where maybe the National Hurricane Center sees the center of the eye of this storm.
Yeah, it's interesting because I see the eye as being right here. All right, this is what I see the eye as being.
That blue spot.
This blue spot, right? I see storms moving around the eye, but for some reason, the Hurricane Center thinks that the center of circulation is here, right around this big ball of convection, which it could be. This could be dry air that's going eventually to, going around the center of circulation if right here is the actual center. But what I'm seeing storms around this. And so to me, and to a lot of people, probably thinking this is the eye itself just off to the east of the line. But it's been tracking to the east over the past several hours. It hasn't been tracking along the line. So again, the National Hurricane Center is seeing something to where they're pinpointing the center right here rather than right here. So you see there is some dry air that's being brought into the southern and southeastern portion of the storm. Now, usually if there's dry air, it wouldn't appear to be an eye like this, right? You would just see a bunch of dry air being eventually wrapped around. There is so much moisture, I don't see that dry air actually making it around the center if this is the center. But to me, JB, this looks like the center, and this convection looks like it is rotating around the center, and that this would be the eye to the east of the track.
I think that makes a lot more sense when we can actually point to something. If we had a mouse cursor on screen, that would help us out. But sometimes just being able to point to it is really advantageous. So I've been seeing in the comment section there might have been a intermediary advisory put out just a couple of minutes ago from the NHC or a kind of an update. Perhaps we can check on that if that is true or not.
There's nothing with a track. I read their forecast discussion before we went on, and I didn't see anything about the eye or dry air to the to the east of the eye, meaning that's not really the eye, that's just some dry air being wrapped around. I just don't see that. I don't see any advisories.
Okay. Jurassic says #KJB. What are we thinking about Ocala, Eric?
Yeah, I mean, Ocala still is expected to experience wind gusts over hurricane force, over 80 miles per hour. And that's going to occur later on this evening. 2 to 4 inches of rain possible as well, especially if this does continue to track to the east. But yeah, I mean, at least Ocala is further inland, so there's not much of there's no threat of storm surge, obviously. It's just mainly a wind event, and you'll get some rain. And, of course, isolated tornadoes. We've had several tornado warnings in southwest Florida overnight. I think we even had one in Manatee County earlier today. So isolated tornadoes, definitely a possibility, as well as some really strong hurricane force wind gusts.
Key West, a popular spot for vacationers, Floridians alike. Good spot to take a photo right here at the southernmost point, the buoy for the southernmost point of the continental U.S. And that's a great photo right there. If you've never gotten that photo, it's a great photo. But look, there are only certain times you can get it. Now, look, be safe out there, folks. Make sure that you're heeding the warnings of local officials. But yeah, this is something that we see whenever we stream this camera shot. It's something that really attracts a lot of people, getting that one photo. But no photo is worth your safety, folks. So please be safe out there. A live look at the real-time wobble tracker with the most latest location data that has recently come in. And yeah, so I think that we have perhaps different viewpoints of where the center of circulation is, where the center of this storm is actually pinpointed, we will monitor this because perhaps a more classic eye develops in the hour or so ahead. We might actually see it occur in real time, Eric. It's something we'll be monitoring closely.
And as as that deep red that you see,
I'll go back to it.
Yeah, wraps around the north, the west, and the southwest, right there side of the storm. As that wraps around, the eye, may actually shift more to the west as the storms are more symmetric around the system. Right now, they're kind of lopsided to the northwest, and I think that's what's causing what appears to be the eye to be, further to the southeast if the center of circulation is on that line. I've seen it before, but not for this prolonged period of, several hours. So once the storms do wrap around, because you see the southeast portion right there, there's little dry air. You don't see those bright reds as you do around the north, the west, and the southwest side. So once those storms wrap around the entire center, which probably going to take another hour or two, then we'll see if the eye shifts a little bit further back to the west, meaning it was, the center of circulation was closer to the line to begin with. But I still think this thing is slightly to the east of the line, regardless if the eye is the center or if we're looking at, some of that convection, the lopsided part of the storm being the center.
Let's go to Jamie. Hashtags for us both. What wind and rain impacts do you expect to see about 20 miles inland in Old Town, Florida? That's Dixie County, and I'll give you a reference point. That's actually about...
That's Big Bend, right?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's north of where Jeff is in Cedar Key, north of I believe the Swanee River is right there. It is.
I mean, you could easily have 100+ mile an hour wind gusts in that area, even being 20 miles inland, because, this is moving so quickly. And I'm going to quickly advance a bunch of graphics and show you this feature right here, which is a pretty cool graphic that shows the blue around the storm is wind gust of 125 miles per hour, okay? Once you get towards Cedar Key, the actual forecast wind gusts, and this is a real time, 1 minute wind gust, 113 miles per hour. And of course, in between the hours, we're expecting wind gusts 125 to 130, and that's Cedar Key and slightly to the north. So you're definitely going to experience at least 100 to 110 mile per hour wind gust.
Let's go to, Jeff did a great explainer last night on the Fujiwara effect and how it has come into play with Hurricane Helene. Cassie saying hashtags for us both with the Fujiwara effect being rare. Is it possible? The dance, and I don't know if you saw Jeff's explanation of the dance last night. He did a really great job of explaining the Fujiwara effect and how the dance actually breaks down. Happens sooner, causing a more eastern landfall is the question here from Cassie.
Yeah, what the dance, in my opinion, would be if someone was standing to the left where you see the cutoff low, and they kind of grab your hand and twirl you around and spin you in that direction. I'm assuming that's what Jeff was kind of talking about last night. And so the low would not spin the Helene to the east. It would actually kind of pull it to the west, to the north and northwest, spinning it around the center of the upper level low. And again, the timing on this is wrong. I'm just, disregard the Monday at 12 a.m. But you see the upper level low and you see where Helene is at. And so the upper level low kind of reaches his hand out, so to speak. Helene takes its hand and it spins it around that upper level low and then eventually into itself, and it becomes one. So I don't think this would move Helene to the east at all. In fact, it would do the opposite. It would pull Helene further to the west because that's where the low's at right now. So I don't know how much influence, maybe because Helene is moving slower, that upper level low doesn't have that pull and doesn't have the influence yet to get this thing, further to the west as of yet. So that low, if anything, would actually pull Helene away from moving to the east.
Real-time wobble tracker, still no significant variations with the Category 2 Hurricane Helene. We'll monitor the latest data coming in very closely, and if we see something, we're going to pop this right back up on Tracking the Tropics.
It does look like the final couple of frames, the eye seems to follow that grid line moving north, if you can see that. So it's moving northeast there, but right there it starts moving straight north. So again, this could be the eye forming and the convection becoming a little bit more symmetric to where we may see that eye eventually pretty close to that line in the next hour or two. But I still think it's going to be to the east, just by a little bit at least.
B-Sale says, hashtags for us both. I'll trade you some more pizza for a Cat 1 and movement back to the west. Yeah, no, hey, look, if it was that simple.
I'd be a billionaire if I could do that.
Yeah, or very rich in pizza. I mean, I think that's that. And look.
I'd be 400 pounds too.
Yeah, no, we would love to trade some pizza for a Cat 1, and maybe if we could trade, add some pepperoni and get down to a tropical storm, that would be really ideal. But VSAIL, unfortunately, it does not work like that. We will do our best to report and analyze as accurately as possible. Hashtag Hey Eric from Joey O. That eye is concerning me. I'm in Port Richey and expecting the worst, and that looks like a bad shift if it kept that path, if I say so myself. So people at home are putting on their own meteorological hats and looking at real-time wobble tracker and invested, obviously, in the movement of the storm, because the movement, of course, is going to impact, the lives of so many on the Florida Peninsula. But we should note that a movement to the east, there can be corrections that take place, right, Eric?
Right, yeah. Especially when the eye is forming or when it goes through an eye wall replacement. Sometimes you'll see what you're seeing now. You'll see it off track just a bit. It usually, for 6 hours doesn't meander off track. But again, you don't just see the eye. As I showed you earlier, there's that dry, light yellow that you see to the southeast of the storm right there at the very end of the loop. And so maybe that is also some dry air getting kind of entrained in the system. But to me, it looks like it's definitely a funny looking eye, right? It doesn't look like the typical eye that you would see in a Category 2 storm. But remember, this is this storm has so much surface area to it that it may not appear as a typical, compact storm with a big eye. So again, we're just going to have to wait and see over the coming hours if the convection does completely wrap around this. And once it does and it becomes more symmetric and not lopsided, we'll get a better idea visually where the center is.
Let's go to Hugh on YouTube Live. What are the effects for Hillsborough County? Obviously, that's Tampa. We've been talking a lot about Hillsborough County the last couple days.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, we're already seeing wind gusts, 35 plus at the airport in Tampa. And so, we're expecting 60 to 70 wind gust and at least sustained wind. 45 to 55. So as far as rain goes, not as concerned about that, but depending on how close you are to Tampa Bay itself, 4 to 6 foot of storm surge possible in Tampa Bay. So roads like Bayshore and maybe Hillsborough Ave near Town and Country and West Shore area, flooding in flood-prone areas is going to happen because of storm surge. You saw it on the Howard Franklin Bridge already, and we're several hours before those wind and waves are going to pick up in Hillsborough.
Caden wants to know, hashtag HeyJB, hashtag Hey Eric, is Wiki Watchy going to get a direct impact with the east wobble of Helene? Thanks in advance.
So what I would say is if that was the eye and it kept moving on that east-northeast or north-northeast path, you wouldn't get a direct hit. Even the Nature Coast wouldn't get a direct hit. It would be, slightly east of Cedar Key. And again, it looks like this eye / dry air is starting to move north on the last couple of frames, which means, the lopsidedness may be subsiding as the storms move around that center. So I don't see that being a direct impact or a direct hit in that area.
I think it's worth noting that a wobble is not a wobble could mean something larger, but a wobble is a very small breadcrumb when it comes to the movement of a tropical system. It's part of a series of breadcrumbs that can lead to a much larger movement. So when we say if there's a wobble to the east, well, take that with a grain of salt. I mean, in that we're looking for series of wobbles, and pay attention to Wobble Tracker for a series of wobbles, because then when we have multiple wobbles, when you piece them together, multiple breadcrumbs, then we have something really where the National Hurricane Center is going to have to evaluate an update of some kind. But if you, in the hours ahead, if you've got Wobble Tracker up and you notice a wobble, you're like, oh my goodness, don't freak out, don't pop confetti if it's to the west. It could wobble back right onto the line. So we caution people, please, of course, use Wobble Tracker responsibly. What I'd like to do now is spotlight some of the videos and photos that we have been getting in from Report It. This is a great tool and something that we can utilize, of course, with WFLA.com/Report It. This is a great tool, folks, for people to be able to send in storm photos and videos over the course of today and into tomorrow. If you've got storm if you got a weather shot that you think we should see, if you have storm damage that you want to share, a down tree, down power line, or a flooded roadway, please send it to us, but do so responsibly. We do not want anybody sending in anything and compromising their own safety for a piece of content for just the opportunity. We're going to try to do this as responsibly as we can, so we ask you to do the same. Be responsible when you send in photos and videos, and make sure that your safety comes first. There's nothing in your camera roll that is worth your own safety. But we'll spotlight just really quickly. We'll cycle through a few of the photos and videos. We also use this tool for selfies, which is really great, by the way. So this was Sharon sending this in from Largo last night. Connor and the entire family were watching. You can see there tracking the tropics on the big screen TV at home. We've got Miles the pup, James sending this one in from Spring Hill, and Angelica sending in this one as well, watching from Santa Rosa Beach up on the Panhandle. But really what we look for is weather photos and videos like this. This was Gwen in Zephyr Hills yesterday, checking out some cloud movement also as well. Leela from Zephyr Hills, that's a pretty nice shot there of an interesting looking cloud as well. And so, I mean, we love to see the pictures that are coming in on WFLA.com/report it. I love this one. Mary Beth says, I don't have a dog with me, but I have a stuffed animal, that she's watching Tracking the Tropics with on her phone. Shout out to Mary Beth in Dunedin. If you guys send in something to WFLA.com/report it, just show Tracking the Tropics in the background, show that you're watching the show live, and then we can put a smiling face or two on the live stream. But really, too, send us in weather photos, videos, damage photos and videos. Just please do so safely and responsibly. We'll be talking a lot about Report It in the coming hours, just as we will talk about the real-time Wobble Tracker a lot in the coming hours. Any trends or any movements that we're noticing here, Eric?
No, and again, like I said, with the convection blowing up in the north and west side of the storm, that does cause what we call the eye to shift a bit, even though that may not be the center, or shift a bit, and then eventually, once those storms encompass that eye around all sides and the storm becomes more symmetric, then we'll start to see that eye pretty much right back on track. So in the coming couple of hours, we'll see if that happens. I don't know if it's going to come right back on track or if it'll still be a little bit to the east. I think it'll be a little bit to the east. As you can see, the last couple of frames in this right there, that eye is moving almost due north.
Let's go to this question coming in from Lexi. #KJB, is there a chance it could continue east and go right across the state? Now, when you say across the state, I envision like
Orlando,
west to east to
right.
Orlando.
No.
And the chances of that happening, Eric, are
It's moving too quickly. A lot of people have messaged me over the past few days saying, "Oh, this could do what Ian did and take a hard right." See, Ian went over western Cuba, right? So Ian was so far to the east anyway. And also, Ian was moving a lot slower. And a slower storm, and I'm talking 8, 9 miles, 6, 7, 8, 9 miles an hour. A slower storm is more likely to, shift to the east. This is moving quickly, and it's going to pick up speed. And the reason it's going to pick up speed is because that cutoff low I showed earlier, which is, again, to the west of north, not to the east. So I don't see this moving that far to the east at all and cutting across the state. No way.
Let's go to, hey, you'll like this. Alicia on Facebook Live, hashtag Hey Eric. I agree with the in-house model. I'm in Citrus County, about 10 miles from the coast now. So can you bring up the in-house model
Yep.
and show what Alicia is now?
Right here.
I don't know what what you could agree with. I mean, maybe that's if you're a fortune teller and you can see the future and you think that this is the model
Right.
that
Right.
the GFS, the Euro, the in-house model. I mean,
Well, everything else has shifted to the east, while our in-house model has been to the east, right? It's one of the easternmost spaghetti plots. So this model hasn't really shifted much over the past 12 to 18 hours, but the other models are coming more into an agreement with this one. And so, again, this is a higher resolution, what we call model. This is what we use for our local rain. This is better locally than the GFS or the Euro. So, we'll see if the GFS and Euro continue to move along these lines as our in-house model. But still, this takes it pretty close to, it's a little bit east of Perry around Steinhatchee. So the other models have to move about 10 miles or so to the east to actually be right on par with the in-house model. But, they're starting to become more in agreement with each other. As the time gets closer, of course, they will.
let's go to, Carissa on Facebook Live. How does Suwannee County look? I'm debating a shelter.
Yeah, that's further to the north of Citrus, right?
That's where the Suwannee River is.
Right. Yeah. So, I mean, you're looking at 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible out of this. And so I would definitely seek a shelter if you haven't already, or try to get out of there if you can.
It's just west of Lake City, Eric.
Yeah. And again, Lake
really,
City.
the I-75, I-10 interchange is right there, too.
Right. And Lake City, was expected to get over 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts, even yesterday. So definitely there's going to be catastrophic wind damage there, and you want to be in a sturdy structure. So if you can get to a shelter, that would be ideal.
Let's go to Kayla, hashtags for us both. Can one of you shed light on where the actual center of the storm is? Everyone's focusing on the spot that looks like an eye, but lots of folks saying that that's not the center. Maybe why don't we await a couple of more, some more scans to come in, Eric, before we look at the center again. But that's becoming a talking point, I think, on social.
Of course, yeah.
Where is the center? Because we can't. The wobble tracker is somewhat useless. I don't want to say completely useless, but it's more difficult to use if we can't see where the center is. The center
exactly.
is what allows us to follow whether or not a storm is on track or wobbling off of that track. So
and like I said, you're starting to see the deep convection wrapping around the southern part of the system. And I think once it wraps around the east, it'll kind of nudge that, what looks to be the eye, it'll kind of nudge it back to the west. It's kind of like the, lopsided effect. If you've got a storm and you've got you got a hurricane, all of the storms are around the north and west side, it kind of leans it, right? It's kind of pushing the eye in one direction. So, that may not be necessarily the center of the storm, but because those storms are forming around, a half to 3/4 of the storm, then the side of the storm where you're not seeing, those thunderstorms developing, that's where the eye is kind of being pulled into. You know what I'm saying? And then once the storms move from the south to the east around the eye, then it kind of shifts back, and you'll see that eye right on par with that line.
We've got a lot of great stuff coming in on WFLA.com/reported. In fact, we've got so many photos and videos coming in that it's just taking an extra second for my system to load. So if everyone can just bear with me here, we're going to load in some weather photos and videos coming in to WFLA.com/reported. Again, this is a really powerful tool. We'll what we'll do is we'll throw up the QR code and throw up, let's see here. We'll throw up the QR code and the URL. This is a tool that we introduced earlier this year. It's a means for us to receive your weather photos and videos, whatever it may be, storm videos, particular damage in the area. But again, we ask you to do so safely and responsibly. And then look, I asked, can we use this for people to send in their selfies, people watching Tracking the Tropics, so we can see you guys, our audience? And I got a big thumbs up. So we can do that as well. So let's get to some of the stuff that has come in on Reported in just the last several minutes. Really quickly, I want to mention this one from yesterday. Jody sent this in. You can see that Jody is watching Tracking the Tropics on her tablet. And Jody says this pup's name is Rusty, and that they were evacuating the area, watching Tracking the Tropics, heading out. I would imagine heeding evacuation orders or recommendations. But yeah, people watching our coverage on the go, because you can't bring TV with you, but live streams, YouTube, Facebook, you can watch on your phone or on your tablet. It's a great tool to have in the palm of your hand, Eric.
Oh, yeah. I mean, obviously, when the power goes out, as long as, you're staying safe out there when you're sending these pictures, we don't want you being in harm's way.
Yeah, we showed this one yesterday, too. Justice not happy up in Tallahassee.
But you can see where the cone was at there, right? So,
yeah.
So look where the cone's at there. It's almost, the center is almost the first AL
this was
of
like
Tallahassee.
6 o'clock yesterday, roughly?
Yeah. And then I have my cone pulled up, and you can see how much further to the east that is. And now you see the center is on the A and the S toward the end of Tallahassee. So right now, this is looking like just possibly might move slightly east of Tallahassee, which is what I figured it would do. And, we'll continue to see if this, keeps on nudging slightly to the east.
All right, so Amanda sent this one in of her pups watching Tracking the Tropics. This one coming in just a couple of minutes ago. We love to see it. We have this one coming in as well from Andy and Cape Coral, sending in this shot. This is Molly. Molly knew where the camera was.
Yeah.
Love to see
Doesn't
it.
happen too often.
And then we got in a bunch of storm photos and videos here as well. Now, it's early, but we're going to spotlight some of these. Helene says this is what it looks like in downtown St. Pete. Or actually, she put a timestamp, and that's very helpful. You see there in the top right. She said this was around 8 o'clock this morning in downtown St. Pete. I actually know exactly where she is standing. We'll go to this. Okay, this one didn't load from Tyler. We had a bug there. Let's go to this one from Mary. St. Pete, Old Northeast, Coffee Pot Bayou. Yeah, you can see some flooding on the roadways there already.
Yep.
She said she gave us a timestamp here as well. She said 10 o'clock this morning. So that was 2 hours ago, and already there was flooding in downtown St. Pete.
Yeah, this storm is well over 200 miles away from Pinellas County, and you're seeing the effects already. So, things are going to continue to get worse all the way through this evening and even into the overnight hours before they get better.
Okay, the two rules with Reported. One, if you're sending in weather or damage photo or video, look, please do so safely and responsibly. I have to repeat that. I know you guys thinking, man, JB says the same thing over and over again. We have a new audience constantly joining. I have to repeat myself. It's part of the job. Please forgive me. But yes, please do so safely and responsibly. If you send in something to WFLA.com/reported from a storm video or damage video perspective. Selfies, we love to see. We love to have a little bit of fun here in the Stream Center when we can, and we love to smile during our coverage when we can, mix things up a bit. We just ask that you show Tracking the Tropics on in the background so that we know that you're watching in this moment and not sending us in a selfie from, 2016, 2015, or just, a random selfie. We want to see you guys actually watching the program live here today. Let's continue the conversation. Let's check in, as promised, with Wobble Tracker and look at the latest in real time.
Yeah, so, you can see the last couple frames, the eye appears to move almost due north along that grid line. So again, it appears as though the storms are starting to wrap around the south and then eventually the east side of the storm. And then that eye will really take shape, and that will really become the center of circulation.
Let's go to Facebook. Kaylee, how does Lakeland, Florida, Polk County look? Hashtags for us both.
Yeah, it looks like, 60 mile an hour wind gust anyway. But the number one thing is the trees, right? Trees that may be rotted inside, maybe dead, maybe weak. They can get blown over pretty easily with a extended period of time of 50, 60 mile an hour wind gusts. And so that's why we always, in preparation of storms, before the season already starts, check the trees around your property and take down the ones that you think are suspicious, because if you don't take them down, these wind gusts will, and God forbid, they fall into your house, they fall over power lines and or onto the roadway, onto your car in the driveway. So it's just best to get rid of them before, the storms hit.
A live look here, Key West, the southernmost point of the continental United States. Let's check in with Lil Patty on YouTube Live, asking about if there's an update for Brooksville, Florida.
Yeah, Brooksville's still looking about the same, 60, 70 mile per hour wind gust, hurricane force wind gust. Definitely a possibility in the Brooksville area, not sustained. I would say sustained 50 to 60 mile per hour wind. The good news is it looks like this has not rapidly intensified. So the chances of this getting to a 4, it's still there, but it's becoming less likely as time progresses. So that's good. But again, the wind field is so strong with it, so wide with this, that just about all of the Sunshine State, at least from Panama City all the way through the peninsula, is going to experience wind speed at least 40 to 50 miles an hour.
Let's go to Gloria. Hashtag Hey Eric on YouTube Live. What about the wind speed in Waycross, Georgia?
Is that southeast?
So I'm gonna check for you, Eric, because we're Florida folks, man. We're not, we're getting up to speed,
yeah,
so to speak,
I think that
on
may
our
be
Georgia geography.
Closer to Savannah.
It is kind of, I would say, it's southern Georgia, more southeast Georgia.
Yeah.
Actually, this is a town that Rebecca brought up. Or received a question about last night. It's inland from
Savannah.
Yeah,
a ways. Yeah.
Well, southwest. I would say between Valdosta and Savannah. How about that?
Okay.
Yep.
So yeah, the Valdosta area definitely has a possibility of 100 mile per hour wind gust. So in your neighborhood, I'd say at least 80 to 90 mile per hour wind gust, and hurricane force wind 70, 75, not out of the question. Thankfully, by the time it does make its way on land, it is going to be moving quickly. So you're not going to have too many hours of that strong gusty wind, but you are going to experience winds at least, gusting over 85, 90.
Let's go. Ah, man, I love it. Love to see it. Carrie, hashtag HJB, can you please make a shout out to all the linemen, women that came in to help with the storm? Please keep them in our thoughts and prayers too. I was actually on the way in and I saw a lot of power crews lined up. They are ready to go. Power outages are an absolute 100% guarantee with this storm. But I'll tell you, Florida is prepared and ready to restore power as quickly as possible. Crews are coming into the area, and yeah, can we get the heart emojis going on Facebook Live, YouTube Live? Show some love in the comment section for all the linemen and the first responders, man. Doctors, nurses, paramedics, firemen, women, local law enforcement, first responders in general, across the board, as well as power crews that are going to be working on our streets. They got to be out there, of course, ready to respond and ready to be there for folks. But Yeah, they don't really have the luxury of being able to, stay in the confines of their living room with a bowl of popcorn, perhaps watching Eric and JB blab on for hours about Hurricane Helene. There's a lot of love that we can share in our comment section. So please, just let's light it up with heart emojis, clap emojis, whatever, thumbs up emojis, whatever is your emoji of choice. And it's just good to see. Let's go to Cassie Branch, hashtag HeyJB. Is the eye wall going through a replacement cycle? Very interesting question. Or has it not been established yet enough for that?
Yeah, I mean, I think the eye wall right now is actually going through the building cycle.
Right now, replacing it, it's actually getting built.
Yeah, the eye wall is actually forming. The eye is actually forming right now, and like I said, you're seeing that deep red to the northwest, and now wrapping around the south of what will probably become the eye. We still have a little dry air to the east and southeast, as you can see right there. But the storms, the convection, starting to wrap around that, and I think once it does, then what you see as the eye will eventually become more on track of that line from the Hurricane Center.
Let's go next to Kristen. Facebook Live. What about Citrus Springs, that area?
So, yeah, I mean, you're looking at, the possibility of hurricane force wind gusts, 70, 80 miles per hour, sustained over 60. And again, anywhere along the immediate coast along 19 is going to be inundated with floodwater. And it's just, storm surge is going to be the big issue. Citrus, Hernando, Pasco counties, even here in the Tampa Bay. So again, your hurricane force wind gusts. And as far as rain goes, this is going to be moving so quickly. If you get 3 to 5 inches of rain, I've seen rainy season days where we get 5-6 inches. So it's not going to be as much of an issue of inland flooding, but more storm surge and strong gusty wind.
A live look at Key West, Florida. We've got some other live cameras we're going to be loading up
there's
here
somebody.
Momentarily. Yeah.
Look, he's looking on the edge. Ooh, is anything coming?
Yep. Believe me, sir, it is coming. Yeah. That was a pretty.
Yep. And he's like, yep,
wave.
I'm done.
Yep. Got my shot. Got my picture. Yeah. There's the guy who's coming over and
he had
in the
enough.
bottom
Yeah,
left.
he would have got nailed again.
Yeah. Be safe out there, folks. This is a great tool to monitor incoming weather, but also let's try to be safe out there. So you're gonna like this.
Oh, look at this guy running. Oh no, I think it's a couple. They're like, okay,
now it's
hurry
my
up.
turn. Yeah,
take
quick,
my picture.
quick,
hurry
quick.
up. I'm about to get hit.
Yep.
Oh, that wasn't.
But then
there it is.
Then the
I
person
got
with
hit.
the phone. So that's what's gonna happen. So they're gonna take the photo. They're gonna get the great photo. And then a wave is going to come up and douse the phone with water, and then the phone is lost forever. The camera, the shot, the picture
so
is
much
lost
for that.
forever. So much for that. You're going to like this one. You ready?
All right.
So I don't know if you know an Andrew
Oh my
in
gosh!
Tampa.
Of course.
So Eric,
he's
Stone,
a good friend of mine.
Eric Stone, you guys, if you don't
Oh,
know,
my.
is one of the world's top ranked pinball players. And so again, the rule with our selfie shout out on Tracking the Tropics is that you got to show that you're actually watching the show and take a selfie with the stream on somewhere in the frame. But yes, Andrew's saying hello from Tampa, Eric.
So that's Batcave Pinball. That's our streaming channel for on Twitch and on YouTube for our pinball playing. He is the one that broke the Guinness Book of World Record, JB. He played a single pinball machine for 62 and a half hours straight. That guy stood on a pinball machine for 62 and a half hours straight, and it's in the Guinness Book of World Records right now.
Yeah,
is that cool or what?
That's pretty impressive.
Even I couldn't do that.
Man, I'll tell you what. Well, just staying inside today and playing pinball sounds like a
If you have
good
the power,
way to spend
if
your
you
Thursday.
have the power, yeah.
Yeah, a couple other selfies that have just come in as well that we would like to spotlight on the live stream. This is Robert. Hey, Robert, watching from Jacksonville in Duval County. Love to see it. Robert, good to see a friendly face there. And then we've got, let's see, also joining us as well, Ben in I want to see, is that Chapin or Chapin? And he's pointing to, oh, look, he's got multiple stuff pulled up there. Man, there's some real true weather watchers out there that are not just watching our live stream, but monitoring real-time weather data as well, Eric.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like I said, that's what I used to do when I was a kid. As soon as the Weather Channel came on the air in the 80s, I was glued to the TV. And I remember my mom would say, you can't go out and play until it stops raining. And so the forecast was, it's supposed to rain all day. And I would look on the Weather Channel and I'd say, oh, that rain looks like it's going to end about 2 o'clock. And I'd say, Mom, the rain's going to end at 2 o'clock. Could I go outside if it stops raining? She says, oh, yeah, they said it's going to rain all day. Guess what? 2 o'clock, the rain stopped. Hey, the sun's out. I can go out. And she says, oh, okay. And so, I mean, I can't tell you how many times I was a nerd. I mean, obviously, I still am.
Live look here for us two nerds at the Wyndham Grand and Clearwater Beach. Yeah, not too many people on the beach because they know what's coming. There's no way that you live in Florida and you do not know that a hurricane, possible major hurricane, is on the way. So live picture there, and we'll try to cycle through some more live pictures as they come in. All right, I'm gonna just hot load in some new questions and comments that are coming in right at this second. Here on tracking the tropics, we're gonna go to Nick. Nick will add you to the queue. We're also going to add, Chris as well into the queue. So let's get them. Big shout out to our YouTube moderators. I see Chelsea. I see Team Brittany in there, helping keep the comment section on track. Let's go to Chris. Hey, Eric, how about Bryceville, Florida? He helps us out here. Says northwest of Jacksonville.
Yeah, so the Jacksonville area, or slightly, the 210 loop or 295 loop, I should say. They're expecting tropical storm force wind, maybe wind gust to 60 or so, 65. We're not going to see hurricane force wind, and as far as the rain goes, 2 to 4 inches of rain at most in that area. But this is still going to move pretty quickly. So once you do start seeing that wind and rain, 6 to 8 hours, things really going to start calming down. So Jacksonville, thankfully, that whole area not going to see the brunt of the storm by any means.
Let's go to Nick next. How about Davenport, Florida? How bad will the wind be?
Yeah, I mean, as far, northeast really in Polk County as you can get. The wind really not too bad. I would say, you'll see tropical storm force wind 40, 45 miles an hour, gusting to 50 or so. But again, as you get further inland, you still have the threat of isolated tornadoes. We've had a lot of tornado warnings in the southwest part of the state. I haven't seen any confirmed tornadoes as of yet, but there'll be spin-ups with rain bands, even in inland areas, even as you head toward Orlando, and of course along the immediate coast too.
Go to Emerson. Hashtag HeyJB. What can we expect in Oldsmar? We don't hear much yet. We sit on top of the bay.
Yeah, I mentioned Oldsmar in regards to possibility of storm surge. If you're, really close to the bay, Oldsmar, even Town and Country, West Shore. Again, Tampa Bay could experience a good 4 to 6 foot of storm surge once this thing moves just off to the north of Tampa and the wind becomes more southwesterly. So you definitely could see flooding from that storm surge depending on how close you are and how flood prone you are. If you flooded with a Dahlia, you're definitely going to flood with this one. And like I said, not as much freshwater flooding in regards to rainfall amounts, but it's going to be pretty gusty, wind gust over 60, 65.
We're gonna cycle through some live cameras here if we can. Oh, that one's down. Let's go. Let's check.
Do we have the Skyway?
I think we want to get the Skyway. I'm gonna ask. Hold on. We need the Skyway bridge, please. We've got a lot of shots loaded, but we don't have the Skyway, and that's a really important one because of how high up that bridge is in the air.
And I'm wondering if they closed it down yet.
It's also a good barometer, if you will, for just how yeah, what the winds are going to be looking like as the storm gets closer. It's almost like an indicator for us to determine what's headed our way. Usually we see activity on a camera with the Skyway Bridge first before we see it usually in most other places. So yeah, this is let's see, what do I got loaded up right now? I got to load up Bradenton Beach, courtesy of EarthCam. Yep, not too much activity here. Now, remember, the Gulf Coast side of Florida is not like the Atlantic side, the East Coast, where waves from the greater Atlantic Ocean are, significantly larger than what you would see on the Gulf Coast side. These waves are, there's a good amount of waves out there for, a typical day. Usually the Gulf is relatively calm, so to speak. If you go to the beach in the Gulf, sometimes the waves are, really.
It's like a lake or a pond.
Yeah. So this picking up here is just a sign that storms are brewing.
Yeah, this looks like a calm day on the Atlantic, right?
Yeah.
The Atlantic is much more steeper as you go out. This is a lot less steeper, meaning, you can walk out quite a ways and not be over your head in water in the Gulf.
Howard Franklin Bridge update. There you can see all the water blowing onto the roadway. You're looking live at Tampa Bay, Florida, literally Tampa Bay itself. And so this is from the I-75 32.5 mile marker camera in the northbound direction.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume that within the next hour or so, they're going to start to close these down. I'm surprised there's so many people travel. When I came to work this morning, I mean, I think I made it here in record time.
So the Skyway Bridge is loaded up here, and I don't see any traffic.
No, I don't either.
So
I'm guessing it's probably closed.
I'm asking for an update.
Yeah, well, I figure. Oh no, not yet. There's a semi.
I'll tell you what. That's the last type of vehicle you want to see going across
high
the
profile,
Skyway right now.
Yeah, high profile vehicles like that. I mean, if you start getting wind gusts up there, they can blow over quite easily. Yeah, there's some traffic coming, so they haven't closed it down yet, but I'm sure sooner than later they will.
Yeah, the Skyway Bridge is of course it's up on an incline. It peaks at the center of that bridge. It's a beautiful bridge, and something that people recognize our area with, the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. And so it's good to see that this isn't packed with traffic. You want people to be on the roads less and less and less in the coming hours, because this is going to be considerably worse weather-wise in the hours ahead, Eric.
Yeah, and like I said, I think this storm will be as close to Tampa as it will get, close to St. Pete, close to, Pinellas, Hillsborough, somewhere between 6 and 7 this evening. And then once we get past that time, the wind and everything, move to the north. But that's when we start to see the storm surge increase even more, because once the storm is northwest of us, we're getting a southwest wind, which means the water's being blown directly onto our shoreline and directly into Tampa Bay itself.
All right, let's continue checking in with our commenters live here in the Stream Center on Tracking the Tropics. Our coverage continues of Hurricane Helene. Of course, at some point. Oh man, do we have newsroom pizza? Is that
again? Did it come in?
What? All right,
that might be the pizza from yesterday.
I know. I don't want to eat the pizza from yesterday.
Well, they brought McDonald's in, and so I had a couple of hash browns. That was nice. This morning, but I don't know. I didn't see the cart. Usually, I'm pretty good at seeing the cart roll by, but he might not have rolled it by the weather center because he knew I was going to see it.
All right. Okay, so it's pizza 2 days in a row at WFLA.
Pizza again? If you've seen that commercial.
I have not seen that commercial.
I see it almost every day. It is pretty funny, though.
So, yeah, that's the lunch today in the
cool.
newsroom.
Well, maybe.
We hope
if there's enough.
If there's any left for Eric and I. Hope everyone is taking care of themselves. Eat, stay hydrated, stay informed, and look, wear a smile on your face with your family, friends, loved ones. If you've made all your necessary preparations, if you're in a safe location, look, and you're spending time with us, we really very much appreciate that. We will help keep you informed over the course of this storm, and do so, and try to every now and again put a smile on your face while we do so. So we have a lot of streams coming up ahead. We are going to do, I would say, another. We'll see exactly how the comment section responds here in the next few minutes, but eventually Eric and I will have to take a break. We're going to continue to take questions, and then we're going to take a break ahead of the 2 o'clock intermediary advisory, which what do we get at 2 o'clock, Eric?
Well, we'll just get information. There won't be a track update until 5. So we'll see. Again, we look at the 3 major factors: 105, 960, and northeast at 14. And we'll see if we see the pressure go down, meaning the storm strengthening. And I think it is, because as I look, I'm going to bring the wobble tracker back up. As I look at the wobble tracker, I'm seeing a much more organized convection around what I think is going to become the eye. And now you can see that convection is around the southeastern portion of the storm. So it's almost completely filled in around what we think the eye is going to be. And because of that, do you see how the eye is now closer to the actual line? So the center of the storm was right along that line all along. It's just the lopsidedness of those high cloud tops and the strong convection around the northwest side kind of pushed the eye a little bit off to the east. But now that it's wrapping around those storms, the eye is kind of getting back on track. So the center of circulation most likely was right along that line the whole time, even though it appears that the eye had shifted to the east and now it's starting to become more of a symmetrical storm. And then I think that eye will really start to develop.
We'll be, of course, and we are streaming the real-time wobble tracker on WFLA.com in real time. We check in with it periodically, but of course you can find it and watch it and open up a tab on your computer and monitor it in real time on WFLA.com. Let's go to Rodney. Hashtag Hey Eric. Let's put a percentage number on this, shall we? To make Rodney happy. How confident are you on the models that this will not pivot into Tampa head on?
99%.
99, 99.9.
Yeah,
right,
99. I mean, there would have to be something that, the models didn't see, that we didn't see, that would shift this due east. And that's not happening. We see the features. We've seen the features that are steering this, and we've seen them over the past several days. And the models had a good grip on those features. So, it's not going to deviate that much from the actual track, right? It may deviate a little bit here and there, but we're not expecting any kind of sharp turn in any direction.
Let's go to Nikki. Hashtag Hey JB. Will we have a power outage in Plant City? So look, we could talk about. There have been a lot of comments about Plant City. Really quickly, Plant City is going to see what? I mean, we'll talk power outages.
We're talking 50 mile an hour sustained, 60, 65 gust. Everywhere, I would say every town is going to experience some sort of power outage, right? There's going to be a tree that falls on a power line somewhere, and that's going to knock power out somewhere. So obviously, we can't say if your house is going to be without power. And it doesn't look like a widespread event where, power is going to be out for a long time to a lot of people because, again, this is moving way, way, way to the west and north of you. So, again, there is going to be power outages, but, it's not going to be a widespread event where, millions of people in the Bay Area are going to be without power.
Just walking in, Chief Meteorologist Jeff Berardelli. In fact, Jeff, why don't you just stand by your desk because we've got, you'll see there on the right, we've got up, see the camera. You're on camera, Jeff. Jeff has our chief meteorologist arriving early.
No, the other way. There you go. You're front and center.
Saying hello. We've been talking about Jeff throughout, obviously, today, and wanted to show that the head of the Max Fendery weather team has arrived, getting ready for what is going to be a very, very eventful day. Let's go next to Michelle. Says, if this shifts more to the east, how bad will storm surge be in Holiday? You're getting storm surge in Holiday no matter what.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, you're looking at a possibility of 8 to 12 feet right now. You could add another foot or two if this does move, depending on how far to the east from the track it moved. But again, 8 to 12 feet is a lot of storm surge, and a lot of 19, in the area of Pasco and Hernando counties and Citrus County, like all the way up. I want to mention all of those northern counties could be inundated with those floodwaters from storm surge.
All right, we've got Shannon joining us on Facebook Live. She says that she has evacuated Tallahassee. Hashtag, hey, Eric, I evacuated Tallahassee. I'm extremely worried. It's my first hurricane since living there. When do you think we'd be able to head back home and be safe, or how long do you think it could be underwater, and how much water? I live by the campus. I think that, look, Shannon, first and foremost, getting out of Tallahassee, I think that's a wise decision. Hopefully you have family or friend that you can stay with, or a hotel that you're able to track down. But if you're on this program, that's a great start, because we can at least point you in the right direction.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so glad that, you did evacuate, and it's better to be safe than sorry. I'd rather have evacuated and not needed to than not evacuated and needed to, right? I mean, what does it do? It inconveniences for a couple days, but at least you're safe. I would say that, safely, definitely by Saturday, you'd definitely be able to make it back safely Saturday, depending on where you evacuated to. If you're like Pensacola area, if you're west of Tallahassee, I'm sure you could go back Friday afternoon, Friday evening. The wind's going to subside a bit. But again, you have to be very careful of trees on roadways, power lines on roadways. It may be safe to go to some parts of Tallahassee, but in your neighborhood, if there's power lines down and it takes crews a couple days in order to clear things out, you just got to be mindful of, not driving over power lines and any roadways that might be flooded. Even though you're far enough away from the coast, you're not going to have any storm surge. There'll be several inches of rain, so there'll be some sort of freshwater flooding there. So you just got to be very mindful of your surroundings when you do come back.
This is going to be a last call for questions here on Tracking the Tropics for the 11 o'clock advisory live stream. We've been live now for 90 or so minutes. And we have a lot more live streams over the course of the day. YouTube Live, we stay live continuously over there on the WFLA YouTube page. Social media platforms, they work differently, right? So YouTube, we will have our signal up all the time. WFLA.com and trackingthetropics.tv and the WFLA app, we will have up our signal the entirety of the time. Facebook works differently. Facebook, we put streams into posts with every new launch of a live stream. So the next live stream where Eric and I are going to be here together, it might be, I don't know who's going to be with me at 2 o'clock, if it's you or Jeff or Becker. We'll figure that out.
Yeah, we'll be here.
But the Max Fender 8 Weather Team will be on the stream with me, and that will be at 2 o'clock, because we do get some new information in the advisory that drops at 2. Again, the advisories are going to be at 2 o'clock today, 5 o'clock, 8 o'clock, and 11 o'clock. And we might even see some special advisories get issued as well. Sometimes the National Hurricane Center, if they don't want to wait until the next time period, like 2 or 5, sometimes they'll just drop one in between the advisory times. And so we'll be keeping a close eye on that. But let's, for the next, 5 minutes or so, Eric, let's just, pepper through as many of these as possible and get ready for, of course, the 2 o'clock stream. There's Jeff, by the way. Hold on. There's Jeff. Jeff has gotten pizza.
No.
He got pizza before us.
He did?
Yeah.
Jeff's not really a pizza. I didn't think he was. I didn't think he was going to get pizza. Look at that.
Yeah, there he is. He's coming in.
Maybe he brought it for us.
No, he didn't.
No.
Well, let's test him. He's coming back in. You think no?
Jeff got pizza? I don't believe you got pizza. You didn't get any yesterday. Okay.
Slim pickings around here. Eric Baird, hashtag KJB. And Eric, how about Dothan, Alabama? We've talked a lot about Dothan in recent days.
The further east this does track, it fares well for Dothan, as this is going to be on the west side, right? So we'll put the cone back up, and anyone that knows where Dothan is, it's really in the southeast corner of Alabama and not even close to the cone, really, and on the west side. So the possibility of tropical storm force wind and gust over 40 to 50 for a short period of time, it's definitely not out of the question. And they'll get some significant rain because they'll be close enough to the center. But again, they're going to be on the western side of the storm, so they're not going to get as much rain as points to the east.
Royal, hashtag HeyJB and Eric, please talk more about the features that affect the trajectory and the speed of the storm. Thanks. We've done a lot of explainers, Royal, in recent days, but and a lot of work at the green screen to show exactly those features. But maybe we could breeze through them here, Eric.
Yeah,
what are those features?
There was a high pressure sitting over top of Tampa Monday and Tuesday. And that's why Helene moved more to the west, right? And then as the high moved off to the east, that kind of allowed Helene to take a turn to the north. Now there's an upper level low that we've been talking about that is attracting this system and pulling it around the east side of that low. And so those two factors, that high that's now moved offshore and the low that's pulling the system up, is really steering this storm right toward the Big Bend area.
Let's go next to, let's see, we'll look here live in the comment section and see what's just coming in. Oh, we were going to talk about power outages earlier, and I forgot to mention this point. Look, power outages are going to be widespread across the area from really probably Sarasota County and even more south than that, all the way up through Big Bend to Tallahassee. It's just the norm for a storm like this because of just how much how much geography this storm is going to cover. It's large enough that it's going to cover a lot of the peninsula, and so there will be power outages. All it takes is that it might not even be strong in your neighborhood, but all it takes is that one tree that's really been, through some brutal thunderstorms in recent years, that's been, ready to go down, and just a wind gust that could be really the final straw comes down onto a power line, and then an entire neighborhood could lose power. So even if it's not strong in your neighborhood, there could be power outages. Just, prepare for that and make sure that you have everything you need. Charge up your phones. That's a big one. And just be ready for anything when it comes to Helene, regardless of whether or not you're on the Panhandle or in the Big Bend or in Tampa Bay. There's a lot of different areas that could see widespread power outages. Let's go to Lisa. How will it be in Zephyr Hills?
Yeah, we've been talking about Zephyr Hills quite a bit yesterday and the day before. I would definitely say at least up a 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts and 2 to 3 inches of rain. Again, we'll see how those rain bands form, and if they do bring a lot of rain. We're not expecting a crazy wide rainfall event. Again, 2 to 3, maybe 4 at the most, but the highest amount of rainfall is going to really be concentrated toward the immediate coast.
Let's go to Raquel. Has asked this question a few times. So let's get it on here. Am I still good to drive to Georgia from Bradenton tomorrow morning? It's one of those things where, probably, but timing is relatively important. And also, too, we just don't know how flooded the roadways are going to be, Raquel. Your area could have several road closures or flooded roadways, so you might think it might be okay based on where the storm is located to travel to Georgia, but maybe not so much. It depends.
So depending on where in Bradenton you are, just getting to I-75 might be, kind of a pain. But I think once you're on 75, once you get up toward, past Gainesville, toward Lake City, then you may see some roadways, you may see debris, some trees and branches and whatnot. And it's going to rain a lot up there in the Panhandle as well. Now, the storm itself, is going to be near Atlanta at 8 o'clock in the morning. So, if you left at 8 o'clock in the morning or 7, the storm is, a good 6-hour drive away from you already. But again, it's what's in the Panhandle, what's in southern Georgia, what's in the Valdosta, Tifton, Macon. As you go up 75, are there flooded roadways? Is there any debris on the road? That's what you really have to worry about.
Let's go next to, it's probably going to be the last two that we get in. Courtney, hey, Eric, what about Inverness, Citrus County.
Yeah, definitely a good, 70-plus mile-an-hour wind gust, not out of the question. Pretty close to hurricane force wind. Gust anyway, not sustained wind. Sustained wind at least, 60 miles an hour. And, several inches of rain. Of course, the tornado threat is always there. Several tornado warnings already in Southwest Florida early this morning, but I haven't seen any confirmed reports as of yet.
Last one in this session, Matthew says, with this track nudge east, are we worried about worse flooding in downtown Tampa?
Not yet. I think this easterly nudge has just been ever so slightly. If it does continue to nudge more and more to the east, then storm surge would be a little bit higher. But again, we're not seeing the Category 4 storm prediction as we did yesterday. So we have two things working, right? We've got, instead of a Cat 4 at 130, maybe it'll be a Cat 3 at 120. And then if it does nudge to the east, it might increase the storm surge. But I think those two are going to balance themselves out. And I just don't think it's going to be any more than what has been forecast right now.
Let me point out something about the track nudge east. Yesterday, there was a track nudge west. So you could make the argument that this is, yesterday was a little bit to the west, today a little bit to the east, that we're still, the models have been so very much in agreement for several days now that even a little bit of a westward jog and eastward jog at the track, really puts it within, the cone itself and the range of these spaghetti models. So, the nudge to the east is, it feels significant for the Tampa Bay area because, it's like, man, get off my lawn, literally. But at the same time, we could be talking about a nudge to the west at 2 or 5 o'clock. So
yeah, and what did we talk about yesterday? I had said we're going to see nudges to the west, we're going to see nudges to the east, but it's going to be somewhere right in the middle. And again, it's looking like most of the models are, right over Perry or just to the west of that area, just to the east of downtown Tallahassee. And, if it does move a little bit further to the east, I don't see it moving towards Cedar Key. I don't see it moving that close to the east. Steinhatchee, possibility. Horseshoe Beach, possibility. Again, if almost in the center of the Big Bend.
What do we get exactly at 2 o'clock? That's when we resume our coverage.
So what we're going to get are these numbers, right? You're going to see the max winds. We're going to see if this increases over 105. We're going to see if the pressure drops at 960. And we're going to see if the movement has changed. So we're going to remember these three values, 105, 960, and northeast of 14. I'll remember the values. And then at 2 o'clock say, okay, this is what changed in one of or all of those.
Yeah, and the movement speed is the one I'm really we know the max wind speeds are going to increase. We know pressure is going to drop. But this system, when is it going to really pick up that forward momentum and get closer to, let's say, 20 or even in excess of 20 miles per hour? Look, speed is the theme we've been talking about with this system for several days now. And we anticipate it picking up speed, but we'll see exactly how fast at 2 o'clock. So that's when our coverage resumes. You want to laugh for a second? We're being trolled. You want to know how we're being trolled?
I love it.
And check this out. We're being trolled because, remember, the rule is that you can send in selfies watching the program so we could see our audience out there.
It's the pizza.
But Rasta's got pizza.
I get it. That's okay.
Man.
We're getting ours.
And a devilish look in his eye, to say the least. You can send in your selfies here to Tracking the Tropics and let us know where you are watching from. He put Winter Haven. I think he put Winter Heaven. It's even more funny. Rasta's got a sense of humor. You can send in anything Tracking the Tropics related to WFLA.com/report it. We'll put this up one more time for those of you who have not seen it. It is, of course, a really powerful tool for us to be able to get in your weather photos and videos, do so responsibly, and then, of course, to send in, if you'd like, a fun selfie. Show us that you're actually watching Tracking the Tropics, and that's how we can put it up on screen. Love to see the folks that are watching from across the state of Florida, really across the country. Would love to spotlight some of our audience members beyond just their comments and actually see some friendly faces out there. We've got some slices of pizza with our name on it, or so we hope.
Oh, I'm sure we do.
And we are back at 2 o'clock Eastern, 1 o'clock Central with the next live stream session with the Max Fender 8 weather team here on Tracking the Tropics. We're taking a 1 hour and 9-minute break. We will see you coming up shortly when our Hurricane Helene coverage resumes on WFLA's social media platforms. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll see you in about an hour or so from right now, folks. Hello there, folks. JB here with you, cutting in real quick. I know we still have about 45 minutes till our next live stream at 2 o'clock Eastern. Just wanted to share something that you might have noticed on the real-time wobble tracker that is significant for us, and really especially significant for people that are streaming this in real time and monitoring this very closely. Helene has now come within radar range to where we can now more clearly see a well-defined eye on the radar scans that we're getting in here. So this is where now Wobble Tracker is way more simple to read. And I'm going to explain this again for our audience so that we can monitor these wobbles in real time. You'll never see like X marks the spot, but use your eye to determine where you see the center of the eye. We now have an eye that's pretty well defined that we can actually see here on radar. With your own two eyes at home, put like an X in the center of the eye, and that is the center of the eye of Helene. If the center of the eye, if that X is located off the track significantly or even moderately, that's perhaps a wobble. Now, if we see several scans in a row, and you see these frames that are coming in, right, and it stops right there, if you see it continue to move off of the track, whether it be to the west or to the east, well, then we have either a wobble or a series of wobbles. And that is when, of course, the wobble tracker is really valuable for, as a tool for us to be able to determine whether or not the actual storm itself, Hurricane Helene, is deviating off the NHC's track. One wobble, and I've said this before and I'll say it again, one wobble is normal and expected, and actually you could say borderline frequent. 2, 3, 4 wobbles. The more wobbles you get consecutively, the more that you have a deviation from the track, and something that the National Hurricane Center is likely going to have to monitor and then perhaps correct when the next track actually comes out. So to read the wobble tracker, look at the center of the eye in relation to the line itself. The red line is the forecast track that has been put out by the NHC. And this helps us determine if the hurricane, if Helene, again, at Category 2 strength right now, is staying on track or wobbling off course. The radar definition that we get here is just so much more advantageous for us and for you at home. So hopefully it allows folks out there to better determine if the, of course, storm is wobbling off the track. We are about 44 minutes away or so, roughly, from our next live stream with the Max Fender 18. Tracking the Tropics continues in just a little bit. Thanks for joining us here on Facebook Live, YouTube Live, WFLA.com, and trackingthetropics.tv. Hello there to you folks. JB here with you on Tracking the Tropics, getting ready for our next live stream coming up at 2 o'clock Eastern, getting things ready. The National Hurricane Center has issued their 2 o'clock advisory. We are processing the latest information and ready to bring it to you on stream here in just a few minutes. Also, a significant development for travelers in the Tampa Bay area. You see there in the bottom left-hand portion of your screen, the Sunshine Skyway Bridge, of course, that connects Manatee and Pinellas counties. That has been closed by Florida Highway Patrol. Wind gusts have been recorded there at 60 miles per hour. It is no longer safe for traffic. So the Sunshine Skyway Bridge, a major artery for traffic in the Tampa Bay area, is closed until further notice, likely going to remain closed until either late tonight or at some point tomorrow, closed indefinitely. If you do see any traffic on the Sunshine Skyway Bridge, it is authorized traffic like you see there in the bottom left. It might be first responders, it might be law enforcement, but for the most part, the Sunshine Skyway Bridge is closed in the Tampa Bay area. Coming up on our next live stream, 2 o'clock Eastern. We'll see you then. Steve, stand by. We'll be with you here shortly.
Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Live from our hurricane headquarters with real-time analysis from some of the nation's top meteorologists, this is Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric.
Hurricane Helene churning in the Gulf of Mexico. The 2 o'clock advisory showing the storm picking up speed, nearing Category 3 strength, which of course would make Helene a major hurricane. We are live on Tracking the Tropics with that 2 o'clock advisory to let you know what it means going forward as Helene closes in on a landfall event expected later today in Florida's Big Bend. Hello there to you folks. Welcome in to the Stream Center on Tracking the Tropics. Some fresh faces here ready to go for an extended session or two of coverage today with Chief Meteorologist Jeff Baradelli here at WFLA News Channel 8. Rebecca Barry, co-host, of course, of Tracking the Tropics with our own Amanda Holly, who you see frequently on the program. And our featured meteorologist joining us from WPRI in Providence, Steve Matrigrano, joining us. You can use hashtag HeySteve for him. So the real-time wobble tracker is live here on your screen. Let's just quickly highlight this. This is streaming in real time, of course, Jeff, on WFLA.com. Before we go to the weather graphics and the update as of 2 o'clock Eastern time, anything of note on the wobble tracker? It looks like Helene is staying on course.
Yeah, it had wobbled east a little bit. I mean, initially, I think a lot of people saw that dry punch of air on the east side of the center of the storm and thought, oh man, this is really wobbling off course. But a couple of things. First of all, it's wobbled back on course. And second of all, it was really just you can see that area clearing of dry air. That wasn't the eye. Nevertheless, I think it'll probably be just slightly east of the track, but not east enough to make a big difference in the impact on Tampa Bay. But I would expect that it'll probably end up making landfall east of St. Mark's, somewhere between that and Perry.
Rebecca, if you'd like to take us through this 2 o'clock advisory, I can throw you up here if you want to progress through some graphics with Jeff, and then we'll bring Steve in here momentarily.
Yeah, absolutely. And so what we're looking at right here is that 2 o'clock advisory, generally position update, looking at 110 mile per hour sustained winds. That minimum central pressure is still dropping. It's 959 millibars. It is moving to the northeast at 16 miles per hour. And so that fast forward motion still holding true. And that is the good news, is that we'll continue to see it moving fast. The fast forward motion is good because it's a shorter duration of inclement weather. Unfortunately, it also means that the storm is able to hold those very high winds further inland. And so we are looking at hurricane force winds moving much further inland than we would typically associate with a slower moving storm. And so the storm is doing almost exactly what we thought it would do. I do think that I expected it to be a little stronger at this point. Now, it's just shy of Category 3 hurricane strength, but especially when we were looking at the forecast models yesterday, I did think we'd be looking at a major hurricane by now.
I agree with that. Yeah, I think that it's never gone through rapid intensification. It's been gradually intensifying, but it never got through rapid intensification, never got rid of the dry air. Even now, you could see that dry air on the eastern side, which still hasn't been completely evacuated out of it. But you can see that now, it still has another, how many hours here? Maybe 6, 7, 8 hours at most to intensify before it makes landfall.
Let's go. Let's show everybody really quickly the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. This is closed as of about half an hour, maybe 45 minutes ago. Florida Highway Patrol saying, of course, this main bridge in the Tampa Bay area seeing wind gusts of approximately 60 miles per hour. That's in excess of the threshold that they need to close it, so it is closed. Any of the traffic that you see is just authorized traffic, emergency traffic. Let's bring in Steve Matrigrano, joining us from WPRI. You don't have to worry about much up there in Providence, Steve, but what are your observations so far here on, again, Hurricane Helene?
Yeah, guys, thank you for having me first and foremost. First, I would say, our weather is definitely much quieter. I give you guys credit for having to, deal with this. I'm sure you guys are very busy down there. So I'm happy to help where I can. And looking at this system, again, it is not as strong as maybe we all had thought it was, which of course is good news. We don't want it to be a stronger system. And it's also moving pretty quickly as well. But what that means is it's going to be shoving all of that water in the Gulf of Mexico, and it has to go somewhere. So it's going to be pushing it all up along the coastline. And that storm surge is going to be a big concern, as you all know, going forward, especially on the Big Bend and also even down to parts of Tampa as well.
So Steve is part of our trio of meteorologists paying close attention, both here locally in the Tampa Bay area and, of course, part of Next Our Nation, our meteorologists that are joining us from across the country. You can use any of the hashtags that you see on your screen. You can start punching those questions in now, folks, because we're going to enter the live Q&A portion of the program here momentarily. You can use hashtag HeySteve, hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyJeff, or hashtag HeyRebecca, and we can fill you in on the latest. One thing I would very much like to touch on, though, before we get to the Q&A section of the program is this. A tweet from the National Hurricane Center that came in, I would say in the last hour or so, that really adds up almost with exactly what we've been talking about here on stream. And I'll read the NHC's tweet as follows. As Helene continues to approach the coast, please do not get overly focused on short-term wobbles in its track, false eye locations, or on specific computer model simulations. Everyone along the Florida Big Bend coast is at risk of potentially catastrophic storm surge, and then it continues on from there. You can read the tweet on NHC Atlantic on X. And so I highlight this because it's exactly, Jeff and Rebecca, what we've been talking about. Short-term wobbles, there could be a wobble right after it that wobbles it right back on course. And then false eye locations were something that Eric Stone was talking about in the previous stream as well.
And that's what happened today, right? It did slightly wobble to the east. But at the same time as it was wobbling to the east, there was this punch of dry air on the eastern side that almost looked like the eye. It wasn't the eye. The eye was still on the western side of that pinch of dry air that came around. But either way, all that rotated back to the west again. So the storm really only, the storm center really only ended up maybe a couple of miles east of the anticipated track. So wobble one way, wobble the other way. What we look for is if you see a series of wobbles that continues on for more than an hour or so, then you have to worry about a trend in a certain direction. But so far, this storm hasn't taken that trend. Still, with all that said, it'll probably come in just slightly east of the official forecast line, but slightly east. Not anything that is significant to the impacts, really, for anyone. It's still going to deliver a tremendous storm surge to the Big Bend and even for northern parts of the Nature Coast around Crystal River.
Anything to add there, Rebecca, before we get into the Q&A?
No, I just think that the fact that we're looking at such high storm surge, even well outside of the impact landfalling area, is going to see quite a bit of devastation just from that higher storm surge in the Big Bend area, especially, and areas like Citrus County for us, it will probably get the worst of that. I'm worried about Cedar Key. I'm really worried about Perry. Tallahassee may end up being not on the dirty side of the storm, which would be very helpful for them. It's still not going to be a good day, but certainly a better case scenario than if it were ended up on that northeast quadrant.
Seems like landfall is going to be around 9 p.m., right? That's what you would estimate based upon. So that's a Cat 3, so reaches major hurricane status at 8 p.m., and then it still has another hour or two if it wants to intensify more. But it's not at all likely get to Cat. It's not going to get to Cat 4. I mean, just it's actually moving away from the loop current now. It had its chance over the loop current, but it wasn't able to organize its internal structure well enough and get rid of, kind of spit out the dry air. And so that limited its ability to take advantage of the high octane waters over the loop current. And so now it has very warm water to still work with, but the warmest of the water, the highest octane fuel, is now in its rear view mirror.
And Steve, we saw the speed increase now to 16 miles per hour, and that's of course going to be, as the speed increases, that's going to be significant for folks in Georgia, even some more inland states as well.
Right, yeah, because with the faster speed of the storm, once it hits land, it won't be able to weaken as quickly. It'll be able to bring some of those more significant impacts further inland. And I did see that there were hurricane warnings well inland, north of Florida into Georgia as well. And also, this brings into the discussion of the tornado threat. And at last check, I did see that most of Florida was actually under a tornado watch, as most of the peninsula is actually on the eastern side of the storm. So that's another concern as well. With the system tracking further north, kind of gaining that forward speed, you have to watch for some of the tornado threats there on the eastern side of the storm.
Our streaming coverage continues here, of course, on Tracking the Tropics across all WFA's platforms. You can use on Facebook Live and YouTube Live. Use any hashtag on your screen for any one of our meteorologists. We can spotlight your question just like this. B. Brent, I believe this one came on YouTube Live. Where does landfall impact on the map impact storm surge levels on the map? So a lot of questions in our comment section, and for good reason, about storm surge, and specifically on the Panhandle and up in the Big Bend area. Rebecca, you've got up a map here that pretty much illustrates exactly what we're talking about. Jeff, you called it last night, catastrophic, unsurvivable storm surge.
Yeah, and we're comparing that 20-foot storm surge that we expect in the Big Bend. If you remember the aerial videos after Hurricane Michael in Mexico Beach, that was a 19-foot storm surge. So a block and a half of homes just completely washed away, except for the newer constructions that were built up and built to withstand that. And so luckily, this is not as populated of an area as of the Florida coastline, but I do expect that catastrophic damage there. It will look very similar.
And Katrina's storm surge in places like Gulfport and Biloxi up on the northern Gulf Coast to the east of New Orleans, that was like 27, 28 feet. So that was really the high water mark that, in recent history. But in terms of geography of the coast, geography is very important. One of the reasons Hurricane Ian produced 15 feet of storm surge in Fort Myers Beach is because land came to a kind of an angle. Sanibel Island and Fort Myers come to like a 90-degree angle there, Fort Myers Beach. and so the water got funneled in. Same thing's happening in the northeastern part of the Gulf of Mexico, Big Bend. All this water coming from the Gulf is funneled into a narrower and narrower space. And by the way, the water's very shallow as well. Those two things, geography and the topography of the surface underneath the ocean or the Gulf of Mexico, that does in fact, in this case, boost storm surge as the water comes in.
Visibility deteriorating before our eyes at the southernmost point in the continental United States, that being, of course, in Key West, Florida. We paid attention to this earlier on in our previous live streams, and this is the worst this shot has looked. Things, of course, worsening there in Key West, Florida. Let's bring in our next comment. It comes in from Cameron. We'll get to Facebook Live and YouTube Live comments here back and forth over the course of the live stream. Hashtag hey JB, hashtag hey Steve. So Jeff, you got to go. So we'll see you in a bit. Jeff Bardella is going to be taking off for a little bit, folks. We'll bring him back in. Cameron says hashtag hey Steve. What do you think about the storm surge in Destin, Santa Rosa Beach region? This is, of course, located on the Panhandle, Steve. So a lot of questions coming in from there.
Yeah, looking at that map we just had up on the screen there with the 20-foot storm surge to the east there, looks to be more so not as bad in Destin, Florida, I would say, Panhandle, where it is in the Big Bend and the western side of Florida, of the peninsula, seeing the worst of it. Because if you're on the western side of the storm surge isn't quite as significant, whereas if you're on the eastern side of the storm, and that's because the winds around the storm itself, the center of the storm, they move counterclockwise. So if you can kind of picture that system on the map and you see the winds going around it counterclockwise, that's showing pushing all the winds and the water to the east. So that's what we're looking at the western side of Florida, seeing the worst of the storm surge going forward. So you can kind of see on the screen here, we have it kind of propped up there, and we're looking at, again, the waves potentially as high as 20-foot storm surge in parts of the Big Bend. So very dangerous conditions there. Unsurvivable, as the Hurricane Center was mentioning.
Let's check in with our real-time wobble tracker to read this. You look at the center of the eye and see if it's on the line, and it looks like we're right on that line, Rebecca. So that momentary, eastward jog earlier today that sent social media for a bit of a tizzy, things have sort of corrected now, and looks like we're back on course.
Yes, and also, you may be looking at the symmetry of the storm and thinking that the storm's quite lopsided with the heaviest of the convection on the northeastern side. And what you might not be taking into account is that we don't have any radar sites out over the open Gulf. And so our radar sites are all land-based. And so our radar sites that we're picking up on this image from are Tampa and Tallahassee. And so we are not able to see the rain on the southern and the western side of the storm. It's actually quite symmetrical. And so the wobbles will tend to self-correct on symmetrical storms a little bit more quickly and a little bit more easily than storms that are more lopsided. So it's pretty symmetrical, getting pretty tight there as well.
Let's go to Little Engstrom. Hashtag hey Jeff. Jeff stepped downstairs for broadcast responsibilities, but he'll be back. Pinellas County here. Winds are crazy over here. Are we still going to get the rain with this? Is there any way to... Oh, Rebecca, see, you're right on it. She's got up current wind speeds there in Pinellas.
Yeah, and so Pinellas is seeing the worst of the sustained wind speeds right now. You've got those 39 mile per hour sustained winds, and it's not a fun day anywhere else. They're 10 to 20 miles, and Venice is getting 41 mile per hour wind speeds. When we take a look at gusts, those are in the 40 to 50 mile per hour range for St. Pete, Sarasota, and Venice. These are gusts within most recent gusts, but these are going to be the highest observed gusts right here, and so that's when we see some higher observed gusts. And so pretty much everyone has seen tropical storm force wind gusts at this point. That will continue to, unfortunately, be an issue. And when you're talking about rain in Pinellas, here's a look at the future radar. And so a lot of the rain stays offshore. We're just going to get bands. I do think by the time we get into the middle of the afternoon, 4, 5, 6 o'clock, Pinellas getting really whacked with those outermost rain bands there of the core. And so the core is going to stay offshore, but we're going to get those rain bands moving through. It's going to be a pretty messy evening. The rain bands even make it to Polk County by 7 o'clock. And then it looks like we'll finally get a break in the rain in Pinellas around 9 o'clock. And that's about the time that it starts to get really nasty in Citrus County. And then we get more spottier showers behind it, but a lot of the rain is out in front of the system. And so once this eye passes to the north of you, the rain won't be as much of an issue, but that's when the winds are onshore for us. And that's when we expect the storm surge to really start to peak.
So as we talk, of course, about the different conditions that we are seeing out there. We'll pop all up here on screen for a second as we're talking here about real world conditions out there and what we are experiencing in the coming hours. I want to remind our audience that you can send in your photos and videos to us to let us know exactly how it is out there. Now, please be safe. There isn't anything, any photo or video that's worth compromising your safety. But if you do have something that you think that we should see on your phone, on your camera roll that you've taken of Hurricane Helene from your safe location, please do so. You can send it to WFLA.com/report it. And we also get selfies coming in there too, which are really great to see people that are hunkered in and watching Tracking the Tropics from across the peninsula. So let's go to some of those images that are coming in. So this one, we lost it. We had it. We'll come back to it. There was one that we had in from Lee, and we'll try to get that one in here momentarily. Let's go to Akira. #KJB. How much rainfall could we get? Do we have any rainfall estimates for Hurricane Helene while I try to get that?
Yeah,
that
in
video
general,
loaded?
we're looking at 2 to 4 inches of rain because it's moving so fast. And so this is the excessive rainfall outlook where the rainfall could be excessive is in between Panama City Beach, East Point, Tallahassee, all the way up to Asheville and Greenville in the Carolinas. And then there's an elevated risk just outside of that. Here in the Tampa Bay area, we only have a slight risk for excessive rainfall. And so here's a look at some of the rainfall totals. So 15 to 20 inches for that central corridor where the storm will be moving up. But for the Tampa Bay area, 2 to 4 to 3 to 6, heaviest along our coastline and heaviest along the southern coastline of that. So this is not a rainstorm for us. We get summertime thunderstorms that do worse than this. And the only factor is the fact that we're so saturated because we did have such a wet summer that it does add insult to injury in terms of an already saturated ground. But this is not going to be one of those storms that we expect to see heavy inland flooding from rainfall. That's just not as big of a factor just because of that fast forward motion.
Bring you in here, Steve. Anything to add about the expected rainfall in the Tampa Bay area and really elsewhere in Florida?
It does look reasonable, at least in Tampa, or manageable, I should say. As you saw the numbers further north, near where the center of the storm will be tracking over, definitely a concern for flooding well inland. I did notice all of the heavier rain totals going into Georgia as well, following that path. And again, it's still a very serious storm. I guess we could say, it's not as strong as we initially had thought, but still a very impactful storm for many people and properties as well, especially up around the Big Bend area and even further north into Georgia.
All right, so now we got some stuff coming in via Report It. Let's see if we can bring in some of those pictures and videos that are coming in from around the Tampa Bay area. This is Nicole, the Courtney Campbell Causeway East. What are we seeing here, Rebecca?
I'm seeing the water coming over part of the seawall there, and that's probably a little bit to do with high tide, a little bit to do with the early parts of the storm surge. Winds are out of the southeast right now, so that is driving a little bit more water, especially up along anytime, like if you think about the way Tampa Bay is shaped, northerly winds would cause some very high waters, especially at the tip of where all the water gets funneled into from the south to the north. And so areas like Davis Islands, areas like Bayshore Boulevard are going to look very similar to this, where we have the water starting to encroach and starting to break the seawall. We are going to head into a low tide next, but I don't think we're going to see much of the water going down. I think it'll just stay steady. And once the winds shift to onshore, that's when we're going to get the wall of water rushing towards our beaches and rushing into the bay. And that's tonight after sunset.
We've got some other stuff coming in here. Let's see if we can get this one loaded up. Okay, this one has a bug to it. Let's see if we can get this one loaded up. This one comes in from Rachel. We love to see selfies from around the area. There's Jeff and Rebecca. We get in so many comments and so many people love to send in, questions for our meteorologists that if you would like to be on the program, we like to spotlight selfies. Just make sure that you're showing yourself actually watching Tracking the Tropics, another great fun, feature of WFLA.com/report it. Shout out to Rachel. She says, watching the live stream, thank you for all that you do. Rebecca, it's great to see friendly faces out there.
It is. Thanks so much, Rachel. And bonus points if you show your dog.
Oh, yeah. No, we have a lot
I know.
of dogs.
I saw all those pictures of the dogs hunkering down.
It's good to see. Domedia Sports, #KJB. When will Helene hit Tampa? Now, as we talk about Tampa, let's remind our audience that Tampa is not getting a direct hit from
we're not getting a direct hit. It was a trick question.
It is kind of a trick question, but there will be impacts from Helene and Tampa. And when can we expect those to actually occur?
So we're already seeing tropical storm force winds out there. The winds will continue to increase through about 6 to 8 p.m. will probably be the peak of the winds. That's when it's passing by our area between 6 and 8 p.m. It's after 8 p.m. once the center of the eye gets north of our area that the winds shift direction. I don't think they'll be as strong after 8 p.m., but the direction's important because that's what's driving the potential for record-setting storm surge across our area. So the highest wind impact and the highest storm surge impact are separated by a couple of hours. And the wind is going to be during the daylight. The storm surge will be during the dark. So I don't think we'll get great images of that. It won't. I have a feeling, and it's going to be one of those situations where tomorrow morning we're going to be looking at high water marks because the water is hopefully receding during the morning hours.
Steve, anything to add before we get to the next question?
Yeah, just about the storm surge part. You mentioned it, Rebecca. The dangerous part of it is that it's during nighttime hours. So especially further north where the worst of the storm surge will be, definitely is concerning. But as you mentioned, Tampa's already seeing impacts from some of those outer bands and the heavy rainfall. And again, any of those bands could even produce a quick tornado or two as well. So just good to be mindful of all these things as we go through the rest of today.
Let's try to get in some. We have some more questions in the queue, but let's just go. We just had a flurry of photos and videos come in to WFLA.com/report it. Let's see if we can bring in some of those. And some aren't displaying properly. In fact, many of these aren't displaying properly.
Oh.
Vicky has this one from, is that Certez? I'm not exactly sure where that is. Rebecca, do you?
I can't see the font because I'm old. It could be
You're not
Cortez
old.
or
Let's just
Citra.
start there. I think it was misspelled. It's Cortez, Florida.
Cortez, okay.
Which is near Anna Maria Island.
Okay, yeah, and so this is why they call for evacuations for Zone A's in most counties because there are going to be low-lying areas already impassable, and that's salt water, and primarily, so you don't want to drive through it because your car will, incur damage from salt water, but also we urge people not to walk through these because a lot of times sewage is included with the water and you can get lots of infections, especially from open wounds if you walk through that water. There's always a rash of hospitalizations about a week after floodwaters from people walking through it.
Yeah, there's this great video from Jalen that I'm trying to get loaded up, but it seems to be bugging out. I'll continue to work on that. Let's, in the meantime, go to Spring Hall online. #KJB is Savannah on the worst side of Helene. I've been seeing several newscasters saying they are concerned about Savannah. I'll bring you guys both up for this one. Savannah, Georgia.
Yeah, and so that's where very close to where I grew up. And so I've been talking with my parents who are still in Darien, Georgia, and they are seeing some higher than normal high tides because of their onshore winds. Their winds right now are basically out of the southwest. And so that's driving a lot of water up into their rivers. And low-lying areas like Savannah oftentimes do have issues with the flooding and that they don't call it the low country for nothing. But what we're looking at here is the wind field not getting that close to Savannah in terms of the hurricane force wind field. It looks like Savannah is probably going to be on the outskirts of the hurricane force winds. So they will see some tropical storm force winds and the potential for some flooding as well. And this is looking at Friday at midnight. And so that's when the strong onshore winds are going to be for Savannah, Georgia. And so tonight into early tomorrow morning, I expect those high tides to be very, very high and probably some high tide flooding from that. But I don't think you're going to get too much in terms of winds, except for those tropical storm force winds. A lot of trees in Savannah, a lot of historic trees. So power outages are very easy for that region. So I think the worst for Savannah could be high tide flooding and some power outages.
And I think it's also, notable how large this storm is that, the impacts are going to be being felt all across, not only down there in the southeastern part of the country, but also, we're seeing, airport delays up here as well as a result of this storm. But again, seeing this swath of area being covered by the storm and being impacted from the winds and the heavy rain and the storm surge as well.
And I'm worried about the Atlanta airport because this system's going straight to Atlanta with potentially very close to hurricane force winds in Atlanta on Friday morning. And so I think that travel could see a major, major disruption because it's such a big hub. The only good news is it's moving really fast at that point. And so it should be a brief breakdown of travel.
Right, yes.
Let's continue to, we're going to try to get some more stuff in from Report It. Let's check in with the real-time wobble tracker. Rebecca, any updates in the latest scans here?
Nope. Right on track. What you want is that center line splitting the eye, and that's exactly what we're seeing. And so as that continues.
But I see a 3.
Oh, yes.
Is that new?
That is new.
Okay,
And
so
so
hold
it is
on a
now a
second.
major
Has the NHC put out an advisory?
I'm checking.
Steve, you can check as well.
Yeah,
on-
225 advisory up to a 3.
Okay, so folks, we are going to reset here on Tracking the Tropics to re-engage our audience across all platforms. Stand by because we now have a major hurricane in the Gulf. We'll be back in just a moment.
Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Live from our hurricane headquarters with real-time analysis from some of the nation's top meteorologists. This is Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric.
Hurricane Helene upgraded just moments ago to Category 3 strength, making it a major hurricane with its eye set on Florida's Big Bend. Right on track, the WFLA.com real-time wobble tracker streaming live on our website. And now we have a Category 3 storm as forecast by the National Hurricane Center. Our latest updates on Tracking the Tropics begins now. Welcome in, folks. Back here with us, Chief Meteorologist Jeff Baradelli, Rebecca Barry, Steve Matrigrano, joining us from WPRI, our next star featured meteorologist. I'm JB Buno. A lot to discuss, but Jeff, Rebecca, let's put you guys both up on screen. We now have a major Category 3 Hurricane Helene.
Yeah, you can see, look at that. You can tell by just looking at the wobble tracker, look at how much better formed the eye is. It was able to mix out its dry air. It was also able to push those thunderstorms to the east side of the eye wall. And clearly, this system is now finally intensifying the way we thought it would. It took a long time for that to happen, Rebecca. I mean, it really, one thing that I've learned a lot about, and we've together learned a lot about hurricanes over the past several years, is in order for storms to strengthen, they have to get their organizational structure together. Their core needs to be perfect. They need to get rid of all the they need to be ready, and then they can intensify rapidly.
And one thing we talked about last week that we kind of got away from because the sea surface temperatures were so warm is that gyre storms sometimes take a beat.
They do.
To start that.
Yeah.
And so it just takes a minute. You pointed that out last week. And then we kind of went away from that because it was such unprecedented warmth in the Gulf that it would be feeding off of. But this storm did take a beat before it started, and now it's rocking and rolling.
It did. And you're going back to the gyre part of this, they're also huge storms. Gyre storms, it literally wasn't just a piece of the gyre. It was the majority of the gyre came out, started spinning. But there's a lot of things that need to happen for it to transition from that into a tropical system that has the ability to rapidly intensify. And it's finally got the structure to do so. And now it has about, 7 hours or so before landfall. So we'll see what it can accomplish during that time. 120 mile an hour winds get to 130. And now you got a Cat 4.
Yeah, it's possible.
Rebecca, can you bring up the stats? I want to see if there was any other statistical changes with this, special advisory that was put out to upgrade this to a Cat 3. Okay, no, still moving north by northeast at 16 miles per hour, pressure 959 millibars, and max wind speeds, 120 miles an hour. That makes it a Category 3 hurricane. So making that Tampa approach that we were talking about just a few minutes ago, and it's going to be making that approach now, not hitting Tampa direct, kind of clipping Tampa, but at Category 3 strength.
Yeah, scraping by us, the hurricane force winds just along or just off of our coastline, and tropical storm force winds for nearly the entire state of Florida, and also the risk of spin up tornadoes for nearly the entire state of Florida. We know that storms that are intensifying upon landfall do a ton more damage than storms that are weakening for landfall, and this has all indications that it will continue to be strengthening as it makes landfall, so the damage will be on the very heavy end of what we can expect with a Category 3 storm.
And they mentioned that, by the way. National Hurricane Center, when they put out their special advisory saying that this was now a major storm with winds of 120 miles an hour, it says additional strengthening is expected before Helene makes landfall in the Florida Big Bend this evening. And the reason why they upgraded is hurricane hunters found 120 mile an hour winds.
Okay.
So strengthening, but not to a Cat 4 is basically what they're saying.
Well, no, because I know what you're saying to yourself. Well, why don't they have it stronger in the Northeast Gulf? That's because they haven't updated the cone. They updated the initial intensity, but they won't update the cone until 5. But it's only going to take 10 more miles an hour. It goes from 120 to 130. Now it's a Cat 4.
So is this rapid intensification? Is this what we define as rapid intensification?
I would have to go back and do the math of how many hours it was able to intensify. I bet you one of us, when we're not actually speaking, like I'm speaking now, we could actually do the math and figure that out. Winds yesterday, let's see, it's 35 miles an hour in 24 hours, right? Winds yesterday were 85 miles an hour about 2 o'clock. So does someone want to do that for me? Now the winds are 120. It's 20 plus 15. That's 35. That barely meet. It misses it because they updated it at 2:30, not at 2 p.m.
Yep.
So
barely.
It missed rapid intensification by half an hour.
Maybe not, because maybe not. Eric, are you there? He's not here. Our math guy's not here when we need him. Man, but so anyway,
He's been there all
put it-
day.
let's put it this way:
The one time.
They had to use the bathroom.
if it reached rapid intensification, it would be just barely. And it may
There
have.
he is. Okay,
And it may have.
Eric is back.
Eric, we need to know if this, in fact, met the criteria of rapid intensification. Yesterday at 2 p.m., it had 85 mile an hour winds. Now at 2:30 p.m., 24.5 hours later, it's 120 mile an hour winds. So I'm curious if you could look back or try to figure out if there was a time at which it would have reached 35 miles an hour in 24 hours. No,
Here's a live shot there of Eric Stone, who now just snuck behind our camera. Oh, some great shot! Look at the we got the
Weather team.
weather team up
Yeah,
there.
there's my daughter.
There's you and your daughter, Jeff, and there's Amanda Holly
flying.
in her happiest place.
Yes.
Riding high with
In
the
the
Blue
air.
Angels. Another happy place, normally happy. Key West.
Oh, wow. The tour. There is never not a line to take a picture at the southernmost point. This proves it.
Yep. There it is.
I bet you at Wilma there was a line not to.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wilma went through there with several feet of storm surge. So.
Ooh.
Steve, another great spot, I'm sure. Providence, Rhode Island, not having to deal with a hurricane these days.
No, our weather is much quieter. I mean, we have some showers ourselves, but it's nothing related to Helene, of course. So it's just kind of a showery, cloudy day. Temperatures on the cooler side in the 60s. So our forecast the next couple of days actually looks pretty good for the weekend. So really no complaints up here, but again, happy to help you guys with the coverage down there with this pretty strong system, impactful system that's making its way to Florida.
Great to have a Next Star featured meteorologist joining the stream. Again, Steve Matrigrano from Providence, Rhode Island, WPRI, our sister station there. So really quickly, Jeff, just to finish up on that point before we get back into some of the questions that are coming in, likelihood that this does become, at 5 o'clock when the new cone comes out, that we see a 4 there by Cedar Key. What do you think?
I don't think so. I think by 5, I don't think it gets to 4, but I do think it could happen right at or before landfall. So I'm thinking there's a 50-50 chance it gets to a Cat 4, but it would be a lower end Cat 4. And I'm not sure there's much of a difference between a high end Cat 3 and a low end Cat 4. You know what I mean? It's just semantics at that point.
Yeah, at this point, we're just getting into numbers, right? I mean, categories, if you will. Rebecca?
It's moving out of the warmest water. And so I think that that's the only thing that works against it. But that being said, it would be really, really difficult to tell the difference from the damage between 138 mile per hour winds and 142 mile per hour winds. So I think that the fact that it's intensifying upon landfall is really the big factor here, not the actual number.
Use a hashtag, ask a question. Let's bring in the next question from Dylan, hashtag AJB. Why does every forecast you look at show a landfall in Perry, but everyone is saying Tallahassee, even when the radar shows it's not? This is an excellent question.
It's a good question. Yeah. So there's a little bit of a discrepancy here. A lot of the forecast models are showing Perry. The National Hurricane Center is on the western side of the forecast envelope. They are showing Tallahassee. And it does make a big difference. It looks like, as of now, and according to the best two hurricane models we have, Tallahassee would be on the edge of the northwestern eye wall. And just a few miles, 5 or 10 miles, is going to make a very big difference. You could see right there. A lot of the computer models are over Perry, but there are a few that are a little further west towards Tallahassee, and it's going to be a really close call. Tallahassee is either going to miss the western eye wall or be right under the western eye wall, and we're not sure. So better safe than sorry. If you live in Tallahassee, hunker down. A lot of people I know have left Tallahassee because of that. There are a lot of big oak trees. There's a lot of old homes, and it could really be a disaster if any part of the eye wall travels over there. But I think it's really just a wrestling match between the National Hurricane Center generally keeping the track over Tallahassee and some of the computer models, some of the better computer models saying, no, it's going to be east of there. So to be honest with you, it's a coin flip, I would say, Rebecca. Yeah. It's a bit of a coin flip because it's way too close to call. And I think everyone in that area just has to be prepared for whatever it does, whether it's Perry or Tallahassee.
Anything to add there, Steve or Rebecca, before we go on to the next question coming in?
I think you hit it right on the nail with the better play it safe than sorry. Looking at that map alone, you can see the distance is not very far, and all you mentioned about the 5 to 10 mile shift, and that really won't be known until it gets much closer to the land. So I definitely think that anyone that's listening or watching from down in that area, if you have not left already, I recommend doing so. Just because again, there's this storm is tracking too close for comfort for anyone in Tallahassee or even further south and east.
This is a
and
question.
Perry.
This is a question we get quite a bit. Nancy wants to know how far inland does storm surge go. I mean, it depends on first of all where you are, right?
Yeah, it's heavily dependent on the landscape. And so in Florida, a couple of years ago, they invested in a storm surge model and mapping to show that because it'll go a lot further inland in low-lying areas and along rivers that get funneled into a peak point. If the rivers that go from very wide to very narrow or turn like that, you'll get some really high peaks there with storm surge. But in general, it doesn't go beyond the coastal county.
And I'm glad you brought that up. The Alafaya River, that needs to be watched really, really. If you live along any of the Bay Area rivers or any rivers that kind of flow into the Gulf of Mexico, you should be paying close attention to that river. And hopefully you're not staying there anymore. Hopefully you've evacuated. But the National Weather Service has been highlighting the Alafaya River in Tampa Bay. That could really fill up with a lot of water, and there are a lot of homes along the Alafaya. And one other thing I want to mention, JB, because I'm going to have to leave in a second or two, go downstairs, is flooding in the mountains of North Carolina, South Carolina, and northern Georgia. I just think when all is said and done, that is going to be the big story of this storm, is they're going to get 20-plus inches of rain, and it's going to be catastrophic flooding in those towns in and around that area. I realize that we're not focusing on that area. We're focusing on landfall, but I don't want to lose sight of what could potentially happen with the rainwater flooding up in the southern Appalachians.
Jeff Baradelli, you'll see him tonight on WFLA News Channel 8. I'm sure that you will see him as well coming up tonight on tracking the tropics. Of course, we're busy here, Jeff, these days. It's a busy time to be here at WFLA. Right. Good luck with your coverage tonight. Jeff Baradelli, you can follow him at Weather Prof, like for professor on X. Let's go now to, if we can, let's bring in some more stuff via Report It. We have loaded up a couple of pictures and videos that are coming in to WFLA.com/report it. Again, if you send in a photo or video, please do so safely and responsibly. This is Longboat Key. Check this out from Fred. Fred said this is a family walking with their dog, and I believe this is a roadway that is underwater. Rebecca.
It looks that way. This is going to be brackish or salt water. And also anytime we have water coming up from the storm surge, it goes through sewer lines sometimes. And so you can always expect that the water's not clean.
Let's continue. You don't have much of this up in Providence, do you, Steve?
No, and my first thought was the sewage as well. And also, wouldn't you start getting some of those stronger winds in some of the bands that might potentially knock down some power lines and things like that? You never want to walk in the water because you don't know, again, how dirty it is. Most likely it's very dirty. Also, the power lines, there could be a power line down that you don't see that could, of course, be live, and it could cause a lot of problems with that. Down there, you could be any kind of, animals in the water too. You just don't want to be in that water without, in general, just avoiding the water in general down there with the flooding.
Iva sending this in to WFLA.com/report it. I believe from her backyard, she is showing the conditions there in Southwest Cape Coral, Rebecca.
The dock is underwater. That is never a good thing. So they've moved their boat, and that's why they encourage you to move your boat, because a lot of times the water comes higher than the dock. And if your boat is tied too tightly to the dock, now your boat goes underwater, and or it could really tear your boat up or your dock up if it's tied loosely, and not if it's not sinking your boat, it's really tearing your dock up.
Here's Joseph in Weston, Florida, sending this in from Broward County, I'm told. Yeah, it looks like a rainy day. He's zooming in here on something.
It looks like standing water. I'm not sure if that is normally a lake or pond, or if that is a Helene formed lake or pond. Very windy though, just like the beaches.
Grace Ann sending this in from Reddington Beach. And this was sent in. She said this was at 2:15 p.m. today, so about almost 45 minutes ago.
And so you're getting tropical storm force winds at the beaches right now. We will start to see the potential for hurricane force winds between 4 and 6 p.m. in our southern beaches, and between 6 and 8 p.m. in our northern beaches.
Let's go next to Rhoda Spring Hill. This is last night. Wow, what a shot. I mean, even though this isn't from today, still a beautiful picture here from Spring Hill.
Yeah, we love seeing those cool clouds.
Let's continue onward. Thank you, Rhoda, for sending that one in. Back to Grace Ann and Reddington Beach. She got a little closer and then sent this one in. And yeah, the Gulf certainly getting more aggravated by the unwelcome addition to the Gulf, that being Hurricane Helene. And then Grace Ann, because, normally the rule of thumb with selfies is you got to show tracking the tropics in the background. But I just love seeing smiles on the program. So it's great to see some friendly faces. Again, joining us from Reddington Beach. Good to see.
Good stuff.
They're doing it from a safe distance too, which is good. It's always good to stay away from the water and take your pictures and videos from a safe distance.
We got Nigel joining us. Check it out. There's Nigel. Nigel's the one who sent in the photo. Smudge, a Boston Terrier, anticipating the effects of Hurricane Helene. Watching myself and Eric there in the background. Great to see. Some more pups. You were talking about it, Rebecca. This one comes in from Rebecca in Tampa. Some nap time is the comment there. There you are, Steve. Look, you made it.
Love it.
Very cool. Nice cozy time there watching us. I'm glad they're tuning in and enjoying the show, and glad to be here and helping out.
Here's Nikki sending in some video. She says some winds picking up there in Plant City as of 12:45 p.m. So a couple hours ago. I'm sure it's getting worse there, I'd imagine, in Plant City, right?
Yeah, things deteriorating. The good news is they're probably not going to see any of the heaviest winds, because they're a little bit further inland. They'll see those tropical storm force winds, but they don't have the danger of seeing hurricane force winds.
All right, this is Jonathan in Port Charlotte, Charlotte Harbor. Eric Stone joining us now. Look, you're talking about, waters rising. Here's a good look at it.
Remember we talked about Charlotte Harbor yesterday and about, storm surge of a couple of feet. A lot of people emailed us talked to us from Port Charlotte saying, hey, how's it going to be here? And, if you live near Charlotte Harbor, this is unfortunately what you can expect.
Let's continue onward through our reported submissions. This one in Crystal's not working from Indian Rocks Beach. We'll continue onward. Ash in Wellington, Florida, sending a picture. There's, look, one of, I'm sure, many downed trees that we're going to be seeing across the peninsula in the coming hours.
Especially once the winds start to really pick up this afternoon. That's what I'm worried about, our saturated ground and trees.
Yeah, it says, it looks like the tree kind of snapped there, so it didn't come out at the root. It just, a big chunk of it falling down to the ground. Vicky in Cortez, I think we spotlighted some of Vicky's shots earlier. We'll continue on. Vicky and Cortez, and then that is it. That's the end of the queue for Report It. Another live look. People still taking pictures at the southernmost point in Key West. Let's continue on with some of the questions. This one, I think I know the answer to this one. This one comes in from Ryan. #KJB. Why does the radar always show a ring around Okeechobee? Just because there's a coastline, or is there an increased threat there? Do you know the ring that Ryan is talking about? Okeechobee. I didn't read the spot. I maybe thought this was a radar question.
Okeechobee. Maybe he's seeing the blue water depicted by Okeechobee. I'm not sure what ring. But to answer Jeff's question, so I did look back yesterday, and at 2:00. The winds were 80 miles an hour. So we have gone up 40 miles per hour in just over 24 hours. In just over 24 hours. And at 5:00, the wind was at 85 miles per hour. So the definition of rapid intensification would be 35 miles per hour in 24 hours. And so since 5:00 yesterday, now this has intensified 35 miles per hour. So indeed, we do have rapid intensification.
Okay, so there technically met.
Yeah.
All right. So it just made it.
Just made it by the skin of our chitty chin chin.
Vanessa with this comment again. Hashtags all around, and now we can introduce #Hey Eric back into the chat. Vanessa says #Hey Steve, #Hey Rebecca. I'll bring the two of you guys up. I know I'm not in Zone A, but I'm 5 minutes from the Tampa Zoo and not far from Rogers Golf Course where the Hillsborough River is. If the surge is so bad and going to be higher than normal, should I be concerned? I think the first thing, Rebecca, that perhaps we can note is that now's probably not the best time to be getting on the roads or to be formulating a plan, right? I mean, if you're in Tampa, you're I mean, you're probably
If you're not in zone A, they didn't ask you to evacuate for a reason. And so storm surge models are designed so that they will only be exceeded 10% of the time. So they err on the side of caution. So if we're calling for 5 to 8 feet of storm surge for Hillsborough County, I do not expect it to exceed that. Now it is going to be above record levels. It is going to be levels we haven't seen before, but I think you're fine. I would not get out on the roadways because even though you're not technically in zone A, you may end up driving through a zone A where you could encounter those floodwaters. So at this point, if you're not in an evacuation zone, we just want you to stay home and stream with us.
Steve, anything to add there?
Yeah, definitely think that, the best course of action is if, you haven't left already, stay where you are as long as you're not being evacuated, kind of like Rebecca said, and just, stay hunkered down and tune into us.
Let's continue onward and check in with the comment. Oh, no, actually, hold on. We're out of comments in the queue. So let's hot punch in some questions and comments that are coming in and say hello from the Stream Center. JB, Eric, and Rebecca. How you guys doing energy-wise? Let's just do a quick check in. I mean,
Great.
You've been here with us. You're just getting in. Did you
Yeah.
sleep all right last night?
I slept okay until about 5 a.m.
Okay.
Yeah. Then it was tossing and turning until about 7. Then I got up.
Is it difficult for you guys to rest before storm coverage because there's so much to do? Or do you
I dream that, oh my gosh, it took a turn, or oh my gosh, it's a Cat 4, and then I wake up and say, oh no, it was only a dream. Do you have those dreams?
I have to check when I wake up. I have to check the radar and I have to check the track to make sure nothing changed while I was sleeping. So if I do wake up, it's not like a 1 second wake up and back to sleep. It's like, wait, check. Okay, go back to sleep.
You guys have rubbed off on me because the first thing I did when I woke up this morning was I checked the track because I knew it was post 5 a.m. advisory and checking some of the speed statistics and stuff like that. And so, I am not a meteorologist, but when you hang out with enough meteorologists,
Our anxiety rubs off on you.
yeah, it certainly does. Let's continue onward here. Mason Ballard says, #KJB, how far is the power outage range? So power outages are going to be widespread, right?
Yeah, I mean, the whole peninsula could experience tropical storm force wind with that large area. So I wouldn't be surprised if there was power outages just all over the state, in fact.
Let's go to Lola Buggy. Yeah, sure. We'll go with that. Hey, JB and Rebecca, how far inland can we expect to see flooding in Hudson, Florida? See, we're getting more and more questions now about how far inland flooding will be, how far inland storm surge will be, because people are thinking, oh, okay, well, if I'm a mile or so or 2 miles or so from the coast, am I in a problem spot?
And so it really has, like, one way to know is whatever zone you're in, because evacuation zones are built based on these storm surge maps. And so you would know if you've been evacuated, if you're in a zone that's been called to evacuate, it's because they expect the storm surge to make it to your home. If you aren't, you may be surrounded by some, but not necessarily in those areas where we're looking at it. And so just looking along the coastline here in Hudson, anything to the to the west of 19 there is expected to be flooded, and some a bit to the east of 19 in Hudson expect to be flooded. So see these little low-lying fingers, that's where the water will inundate a little bit further inland. But it really comes down to a matter of what street you're on and what level, how high you are.
Let's see here. Some other. Actually, I promised that we would pay close attention to Wobble Tracker, and people ask, hey, can we check in on this every now and again? So, Eric, I mean, my goodness, right on track.
It is now, but still, I still want to go back to this morning at 11 o'clock where you see the 2 all the way in the bottom.
I
right
have that
there.
video. Do you want me to load it?
Well, I like it better on satellite radar because on the infrared satellite, we were saying, well, there is some dry air being brought in, right? But you see what looks like an eye right there in the beginning, well to the east of the track. I don't see that as being dry air. I see that as being the eye forming. And then again, with the storms forming on the northwest side, being a little bit lopsided, that's why that eye was a little bit east of the center. And now that it's more symmetric storm, it looks like it's right back on track.
Let's see here. Live check-in with our southernmost point as we check in on our comment section.
Where'd they go?
They're gone.
Wow.
Maybe they are, heading to a spot. So
Jeff Patterson uploaded some Cedar Key video in Latiku. I don't know if we were able to get that or not.
I'll check.
Okay.
Can we add Jeff's video to?
And so if you don't know, Jeff Patterson is one of our long-standing hurricane reporters. And so he is always got boots on the ground in areas that we expect to be really hard hit.
He's the Jim Cantori of WFLA.
Yes.
I think, and I like Jim Cantori and everything, but Jeff's the real deal.
Oh, for sure.
He has seen a lot of storms in Florida going back for a very long time. Let's go next up to Kayla. Hashtags all around. What should we expect in Western Hillsborough County west of I-75?
All right. So west of I-75 in Hillsborough County, you're going to see tropical storm force winds. You have the potential to see some storm surge flooding in low-lying areas especially. And so, right now, parts of Bayshore Boulevard are flooded, and we're expecting between 5 and 8 feet of storm surge. I think your wind gusts will peak around 50 miles per hour in Hillsborough. The closer you get to the bay, of course, it could be a little different. Like if you're in South Tampa, the water's going to come off of the friction-free environment of the bay there and be a little bit stronger in McDill, a little bit stronger in Davis Islands, areas like that. So it is going to be a rocky night. The wind will peak during the afternoon hours, and the storm surge will peak during the overnight hours while it's dark. And so that's why it could be especially dangerous out on some roadways because of the standing water.
We're going to get Steve Matrigrano out on this question because he's been with us now for more than an hour. Nina asking, is it possible for Helene to shift to the west? There are people west on the Panhandle, Steve, that are very curious about the answer to this question.
I don't really, from my personal opinion, I don't really see that happening. You can see the northeast movement with the storm, going about 16 miles per hour. And, a lot of our guidance that we show and typically use are really honed in on a pretty narrow path of right into the Big Bend area. So it would take definitely a lot more to draw it further west. And also we do have another system that's actually to the north and west of Helene. And I do think that'll keep it kind of a little bit more to the south and east with that front. There's a front that's kind of like draped off to the north and west. But I don't expect that system to track, dramatically to the west.
Steve Matrigrano joining us from WPRI in Providence, Rhode Island, our next star sister station up there. Steve, before we let you go, the floor is yours. Thank you so much for spending part of your day with us and helping us out on stream.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me. I appreciate the time here to help you guys track this system. I know you guys have had a really busy time the past a couple of years, really, with the systems impacting Florida and also this same region. I know in the Big Bend, you guys had Idalia last year and also Debbie this past August. So it's been a very busy time for you guys down in Florida, and give you guys credit for having to deal with all of this.
Steve, thanks a whole lot. Be well up there, and all the best. And thank you to WPRI for loaning Steve our way. Really appreciate it. Back here with our meteorologists here at WFLA, Eric Stone, Rebecca Barry. Actually, no, wait, there's Eric Stone. I gotta sub him in. Steve, farewell. Thanks for joining us on Zoom. Let's go into this new video. You mentioned that Jeff Patterson video. Mm-hmm. We've got it loaded in here. I haven't seen it. So I'm looking at this for the first time with you guys. Let's look at what we got here.
And so if you've never been to Cedar Key, it's kind of a sleepy little fishing village. They're already seeing water inundating the seawall there. They have a lot of structure right along the water there, a lot of homes right along the water there, and they are no stranger to hurricanes. There's a kind of famous marina there, the Sea Hag Marina, and they've gone through some really rough storms. If just across the street from all of this is a bunch of rental houses and Airbnb sort of things, and people like to go here. They bring their boat here and they stay for a week and they go fishing. And unfortunately, it looks like we are in for a lot of devastation in this area. This is going to be one of the zones that sees 10 to 15 feet of storm surge.
So Jeff Patterson was live with us on our previous stream. We hope to get him back. There's also a stop sign that's very popular here. By the name of Stoppy. I have not seen Stoppy, but
we did earlier. So remember when Jeff Patterson was live, we saw him.
Yeah, I still don't remember how Stoppy got its name other than just adding a PY on the end of a stop sign name. But, I mean, it's just, yeah, pretty humorous. Our comment section had fun with that one. Let's get to this question from David. Here's the deal, you guys. We're going to do another 5 to 10 minutes with Rebecca and Eric and then let them get to their forecast because we do have our newscast coming up on WFLA News Channel 8. So let's rapid fire through as many of these questions as possible, and then we're going to go through Report It. And look, we've got a big update coming at 5 o'clock Eastern with our next track update and just our next general advisory from the National Hurricane Center. David wants to know, hey, Rebecca, thoughts or I guess for people traveling to Tampa on Saturday, driving to Indian Shores.
You're going to be fine. This system's moving so fast. The winds get close to normal by Friday night. A little breezy for us during the day on Friday, but the system's moving so fast by Saturday. We still have a ton of tropical moisture left around, so we're still going to see some robust rain chances, but nothing in terms of what we're seeing today.
Let's see here, guys. I'm looking at some comments that are just coming in. I want to just load in some more of the recent ones. I like this one from Jessica because this is there's countless people right now in Tampa that are thinking this exact same thing. Jessica's like, hey, what's going on in Tampa? There's nothing here. And you know what? Maybe I can hot load in, and I can, our tower camera. Yeah, no, it looks like a relatively normal-ish kind of day for Tampa. That's just because Helene hasn't arrived yet, right?
Yeah, we're in between rain bands, and it could look benign, but there's already some flooding on Bayshore Boulevard, and some of our other areas that typically flood are already seeing elevated levels. But it's a tropical storm force wind kind of day, and it's going to get worse this afternoon. We had a rain band earlier this morning, and after that, we actually saw the sun behind it. And so I think that kind of lulled a lot of people into a false sense of security, but we will still see heavy rain bands, especially in Pinellas, especially in Hillsborough County, and eventually in places like Polk County as well. But take a look at the future radar so you can see what we expect. And so we're just on the cusp of things this hour with a couple of showers looming offshore, but we really get into the thick of those rain bands by 5 o'clock. And here's when the wind will be peaking between 5 and 7 p.m. And within those rain bands, we'll have some gusty winds as well. But we still have a lot of rain on the way. It does look a little bit better for Tampa by 9 p.m., but at that point, we're really getting hammered in Citrus County and parts of Pasco and Hernando. But it moves on, and by 11 o'clock, we've got onshore winds, the real big threat of storm surge flooding for us, and the rain starting to become less of a factor for us.
Let's go next to Gregory. How do I post pics? WFLA.com/report it. Just remember to please do so safe and responsibly. We're getting in a lot of great pictures and videos from around the area. We're also getting in some great selfies of people watching Tracking the Tropics at home or on the go. So we love to see it, and we'll be monitoring the inflow of pictures and videos, again, to WFLA.com/report it. You can also scan the QR code right there on your screen. Let's go next to Catherine, and it says, hashtag, hey, Rebecca, I have family in both Ocala and Destin. Yeah, two different sections of the state. Can you compare what the differences of what each area will experience? I'll bring you guys both on screen for this one.
Yeah, so Ocala is probably going to see some tropical storm force winds, maybe an isolated tornado or two. Destin, of course, might have a little bit of coastal flooding.
Yeah, and I mean, Destin being on the west side of the storm, winds kind of pushing the water away from the shoreline versus the eastern dirty side of the storm in Ocala. So it might be a night and day type situation there.
Yeah.
Let's move onward to come back here to actually have to check. My little bell's going off. Wobble tracker. Eric, Rebecca, updates.
Looks perfect.
Yeah, it's behaving now.
Right in line.
Yeah.
That's what we like to see.
Let's go next to Chaos on YouTube Live. Wait. Come
Wait
on,
for
Chaos.
it.
Hold on. There. No?
No.
How about now? Wow.
Exercise in patience.
Computer doesn't like chaos.
Well, that's because I had it in the wrong place. Chaos. Hey, JB, Eric, Rebecca. What are the chances of Helene shifting right, similar to how Cape Coral was hit 2 years ago? Again, this is so many, because let's explain why we get this question so much. A couple of reasons. One, okay, we're WFLA out of Tampa Bay, Florida, and predominantly our audience is going to be in the Tampa Bay area, so there's a lot of people really paranoid about a hook to the right because other storms in the past have hooked to the right. But also, too, the Big Bend of Florida, let's just call it like it is. It's not as populated as Tampa Bay or even Pensacola or Panama City or Jacksonville or Orlando or Miami. It's probably, if you look at, a map of the population across the peninsula, Big Bend is probably maybe the least populated area on the state. And so we've talked about it on previous streams. It stinks for people in the Big Bend. We know this, but it's targeting an area that is not as densely populated as many other sections of the state.
Yeah, I mean, we can't compare this to Ian or Charlie. The dynamics and the features just aren't there. This storm is already starting to move quickly. It's at 16 miles per hour. There's no time for this thing to make a right turn. If it moves east of the track, it will be ever so slowly east of the track. So again, this is going to follow the hurricane's track, maybe move slightly to the east around the Perry area, and the center should move just barely east of Tallahassee, but Tallahassee's still within the eye wall, so you're going to experience some pretty devastating effects from this.
Let's continue onward. Show another live look here from Tampa. Actually look like it's getting a little even better out there at the particular moment. RA wants to know, should Citrus County worry?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
15 feet of storm surge expected, 10 to 15, and they will see hurricane force winds in Citrus County. I think along and anything to the west of 19's underwater, just a really, really devastating storm surge and damage for them.
Yeah, and I mean, hurricane force wind gusts, definitely a possibility, 80, 85 miles an hour too.
Lala, could those little islands or Cape Coral that got hit so hard by Ian get bad storm surge from Helene?
So I've got some friends, obviously, that live in that area, Cape Coral, Fort Myers. They sent me pictures near the Caloosahatchee River, which pretty much separates Fort Myers and Cape Coral, and they had a foot of water in their yard already. So they are seeing some storm surge, maybe 2 to 3 feet in that area along the river. In the southern portions of Cape Coral, but Cape Coral full of canals, I talk about it a lot. Good news is they're not going to see rain to fill those canals and overflow them. But again, the bottlenose effect where the water going into the Caloosahatchee, going into canals, could flood some areas.
Just a few more questions before we wrap up. Well, actually, we're going to move on to report it. So we're just going to wrap up with our two meteorologists, Eric Stone and Rebecca Barry, and let them get on with their day and forecast for the news tonight. Hey, JB, Cat 4 chance is...
Maybe.
It's there, but maybe 20%. I don't think it's going to happen. We'll see.
It's going to be real close. It's only 10 miles per hour.
Yeah, they just upped it 10 miles an hour, and, the hurricane hunters found 120, so we'll see.
All right, last two questions. We're going to go to Barroso. How's going to affect Chiefland, Florida? We've gotten a lot of questions about Chiefland, and interestingly, I had to look that up on a map yesterday because I was unfamiliar with where that is. But
yeah, and so Chiefland's a little inland, but I still think you'll see hurricane force winds. You don't have to worry about the storm surge flooding there, but I think power outages will be widespread in Chiefland.
Lastly, Terry, hashtags for everyone. How will the winds be now into tonight in Punta Gorda?
See, Punta Gorda, the winds have already shifted. And so Punta Gorda is on the south side of Charlotte Harbor. So the winds will be out of the south and then eventually to the southwest. So you're not going to see the typical flooding in downtown Punta Gorda like you normally do, right? Plus, you're also not going to see much more than 2-3 inches of rain or so. So there may be some minor street flooding, ponding on the roadways, but you're not going to have, the major flooding like we had with Tropical Storm Ada back in 2020, where downtown Punta Gorda was under 2 feet of water.
Like to thank our two, of course, Max Fender 8 meteorologists, Rebecca Barry, Eric Stone. You guys have a lot to do today. Hopefully you're holding up okay and ready for a long night because it's going to be a long night.
We're ready.
Okay. Eric Stone.
Grab a snack.
Rebecca Barry, do what you got to do.
Get that pizza.
Yeah, I don't even know.
No, see, Rebecca brought some good stuff in.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, I did.
Yeah, we're not talking pizza. This is above my level.
I've got 4 different types of cheese. I've got some prosciutto, and I've got shrimp cocktail.
Look at you.
Yeah.
It's a fine dining weather center here.
Yeah, no.
I don't run on pizza.
Rebecca does not run on pizza. Really appreciate it, you guys. And we will, of course, be watching you guys tonight on WFLA News Channel 8 on your NBC station right here in Tampa, Florida, folks. Tampa Bay, WFLA News Channel 8, the home of the Max Fennery weather team. Let's go on to Report It, shall we? Let's check in with Report It and see exactly what is coming in there. Oh my God! Just guys, real quick, just check out this photo. Isn't that awesome? Ooh. Dawn in the Villages is painting while watching Tracking the Tropics. There's Rebecca. There's Steve. Isn't that pretty cool, Eric?
Wow. Well, and he's painting a paradise with no hurricane. You see that?
No Helene.
That's the Gulf of Mexico without Helene.
In Don's painting here. We'll continue onward. Okay, Chris, Indian Mound. This is not sure of the exact spot, and sending this in here. It looks like some.
It's already started. Yep.
Let's continue on and look at this. Oh wow, a tree that has come down in Seminole Heights.
This is what we talked about, and you know what? The wind gusts are going to continue to increase over the next few hours, and they're going to be sustained in that area, upwards of maybe even 50 to 60, gust over 70. So this is what we were talking about the last several days about trees, unfortunately, coming down on people's houses, coming down on cars, on the roads. And this is what's going to create a lot of havoc and, make some roads impassable, even though the weather's going to improve on Friday.
Let's continue on and take a look at CC watching Jeff.
CC is a fat cat.
On WFLA News Channel 8. That's not Tracking the Tropics. That's Jeff on broadcast television on your NBC station in Tampa Bay. Says this was about this was the 3 o'clock cut-in.
Yep, probably. Yep.
And shout out to Sarah for sending in this photo of CC. We'll continue on. Okay, this one is not loading. It's from Eva in Northport. Sorry, Eva. It did not load into our system for some reason. It was a bug on getting sent in. Hannah in Eustis, Florida, in Lake County, things picking up here.
Yeah, it will start to pick up, definitely, and the worst will be later on this evening, heading into the overnight hours tonight, as now Helene has started to pick up forward speed. It's moving at 16 miles per hour, and of course, if you missed it, it's a major hurricane.
Let's continue on. Checking in with everything coming in on WFLA.com/report it. This is a screen capture showing some of the folks that have gathered in Inglewood, Florida. A lot of folks taking pictures and videos. Just be safe out there.
I know Inglewood and Inglewood Beach well. I was up there with Tropical Storm Ada reporting when I was in Fort Myers. And so Inglewood Beach is a huge beach, but there's not much sand between the water and the parking lot. So there's not much room to watch before storm surge may be an issue there.
All right.
Oh, look at
Check
this.
out Yvonne. Yvonne is sending in this, saying that this is video of Helene in the Riverview area. My dog Vader. That's a great name for
Vader.
A dog.
Says
Vader.
Look at this. No, we're still not. Let's zoom in. Here we go. And you know what he says? He says, "What storm?"
Yeah, not
I don't
worried.
see anything.
Hashtag not
I'm
worried.
looking. What storm?
That's a great shot there, and we appreciate you sending it in.
But notice the fountain being blown. I mean, it's gusty. That water's being blown horizontally.
Yeah, man, tons of stuff coming in via Report It. I don't even know if we're going to be able to get to everything coming in on stream. Julia, is that Ormond Beach? Yeah, it is.
On the East Coast. Yep, right.
Yeah, East Coast. Beautiful
Just
shot.
north of Daytona. Actually, a really nice pinball place there and diner. But yeah, what a pretty picture there in Ormond Beach. Thankfully, they're not going to be worried about the storm surge like we are on this coast.
Yeah, and great to see some people getting out. I don't know if there's an iPhone or a professional camera. It looks more legit than your standard smartphone camera, but great shot from Julia. Thanks for sending it in. Another one from Julia.
Too.
Oh, yeah, look at that. Some
nice
shots. Continuing on, another one from Julia. Whoa, yeah, no, this is, you can just tell from the lens.
It's
not. Yeah, it's not a phone in your pocket.
This isn't me taking a picture.
No, it is not. This is good stuff. Julia, more photos getting sent in here. We really appreciate all the photos coming in, Julia. We've got a nice setup here for Caden and Weekie Watchie. Got a lot of different things on TV, including Tracking the Tropics. We love to see it. We also have, let's see here, Gail in Sarasota. Checking this out or taking this from her backyard.
Yep. Yeah, it's gusty down Sarasota. Gust of 50 now.
It might not look very impressive on video to some people, but when you're used to things being very still and calm in your backyard with your trees, and you see this and you hear this, it's just, look, there's a big difference. Versus, a relatively calm
I like that
day.
pool. That looks really nice.
That's a nice pool. Oh, some more shots from Julia. Let's go on here to... Oh, Gale is loading again. Some of these got doubled up. We'll move on. This is Corinne in Terracea Island.
Okay. Well, just the wind for now. Starting to see some water. Yeah, I mean, it's gusty all around the state. Right now, it's really coming in.
We got some selfies coming in. Aw, man. Annette is in Oldsmar watching us. There's you, me, and Rebecca. Annette, good to see it again. We will show selfies on the program. It's just, you got to show that you're actually watching right now, Tracking the Tropics. Otherwise, it becomes the selfie show, and that's not the purpose of the program. But we love to see the people that are, staying safe, staying weather aware, staying informed on the latest, listening to our meteorologists break down the storm. And Annette, it's good to see you watching from Oldsmar. And it's not just us humans. It's also dogs. KB in, let's see here.
He says Jeff's on.
McElhenney,
I'm watching.
Florida.
My eyes are glued to the TV.
Yeah, it looks like KB is looking at Jeff like he's a steak. Like that. Yeah.
Do you have treats for me?
Yep.
Because my master doesn't.
Wants a treat. And this was actually sent in for Rebecca. They put in the message because Rebecca asked for dog photos. So this one, Rebecca. Oh, let me come back to it. Hold on. This one was sent in specifically for you from.
How cute! Yeah.
Aw, good to see. Let's go now. Next on Report It to Tyler in Palm Harbor.
I thought that was Ybor City for a second.
Yep, says he's getting the chickens into the coop for the evening.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's actually some sun shining out there, and you've got the breeze, but don't let that fool you with the sun out. Yep, time for the chickens and the humans to get in a coop.
Yep. Yeah, no, it sounds like that's a job.
Oh, yeah.
Wrangling up all these chickens. They're quick, man. You ever see Rocky?
Yep. Yeah, Rocky,
They're quick. Oh, man,
They
Miguel, good to see you, Miguel, in Brooksville with Rebecca and Eric. Some of the freeze faces, by the way, the freeze frames are great.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, that's not a... Rebecca won't be, snapshotting that and posting that to her Instagram. I just know her well enough that's not going to make it to the Instagram for Rebecca Barry. But yeah, Miguel, hey, man, great to see you joining us from Brooksville. Can we give him a quick what to expect in Brooksville in the next few hours?
Brooksville being a little bit further to the north, they can see wind gusts close to 70 miles per hour, sustained wind 50 to 60. And of course, a few inches of rain. The isolated tornado is a possibility. But obviously, they're so far inland, they're not going to worry about storm surge.
And Oldsmar, I forgot about Annette, but with selfies, we try to get
Oldsmar,
people some
close
info.
close enough to the north, the northern end of the bay, depending on, probably not close enough for any storm surge, but still strong gusty wind, throughout the evening and overnight, 60 to 70 miles per hour at most.
Check this out. Got the laptop outside.
Oh, boy. Outside.
Nate in Lake Nona, Florida.
Oh, I know Lake Nona well. I got a friend that lives there. So, yeah, that's pretty much southeast of Orlando. They've got maybe 40-mile-an-hour sustained wind coming up a little bit later, but mostly wind gust over tropical storm force.
Let's go to Deborah in, let's see here. Welland Park, Venice, Florida, 3:15 today. Thank you for the timestamp. Deborah, times and locations are our friend on Report It, so it's good to see. She says wind gusts, but still no rain there, but her pond is rising, she says.
Yeah, that's the thing. With this storm, I know a lot of people are going to expect torrential downpours and constant downpours, but that's not what's really defining this storm. What is the large wind field and the excess storm surge that we're going to see. I mean, there may be places that hardly see any rain at all, especially in and around Tampa Bay, that experience a lot of storm surge. And so don't let it fool you that you're not seeing much rain, because you probably won't. You'll see rain bands here and there, might add up to a couple of inches. But the water being blown in and ponds filling up because of that. Though I do think that part of Venice is a little bit inland from the Gulf of Mexico.
Thank you, Deborah, for sending this in. And again, locations and timestamps are super helpful because, guys, help us help you, right? I mean, the more that we can document what's happening in real time and giving you guys the ability to contribute to the program, the more accurate that we can be, the better the program is, right? I mean, yeah.
Yeah, we love the times.
It really is very, very helpful.
Ooh.
Angela in, this is from Georgia. I don't know if we've had much from Georgia. Richmond Hill, Georgia, this morning. Yeah, that's an interesting looking cloud formation.
Yeah, I mean, isn't that what we saw in this area? We had some pictures in the Bay Area and Central Florida with sky clouds like that. I think around 4 or 5 o'clock we had some yesterday. And so now it's just moved up north, and it's moved quickly, in fact, 24 hours already in Georgia, but some rain bands are already starting to make their way into the Panhandle, and some of that rain making its way into southern Georgia already.
All right, next up, water rising in Palmetto Point, says Corinne, 11 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, and that's 11 o'clock. I bet you now it's rose even more now that it's 3:30, and probably going to continue heading into this evening. He doesn't care, though.
No, Randall's good.
He said, I'm done.
Randall's good.
I had a late night.
Randall's in Plant City. It's another day for Randall. Randall's bored by our by our coverage, bored by Helene not making it there, and so what's funny about this? So Randall sent in the time and location for the dog. So for Randall's pup, this is 2:25 p.m.
That's too early. Got to get him up.
That's the nap time apparently.
Ate too much, drank too much. He's done.
Yeah,
too much water.
And Randall showing off some of those reported photos, watching the live stream. Hey, Randall, appreciate you. Stay safe in Plant City. Thank you for watching. We've got here. Oh, no, that's more of Randall and his foot.
Nice.
Making it into the frame.
All right.
A lot of pups there for Randall as well. Continuing on. Oh, okay. No, that is the end of the playlist. So come back here. I thought that there would maybe be more, but we'll try to get to some more. Eric, why don't we bring up Wobble Tracker while I try to load in some more reported stuff you could break down here the very latest.
Yeah, so again, it's looking like since the past couple of hours, this is really behaving itself since I'd say about 1, 2 o'clock. And so it looks like it will take a very similar track to what this is predicting. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if this still, it could jaunt slightly to the east and affect the Perry area pretty much dead on rather than Tallahassee. I still think this is going to move just to the east of Tallahassee and maybe even to the east of St. Mark's. But either way, we're pinpointing where it's going to make landfall. Regardless of where it makes landfall, there's still going to be devastation all across the Panhandle, even in the Tallahassee area. Even with this moving another 5-10 miles to the east, there's still life-threatening storm surge and a lot of wind, a lot of trees that are going to be blown down into houses, into cars, onto roadways, into power lines. There's still a lot of danger that's going to be in play the rest of the evening into tonight. And then the cleanup will begin on Friday. And in regards to storm surge, we've already seen it here in Tampa Bay, and the storm isn't even parallel to us yet. So the winds shortly will be changing into the south and eventually to the southwest. And that's when we're really going to see, with those high tides coming in before midnight tonight, the greatest storm surge here in Tampa Bay.
All right. WFLA.com/report it. Let's do a final check in on the stuff that's coming in just the last several minutes. And we'll be featuring more from Report It in the hours ahead. So first up in the queue, now that we've refreshed things, Trisha in Cape Coral at 3:30 8:33 p.m. Is that a? Trying to see what we're looking at here. It's gonna.
I'm not sure why that car's over there.
I can't tell if that's a down tree or not, or if he's just paying attention to some of the wind. Oh no, it says this is the peak of the wind at Cape Coral at the moment. Okay.
And again, Cape Coral by far not seeing the brunt of this at all.
Dundee, Florida. Stephanie, looking at some of the cloud formations there, and it's an interesting day. If it's not raining, if it's not seriously gusting out there, it's an interesting day to look up at the sky, Eric.
Oh, it sure is. And in the rain bands, if you do get one, when you do get them, that's when we're really going to see those winds pick up. But if it's not raining in your neighborhood, yeah, it's a breezy, kind of a gusty day. But again, the winds are going to pick up from here northward as the evening progresses. So it is going to get a little bit worse.
Ah, man. Tundi says, look who's watching, and sent the bird emoji in. I got to be honest. This might be the first bird photo that we have received on Tracking the Tropics. It might just be.
I've never seen it. Yep.
That's a first.
Did you have a bird? I actually had a bird when I was growing up, when I was like 9, 10, 11. And I always found it so funny when my parents opened the door to the cage and the bird got out and started flying around the house. I would laugh and laugh. And my parents would get so mad at me because I was laughing. But I mean, I used to love it. I was like, ha, 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 look, he got out. Ha, ha, he's up on the ceiling now. But I do remember it was kind of a fun time having a bird as a pet.
That's great. Tundi, thank you for sending that one in. Danny is, wow. Okay, other side of the state now. Jacksonville Beach, that being today at noon. Okay, so, I mean, clearly it's a gloomy day in Jacksonville Beach.
Yeah, and it is, the wind is coming out of the southeast. So it's not blowing the water directly, perpendicular 90-degree angle onto the shore, but it is blowing it onto shore. So somewhat of a storm surge, so to speak.
Thank you, Danny, for sending those in from Jacksonville Beach. This one from Marie and Ruskin. I'm sorry, Marie. This one, for some reason, didn't make it. We'll try loading it one more time. See if it makes it in. It's playing in one place but not playing in another. Marie, I'm sorry. That one hit a bug for some reason. Please try to resend it if you can. Oh, man. Michelle in Naples watching Eric Stone with her son, Charlie.
Nice. Oh, glad this isn't Hurricane Charlie. Otherwise, we'd be in big, big trouble.
Yeah.
He's about ready to point at the TV like I pointed a weather map. Go ahead, point to the 2 now.
Love to see it, Michelle. In Naples, thank you for sending that one in. Hello there to you, Charlie. Hope that you're well. This one's funny. So this is James, who's throwing up deuces next to Miguel, throwing up deuces with Rebecca and Eric in the background.
So when we add the 2 deuces, does that make a category 4?
I guess.
Boy,
category 2, category 2, category 4.
We're in
I don't know. I just
here.
find this funny. Is somebody now going to take a picture of throwing up the peace sign next to James and Miguel? Are we gonna go down the rabbit hole of that's pretty funny, you guys? Ella is joining us from Clearwater. Got the stream on TV. There's the pooch that we had on earlier. Love to see it, Ella. It's good to see you. Thank you for joining us. In the backyard in Osprey, Florida, is where Vicky is joining us from with this backyard shot.
Yeah, very close to where we saw in Venice, just outside of it, in fact. So you're going to see similar conditions. Starting to see some wind gusts, and the wind's really picking up there. Look at those bushes being blown side to side. Nice cloud formations. Not too much rain though, not yet.
Let's go next to Peggy in Safety Harbor.
Yeah, it's picking up. Definitely the possibility of 60, 70 mile per hour wind gusts coming up later on this evening. So as Helene gets closer, these wind gusts will pick up, so will the rain.
And onward, let's continue through on WFLA.com/report it. Oh, Alyssa, still got time to walk the dogs in Temple Terrace.
Yep, you got time.
You still got time. And so if you know when the storm is going to hit, does everybody walk the dogs at the same time? I mean, like, okay, all right, we got like 10 minutes before the first rain band comes in. Everybody get out, walk your dogs.
And then all the dogs start barking at each other, and it's a lot of fun.
Chaos in
Yeah.
the streets. Oh, okay. We were talking about board games yesterday.
That's right. We never talked about puzzles.
Do you like puzzles?
I do. I used to love puzzles.
I think puzzles are therapeutic, man.
Yeah.
Trisha and Kate Coral at 3:26 p.m. watching the program and doing a puzzle. Trisha, man, I wonder what that's going to come out to be.
I used to do Legos too. That was my other thing. Put Legos together.
Legos are great. Kid. This looks like a tough puzzle because all the pieces look to be similar color.
Yeah, I hated that.
No, I need something lively, like with a lot of different colors. I'm not good at puzzles enough to be able to do that expert level puzzle. Mark in Apollo Beach. An empty parking lot, Mark. I don't know what you're trying to show us here. I appreciate you sending in the photo, but I guess the clouds in the sky.
Yeah.
Let's see. We've got this one coming in from Joseph, Weston, Florida, Broward County. To clarify, this is a leak. I sent some video earlier of some rain down pouring. Things have calmed down, but I've checked the radar. There is more rain expected. Also, when I was zooming into the other video, the wind was picking up water from the lake. Oh, that's what Joseph meant earlier with the Weston, Florida submission. Joseph, thanks a lot, and I appreciate you following up here with the picture submission. Mary Ellis, in Spring Hill, that one failing to load. We'll move on. Larry in Valrico, his front yard. This is the last one.
Yeah, Valrico, at least you're a little bit further inland, so wind gust up to 50 and 60 miles per hour, and eventually we'll start to tap into some of those rain bands a little bit later on today.
There have been other ones that have come in to report it, folks, but, I mean, I could punch through these all day. We'll try to get some more in later. If you've sent in any in the last 5 minutes or so, we'll try to get those loaded in for our next live stream. Eric, final thoughts, do a final check-in with Wobble Tracker before we get ready for the 5 o'clock advisory.
Things are looking like they should be. I don't think things are going to change all that much. Very interesting, JB, to see if they do increase the strength of this or if they keep it at 120. I guess that will remain to be seen. But, yeah, 5 o'clock update coming up in about an hour and 10, 15 minutes.
All right. Report it. You can send in your photos and videos, your selfies, watching, tracking the tropics as well. Just please do so safely and responsibly. If you're sending in storm or damage video, do not put yourself in a precarious position just to capture a cool picture or video. It's just not worth it, you guys. Don't do it. You can always get it later or another time if you're in a position to do so. And then, we love to see the selfies. The only rule with the selfies are you got to send it in showing you watching, tracking the tropics or WFLA News Channel 8. Otherwise, it just becomes the selfie show, and that's not what we're aiming to do here. So scan the QR code on your screen to send in to the Max Fender 8 Weather Team your photos and videos. WFLA.com/report it is the URL, and we appreciate all the submissions coming in. There's one that just came in that see, my audience, they know me. This one I have to get.
It's a cat.
Yes. Of course it's a cat.
Oh, boy.
I love dogs, but cats have a special place in my heart. I have 2 at home. This morning, I brought in our outdoor cat and set our outdoor cat up in the garage, with a litter box, treats galore, food galore, probably having a great party over there in the garage. Check out this from Patty in Land O'Lakes.
He says, I can point at a TV screen like they can. How hard is this?
This is a cat forecasting a Category 3 storm.
A cat forecasting a Cat 3 storm. Huh?
Oh, there it is. There it is.
Oh, boy. He sees the word cat, and he says, wait a minute. I don't see any other cats around here. Is this a cat?
Cat and a Cat 3. Patty in Land O'Lakes, please be safe. What do we sell at Land O'Lakes? I mean, they're going to be feeling it in a little bit here.
You know what the cat might be thinking? That 3 rotates on the screen.
Yep.
And the cat probably sees that 3 kind of moving, spinning, and that's why he put his paw on it. But, as far as Land O'Lakes, 60, 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts possible, a few inches of rain, and, again, isolated tornadoes possible.
Thank you to Eric Stone. We'll be back at 5 o'clock for the 5 o'clock advisory. Send in your photos and videos responsibly, safely to WFLA.com/report it. Our coverage resumes here on WFLA.com, trackingthetropics.tv, and the WFLA YouTube page at 5 o'clock Eastern. Facebook Live, we will relaunch a new live stream post on the WFLA Facebook page. So continuous streaming on all platforms except Facebook. Facebook will get relaunched closer to 5 o'clock when the models get updated, when we get a new track from the NHC. And, of course, that will be probably pretty close to, the storm being on, the same sort of line, if you will, as Tampa, Florida. The most significant impacts, no doubt, are ahead, with landfall expected around 9 o'clock tonight with, again, Category 3 major hurricane Helene. Thank you so much for joining us, folks. We'll see you at 5 o'clock Eastern. That is in approximately an hour and 13 minutes from now. For Eric Stone, I'm JB Buno. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you soon.
Hi, I'm Aiding Your Side's Brittany Muller here in Hernando Beach with the Sheriff, Helene. Thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure, Brittany.
And we're here at Linda Peterson Park in Hernando Beach. This is an area prone to flooding. We're a few hours out from the thick of Hurricane Helene. What's your message to residents right now?
Well, I think right now, if you want to make a couple last-minute sandbag placements, you probably still have time for the next hour or two. But really, as dark approaches, as sunset approaches, we certainly want to get people to where they need to be. If they live west of 19, they really need to seriously consider evacuating. I definitely would not stay in a single-story house, and even two-story houses is probably not safe to stay in those because of that storm surge, because you will be trapped. There will be no way for us to get to you, no way for you to get out. So people really should, before dark tonight, even if they're diehard Floridians. I was born and raised in Florida. I know typically we like to wait till the last minute to look at what the tide's doing and stuff. And as we talked about earlier, this tide has not gone down, and it's going to do nothing but get worse. So I think in this case, the meteorologists are a lot more accurate than maybe sometimes they have been in the past, and Floridians like to look at that and say, oh, it's not going to be a big deal. This one, I think, particularly on Hernando Beach and areas north of us, are going to get significant storm surge, and you certainly don't want to wait till the last minute, because if there's trees down, power lines down, the roads flooded, you're going to be stuck, and we certainly won't be able to get to you.
And you pose a risk to first responders. You have to be so careful, not only for your family, your pets, your neighbors, but also first responders. Speaking of that, I've seen your deputies out patrolling. There's definitely a presence throughout Hernando County right now.
Absolutely. That's really before the storm hits. It's about the only thing that we can do in law enforcement is make sure the residents feel comfortable that we're going to do our absolute best to protect their property, except at the very height of the storm. But before that storm hits and after it passes, we're going to be out there keeping that property safe so people can feel comfortable. If they do evacuate, they don't have to worry about looters. And, you know, again, and you hit the nail on the head. It puts law enforcement and fire rescue in danger when somebody's screaming for help. And it is a feeling that's the worst feeling in the world when you can't get to those people, because that's not what we're about. We're about getting to those people and helping them, regardless of whether it's a law enforcement issue or a fire rescue issue. And so the citizens can really do us a favor. If they support first responders, don't put us in that position, because it'll be a no-win for anybody.
Exactly. It's so dangerous for everyone involved. We know that the sandbag location here at the park is open right now. That could be changing very soon depending on the conditions. There's also a shelter open. Talk to me about capacity.
Yeah, we only have, I think the last I heard was about 50 people in there, and we can hold close to 400. So there's plenty of room in the shelter. Obviously, if somebody has someplace else to go that's more comfortable, we highly recommend that, because the shelters, as you've heard over and over again, they're safe, they're just not comfortable. But if people have no place else to go, or they waited till the last minute, the shelter, West Hernando Middle School, is open. There are deputies there keeping it safe. Obviously, there are county workers there to provide food and so forth. So basic needs will be met. People just remember to need to bring their medicine, and if they bring their pets, it's a pet-friendly shelter. Make sure they bring food for their dogs as well, or cats.
Sheriff Nienhuis, thank you so much for your time as always. I really appreciate it. So I want to walk you over here. Again, we're at Linda Peterson Park in Hernando Beach off of Shoal Line Road. You could see that people are making their last-minute preparations, filling those sandbags. This is something that we've seen year after year with every storm. They come to this park, fill up their own sandbags. We have a resident out here. His name is Mike. You could see he's hard at work over here. Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. Where do you live?
Hernando Beach.
You ready for the storm? How are you preparing other than the sandbags?
Well, unfortunately, I came in yesterday morning. I got an emergency leave and came back from Indianapolis. I was at work, so I got a late start. That's why I'm here.
Doing everything that you can.
Yes, last August I flooded, and I don't want to flood again.
Yeah, this area has been really hit hard. Yes.
It has.
So are you planning on evacuating? Are you going to stay in your home?
My plan is to, low tide is at 6 p.m. It's a 0.52. So we're heading that way, and the storm should be later today, maybe 4 or 5 tonight. So it should be a really low tide. So a 7-foot tide will be okay. 8, 9 will probably flood. So I'll plan it based on that.
Yeah, it's definitely a fluid situation. But being in this area, we've seen that once the water comes in, you really can be stuck at any point.
That's very true. I wouldn't come this direction. I would be going south. A lot less flooding in that area. So anyway,
Okay.
that's about it.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mike. Okay, so we're out here. We're going to be covering the latest conditions in Hernando County. We've heard from the sheriff. County commissioners are out here as well. Residents are making their last-minute preparations. We're about to go live here on News Channel 8. We started, actually, and we're getting prepared for that. So we'll toss it back to you, and just stay with News Channel 8 for the latest coverage on Hurricane Helene.
Just don't drive. Because if you feel different, you drive different. It's illegal to drive high everywhere anyway.
If you need to do something to feel okay to drive, you're not okay to drive. Don't drive buzzed.
If you love them enough to do this, surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're in the right car seat.
News Nation has a trust rating higher than CNN, Fox, and MSNBC. You can only be the most trusted name in news with the most trusted names in news. Another
You're finally on vacation, but can't help but worry that something isn't right back home. With security solution.
Familiar with flooding during the bad weather, and that is South Tampa. You can see it right there. News Channel 8's Ty Russell is live along Bayshore Boulevard, where police officers have closed off Bayshore already, or at least parts of it. Right, Ty?
Exactly, Stacey, and we've been out here for roughly an hour or so, and we've been watching people come out and take pictures of some of the flooding. I'll step out of the way just so you can get a better look here. And at this hour, I've seen flooding reports over a 3-mile stretch of Bayshore Boulevard. And as you can see, there are some people actually walking through some of the flooding we've been noticing in this particular area. But I want to take you to this piece of video that we shot earlier when we got here. This is an area, of course, familiar with flooding. City officials expected South Tampa to be one of the first to experience flooding. Now today, those same officials are concerned this may only get worse this evening. Now, despite the warning from leaders to stay indoors, especially as wind speeds pick up, some people felt brave enough to see the flooding for themselves.
Obviously, just a lot of bad flooding. I wasn't really expecting Bayshore to be shut down already, especially because it's not currently raining. So I parked like a block or two up and just walked down and watching the floodwaters come in, I guess.
And back out live here along Bayshore Boulevard, as you can see, there are some people bicycling, walking, along with children and families playing in some of that water over here. And again, city officials have suspended trash pickup for tomorrow. Also, city government offices will remain closed for tomorrow, again, as wind speeds pick up. And they are expecting more of this water to come into this neighborhood. But I'll be back in an hour for another update. But for now, we are live in Tampa. Ty Russell, 8 on your side.
People in Hernando County are either hunkering down or have already evacuated. The county has issued a mandatory evacuation order for people living in zones A, B, and C. Now, one resident tells News Channel 8's Alessandra Young this might be his last storm living in this area.
The weather here in Hernando County has been a mixture of rain and sunshine all morning. The number one consistent thing has been the wind. And residents here in Hernando Beach tell me that they are just tired of having to prepare their homes for storms and that they hope everything they've done has been enough to keep the water out. The price of living in paradise.
I'm tired of sandbagging. I'm tired of taping up windows. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, and I don't know how the elderly do it. Single dwelling homes.
John Renna purchased his home along Hernando Beach in 2011. He tells me having to hunker down and get ready for storms is something he's done his whole life.
I grew up in my parents' house on Gulfview back in '93, had the no-name storm, and it flooded a lot of these homes here. But this will be what, like my third, fourth time? I'm done, man. It's very tiresome.
He says he's still making repairs from last year.
It flooded. And we had to tear the walls all out. It's a process.
Residents in the county are preparing for 8 to 12 feet of storm surge, and Renna hopes all his hard work prevents water from getting inside his home.
Oh, I'm going to see if I can stake it out, make sure nothing happens, and if it gets too bad, I'll go to my neighbor's house. He's on a stilt home, so I'll be good.
There's mandatory evacuations that have been issued for everyone west of US 19. The county says they have new sandbag locations that reopened this morning. They will stay open until the weather worsens. Linda Peterson Park, Anderson Snow Park, Ridge Manor Community Center, and Spring Lake Methodist Church are where you need to go before they close up shop. West Hernando Middle School is open for a shelter for anyone who needs it. And officials say that the capacity is 350 at the shelter and pets are welcome. In Hernando Beach, Alessandra Young, 8 on your side.
A total of 61 counties in our state are bracing for Hurricane Helene, including the Big Bend area.
The storm is expected to make landfall there as a Cat 3 hurricane tonight. And Kristen Curries is live for us. She is in Tallahassee, and I imagine people up there are very nervous. This is a big storm.
Absolutely nervous, but prepared. We saw a lot of people actually boarding up the windows. I talked to one restaurant manager earlier today who said 14 years he's been here in Tallahassee. Never once has he boarded up windows until today. Now, they were definitely worried about not only the flooding coming in with that significant rainfall, but also the tree damage. We've got about 50% of Tallahassee with big, tall trees. And unfortunately, those tall trees are going to be very susceptible to coming down and breaking with the fact that they're covered in moss, and that's only going to hold on to water. So we anticipate power outages. We anticipate flooding concerns. But the good news is everything's starting to quiet down here in the city. So I'm really encouraged to see people taking those warnings seriously. And the whole hotel that we're staying at here is sold out with locals, media, National Guard members. So we're hunkered down for the rest of the evening.
Good to hear. I want you to stay safe. Kristen Curry reporting live for us in Tallahassee.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, but as we do, we're going to be watching exactly what's happening around our area. We have our reporters spread out throughout the area to cover this storm all night long.
Yes, so keep it here. We'll be here.
Hate is loud, but love is
Gary.
Max Defender 8, the most accurate weather radar in Florida.
Taking a look at the latest satellite images from Hurricane Helene. So the Hurricane Hunter aircraft around 2:25 this afternoon found the Category 3 strength hurricane winds, and that's when they upgraded it. They did a special advisory. Current maximum winds around 120 miles per hour. That minimum central pressure continuing to really drop down to 951 millibars per hour. It's moving fast to the north-northeast at 21 miles per hour, and it is starting to get even with the Tampa Bay area in terms of latitude. It will continue to make its way towards the Big Bend area. It's not out of the question for it to reach a Category 4 storm. It's only a 10-mile-per-hour difference, but right now it's forecasted to just be a Category 3 at times of landfall. But the most important thing to note is how much more damage storms do that are getting stronger as they approach landfall, as opposed to storms that are getting weaker as they approach landfall. And so we will see damage on the very high end of a Category 3 storm simply because it is still getting stronger as it moves towards the Big Bend area. And with the big questions now are, will it become a Cat 4 and will it wobble? And so forecast models still very, very much agree on a landfall in between Tallahassee and Perry, and we only have a couple of outliers and they're not that far out. And so we're not expecting big wobbles or big changes in the track at this point. We are not expecting it to become a Category 4 hurricane. One thing working against that is it's moved on from the warmest waters of the loop current and it's moving into relatively cooler waters. That being said, it wouldn't take that much. It has about 4 or 5 hours to get a little bit more organized as it approaches landfall and get that Category 4 designation. In terms of what we're expecting for the rest of the night and moving forward, so the eye is about even with Tampa Bay. And we're starting to see some of those rain bands move on shore. And so Chief Meteorologist Jeff Berardelli was just pointing out that there's a lot of rotation within those. And so we wouldn't be surprised if over the next couple of hours we saw tornado warnings for Sarasota, Manatee, Pinellas, Hillsborough, and up into the Nature Coast of Pasco, Hernando, as well as Citrus counties later on. And so it's these rain bands that we see the rotation in. Right now, most of it's offshore, but only a little bit offshore. By 7 o'clock tonight, the eye is starting to get north of Manatee and Sarasota counties, and that's very important because as soon as the eye gets north of you, the wind direction changes. You've been seeing southerly winds, you've been seeing southeasterly winds, but as soon as the eye gets north of you, here come those onshore winds, and that's what's going to be the primary driver behind what we expect to be record storm surge levels. So a wall of water rushing towards the coastline in Manatee and Sarasota counties by 7 o'clock. experiencing that in Pinellas and Hillsborough County by 9 o'clock. Here's that wind shift moving on shore. But note, by 9 o'clock also, we're seeing hurricane force wind gusts in Citrus, possibly Hernando County along the coastline there. So they will really be feeling the effects the most in Citrus and Hernando then, but just because of their proximity to landfall location, the landfall closer to the north and to the west, but still getting the closest to our area right there as they scrape by. And so by 10:45, the eye is north of Citrus County, and here comes that potential 10 to 15 feet of storm surge for Citrus County, 8 to 12 feet for Pasco and Hernando counties. And so it's dark, it's late, and the water is rushing onshore with those onshore winds. The only good news is this system continues to move really fast, and that means that the winds get a little bit lighter all night long as the system moves away from us. The direction stays the same, so that's not going to help out that much with storm surge, but it's not going to drive in an even higher volume of water as if it were moving slower. And so it still looks like a pretty impressive hurricane north of Valdosta, Georgia, moving on towards Macon next. And so for the early morning hours on Friday, we'll be drier and breezy with only a couple of isolated showers making their way across our area. The winds get a lot lighter by Friday afternoon, and we get some more chances for showers mixed in there. We're only looking at a slight risk for excessive rainfall. The main rainfall will be from Tallahassee all the way up into Asheville and Greenville, and we're talking 15 to 20 inches of rain for these locations. So even though it's moving fast, it's still going to bring them a lot of rain. We're going to be anywhere from the 2 to 4 to the 3 to 6 inch range, so nothing that we can't handle for the most part. The wave heights offshore peaking between 30 and 40 feet, but that does remain well offshore. The storm surge is what we're worried about once the eye gets north of us and we get those onshore winds. And so this is one of our newest tools. It's reported. It's how we can show your pictures on the air. We love when you can safely take those pictures and share them with us. This one is from Dave, showing the water coming up in the neighborhood already, even before those onshore winds set in. And the way that you share those photos with it is scan this QR code right here. It'll take you straight to it, or go to WFLA.com/report it and help us report what's going on in your neighborhood. Leaving you with a look at your 8-day forecast so you can plan for the yard cleanup and other things going on. It's a little nicer tomorrow. We're looking at fewer chances for showers. Moving into Saturday and Sunday, we're still looking at some decent chances for rain. The real dry weather comes as we head into next week, when we're only looking at 30 and 40% chances for rain. And with that, that does mean the 90s are back, unfortunately. As soon as we dry out a little bit, the temperatures pop back
Normally
up.
what we've seen in the past too is it cools down nicely, not with this one.
No, this one's kind of getting, it's not making its normal exit path, so it's not going to drag down that drier, slightly cooler air.
Yeah, I have another question for you. When it comes to storm surge, because you see that rotation and how it's going to come in, are those going to be big waves?
It comes like it's increasingly larger waves is how it approaches the coastline, and it's fast. It's faster than what people think. When we were doing our hurricane special and talking to the people down that experienced the storm surges just to the south of us in Fort Myers and those areas, they said it went from not a problem at all to just increasingly water rising in their house as fast as it could.
It's an uneasy feeling.
Yeah, very nice.
Thanks for that. News Channel 8 is on your side as we track Hurricane Helene.
And our coverage, of course, will continue right after this.
This is News Channel 8 at 4 on your side.
Good afternoon. I'm Stacy Scheibel.
And I'm Josh Benson. Thanks for being with us now at 4:30. Hurricane Helene, now a Category 3 storm, and our Max Defender 8 team is tracking the storm's path, and we have the very latest. So let's begin now with meteorologist Rebecca Berry.
And so we do get a new track at 5 o'clock. And so that'll be the question. Big question is, do they expect it to make it to a Category 4 status before landfall? Either way, it will be increasing and will be doing a lot of damage. And so it's passing by the Tampa Bay area right now. Here's the eye, and you can see the outermost rain band starting to impact Manatee and Sarasota counties, as well as Pinellas and a bit of Hillsborough. And so Pasco, you're up next for these downpours to move up onshore. Now, we have tracked some rotations well offshore, but not quite onshore just yet. We expect that to change moving forward this evening. We expect we'll start to see the potential for some tornadoes within these rain bands, but very heavy rain along I-75 in Sarasota County right now, stretching all the way up into Bradenton and Lakewood Ranch. Pinellas getting one of those heavier downpours as well, stretching all the way up to Pinellas Park into Clearwater with more moderate rain there. And so we're starting to see that next round. If you woke up this morning to the heavy rain, that was one of the outermost rain bands. We're out of the outermost rain bands, but we're looking at very heavy rain. And of course, the storm surge has begun in some places, our more typical areas like Bayshore Boulevard. We're seeing the water coming up and rising already, but the main push from the storm surge will be much later today. So the winds are peaking kind of now for the next 3 to 4 hours. The storm surge peaks this evening. The peak wind gusts so far, 70 miles per hour in St. Pete, just below that in Venice and Sarasota, 60 at the airport in Pinellas there, and Tampa Airport's gotten a 44 mile per hour wind gust. We'll definitely see the Crystal River and Brooksville wind gusts growing as it gets a little bit closer and gets a little bit further north from their area. And so for your takeaways, the hurricane gusts will be right along the immediate coastline. The rest of us are seeing tropical storm force gusts once you get away from our immediate coastline. We're going to see the rounds of rain that have already started in our coastal counties. We're looking for the maximum accumulation to be between 4 and 6 inches, so it's not going to be a terrible amount of rain, but we are going to see historic Gulf and Bay water levels tonight into early Friday. That storm surge peaking overnight tonight. The satellite looking even more impressive over the last couple of hours than it has been so far. This is the track that they will update at 5 o'clock. This may change to a Category 4 storm because it's only a 10 mile per hour difference if they think it will continue to increase in forward speed as well as getting a little bit stronger. So we're watching the wobble tracker right now, and so this is one of those things that one of the tools that we've really come to love at WFLA to let us know if we're seeing any deviations in that track.
And we have it live right now on WFLA.com, so you can check it out for yourself. All right, a couple things I've noticed over the last hour or so is, first of all, the gusts are a little higher than predicted by the computer models. The computer models have been forecasting gusts closer to 60, but we saw a gust to 72 at Port Manatee and 67 miles an hour at Sarasota Bradenton Airport, and now 70 in downtown St. Petersburg. So I think you can add on to the winds that were predicted by the computer models. We are likely to see hurricane force wind gusts along the coast. We're very, very close already, and the storm is not at its closest approach, but it will be very soon. So as we head through the evening hours, those winds will start to ramp up at 63 in Clearwater, but I bet we're getting close to 73 in Clearwater. Computer models off in terms of its forecast wind gusts, but you can see the center of the storm. These wind gusts in blue, those are 125 mile an hour wind gusts trying to make landfall later this evening. Notice at 8 o'clock, it still hasn't made landfall. That's when the worst of the winds are going to be on the Nature Coast. And notice that the winds are now onshore. By the early evening, 7, 8 o'clock, they're onshore in Bradenton, onshore in Tampa Bay, onshore in Clearwater. That's when all that water starts to move in from the surge. Look at that wind gust at 110 miles an hour in Cedar Key. I think we may see some wind gusts to 80 miles an hour in and around Homosassa and Crystal River.
We have a tornado warning.
Tornado warning in effect right now. Okay. So what I think we need to do for this is let's go over to radar. I want to show you where the tornado warning is.
Yes.
And to make things easy, and folks in control room, you can let me know. I'm going to stay here at the BAM, and Rebecca will stay in the weather center. And there's clearly, it looks like potentially, there's the cell right there. Can you go a little further north towards this Laurel Venice area? There's the cell, and you can see the rotation right there on the east side of Sarasota Springs. This is moving north. It's moving past 72, and it's moving towards Lakewood Ranch as we speak. If we could zoom in a little bit more, and as we told you, on the east side of this storm, we're going to see very fast-moving tornadoes, very fast-moving tornadoes. And there are a couple other spin-ups to the south of that, Rebecca. It's interesting because that is clearly a tornado there, but that one's not warned.
Yes.
Which is why you keep going back and forth. I know that. This right here is likely a tornado that's developing. It's not actually warned yet, but this looks like the strongest one. Again, on the east side of Sarasota Springs, right along I-75, crossed over 72. This eventually is going to cross over the Sarasota-Manatee line and head towards Lakewood Ranch. Okay. Let's go further south, Rebecca, because there are a couple other spin-ups that are south of that. Obviously, this is why the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning. It looks like probably for these two, this one, okay, that one right on top of Englewood, and then another one just about a mile or two south of that, just south of Englewood. Are you using, so let's go back to velocity rather than storm relative, because I just want to see if I can see a difference here. And you can clearly see the bright blues and the bright purples there. And another scan just came in, so there's potentially two tornadoes right there, right on the Intercoastal Waterway in the southern part of Sarasota County now, or about to move into the southern part of Sarasota County, right around Englewood. And potentially, honestly, this also could be either a strong wind gust or a rotation. I think the bottom line is we're going to see a lot of these that are going to be rotating through in these outer bands as they move through the area. They're going to be moving really fast. You're not going to be able to see them. If your phone goes off and there's a tornado warning, get to an interior portion of your home. Don't stay by the windows. That's the worst place you can possibly be. Get inside a bathroom. Worst case scenario, if things start to go south, get inside a closet. These are not typically tremendously strong tornadoes, but you can't see them because they're rain-wrapped, and because they're embedded in these outer bands, they're moving at like 50 to 60 miles an hour. And this is where we're going to see the strongest wind gusts. So when we get those wind gusts that are 60, 70, 80 miles an hour, they're going to be in these cells that are capable of producing tornadoes. Can we go back to reflectivity, Rebecca? And I think it would also be a good idea if we could get Rebecca on camera potentially as well, and keep our mic open. This way we can go back and forth with the information we're giving you here. But clearly there are a bunch of cells, and you know, that's the reason why the National Weather Service issued a tornado warning. You know, it's this cell moving into Manatee County. It's this cell moving into Venice, and south of that, it's this cell that's right on top of Englewood, which is probably headed towards the western side of Northport. And these continue to move north very, very quickly now, about probably at least moving, I'd say, at somewhere around 50 miles an hour or so. If we can zoom out, Rebecca, I want to show the storm as a whole. Again, we are waiting to find out if this is going to turn into a Cat 4 storm. One of the things that we look for is how much lightning do we see near the center of the storm. Earlier, we did have a bunch of lightning, but I don't see too much around the core right now, so that's a decent sign that it's not rapidly intensifying, but it only needs 10 more miles an hour to become a Cat 4 storm, and that could still happen in the next 6-7 hours before it makes landfall. You can also see these very heavy downpours and very strong winds that are moving through Pinellas County, moving into western Hillsborough County, and moving through Bradenton and Palmetto as well. Rebecca, just curious, have you gotten any other information from the National Weather Service?
No, the initial warning that they issued puts this near Northport within the next 2 to 3 minutes. It's moving so fast. It's moving at 75 miles per hour.
75, yeah.
And so it's moving just really, really fast.
Yeah, and we're going to keep seeing these pop up. I mean, that tornado warning right there constitutes at least 2 or 3 rotating cells. So there could be 2 or 3 potential tornadoes in that. So let's zoom back into that area right there. And as we do so, there's one approaching Venice. As soon as I said it, you could see that little spin up right near Venice. And let's put it back on storm relative velocity if we can, and then zoom into some of these neighborhoods. Again, as soon as I tell you where the storm is, you can bet that it's almost past that area. That's how quickly these things are moving. But right there on Tamiami Trail, this is Venice East Boulevard, headed towards Center Road, and eventually headed towards 75. So that's tornado number 1. Okay, this is headed north at 75 miles an hour. So, you know, if you're in this area, you don't have much time to prepare. Just get away from windows, get inside an interior portion of your home. If you see severe weather, a severe weather report, you want to tell us what you're seeing, you could do so in a safe manner. You can send us pictures or videos to WFLA.com/report it. You could also send us an email at weather@wfla.com. There it is, wfla.com. Report it for pictures and videos. And if you want to send us information about something that's happening in your neighborhood that you want us to get out to the public, you can send us an email at weather@wfla.com. All right, let's go back to the radar if we can and zoom out a bit, because that's not the only cell. That's on the south side of Venice. Again, this is headed towards I-75, but that is another possible tornado there on the southeast side of Englewood. This right here is Winchester Boulevard, and that's South Oxford Drive. And again, these cells are headed north at about 75 miles an hour. If you're in the tornado watch box, there could be multiple tornadoes that are on the ground right now. You just, at that point, need to get away from your windows, get to an interior portion of your home just to keep yourself safe. And remember, they're moving so quickly, they'll be in and out like that. You don't have too much more time to prepare. All right, I think it might be a good idea, Rebecca, if we go from here where we see those strong wind gusts in purple, those are associated with the tornadic circulations, maybe up to Pinellas and Hillsborough and show the reflectivity. And also we should look at velocity there too to see if anything is on its way to spinning up. Quite a lot less, at least right now, rotation in and around Pinellas County and Hillsborough County, all the way down to Bradenton. But I know that we have some very heavy downpours. And by the way, in these heavy downpours in the Bay, we've seen gusts to about 72 miles an hour at Port Manatee. So, you know, these cells are capable of producing hurricane-force wind gusts. And obviously, power outages will start to become a concern as we see more and more of these cells and more intense cells for the next few hours as the system passes directly to the west of us by about 100 miles. So heavy downpours right now in Odessa, that area right there, northwest part of Hillsborough County as well, around Citrus Park, crossing over the Bay Area bridges. Of course, the Howard Franklin is closed right now because of big waters. By the way, I just checked a buoy on the end of the Egmont Channel, 15-foot waves there, close to the center of the storm, 50-foot waves right now. Very heavy downpours moving across Pinellas Park and through St. Petersburg. Again, any of these cells, all the way down to Bradenton, any of these cells capable of producing rotation and capable of producing those hurricane-force wind gusts over 70 miles an hour. Folks in the control room, I think it may be a good idea at some point if we can position a camera for Rebecca. This way she can be a part of the conversation here if that's possible. I see that camera right there. See, Rebecca? There you are.
All right.
So, you know, we're not surprised by this. We're under a tornado watch right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, you know, I think we're going to continue to see this probably for the next few hours on and off.
And so what's going on is as these rain bands start to approach the coastline, they're traveling over the Gulf, which is, of course, a friction-free environment, and then they start to interact with the land. They are rotating as a whole. The entire band is rotating, and you start to introduce friction when it moves from the bay onto land. That introduces another form of rotation. So this is very typical with these types of rain bands, the stronger ones, especially the ones that are moving fast. You get these spin-up tornadoes. Typically, they're not the bigger tornadoes like we see out west, but they're more than the water spouts that we are normally seeing within some isolated showers and thunderstorms that wander on shore during the summertime. So this is not your summertime water spout that can do a lot of damage. I'm going to switch back over to the velocity so we can see, kind of isolate where that rotation is right now. They did update the tornado warning, and they continued it for this area that is about 10 miles to the west of Northport. That's what they're most concerned with at the National Weather Service right now, is this particular storm right here. It's approaching Tarpon Point. It will cross 75. We do have some traffic cameras on 75. I don't know if we'll get a good view of it or not, but this is in between Lee Road and South River Road there. It's already to the north of this section of Winchester Boulevard that we're looking at right here, and it's also to the north of where South River Road makes that turn. And so it's headed towards Tamiami Trail. It's headed towards North River Road. It eventually crosses over I-75 as well. And we talked about how fast this is moving at 75 miles per hour. So this area of rotation is just racing northward basically as fast as it can. So within moments, it'll be crossing I-75. And after that, it's headed to cross Border Road. It's headed to cross South Power Line Trail, Stockade Trail as well, getting into some of that golf course community that we talk about. We oftentimes see a lot of tree damage within those. They've pulled up our Sarasota camera for us to see if we're seeing anything there, and it looks like some heavy rain and wind at that point, but we're not seeing any indications of rotation in that location, which is good for now. We just got an updated scan. The good news about these severe weather situations is that they turn the radar up and you get more frequent scans and better information, because if you are in the path of this system within the next 10 to 15 minutes, you want to get away from windows. Most of the damage from and the injuries from tornadoes comes from flying glass. So getting into that interior room in your home, getting away from the windows, that's also stronger structurally. If anything does happen in terms of trees falling, it's better to be in those interior rooms than the exterior rooms. Crossing I-75 momentarily as it continues to race off to the north. This area of rotation does seem to be holding together. Let's put the radar in forward motion here for you, because that gives us an idea. The more vibrant colors is stronger winds. And so what we're looking for is when the different colors meet. So the dark purple is wind moving in one direction. The light blue is wind moving in the opposite direction. So what we're looking for on this view is where we see those colors meeting and meshing. That's an indication of rotation. And the more dark the purple is, the stronger the winds are. The more vibrant and white the light blue is, the stronger the winds are. And so we're seeing this continuing to hold together, continuing to show some signs of rotation. Even if it does look a little bit elongated on that last frame there, that could be an indication that it's starting to come unraveled just a little bit and potentially weakening after that, which would be good news. But this is going to be completely wrapped up in rain. Heavy, heavy downpours. So don't rush out and try to see this, because you're not going to be able to see anything. A lot of tornadoes in the south are what we call rain-wrapped tornadoes. It's not those, clear skies, sunny days like they have out on the plains where you can see the tornado coming from miles and miles away. These are fast-moving, rain-wrapped tornadoes that do have the potential to do quite a bit of damage. And tornadoes do tend to be deadlier in the south because we don't have basements, we don't have good warning systems, and we're not used to them. And so that's a really big factor with tornadoes in the south, is that you can't see them coming. They're often rain-wrapped. Our terrain and landscape is oftentimes full of trees, and you also can't see anything coming. But it's also just something that we're not used to dealing with like they are in the Midwest and some of the more tornadic prone areas. And so widening the storm out just a little bit, if you're just now joining us, we do have a tornado warning for Northport for about another 25 minutes, and parts of Sarasota County here. That it's moving very fast to the north at 75 miles per hour. It's all a part of the broader Helene system and the first introduction of rain bands. That we had outermost rain bands this morning. This is kind of the first core rain bands we're seeing along our coastline, and we are going to be prone to tornadoes just like this spinning up. We'll go ahead and check your reflectivity one more time to see if there's anything else out there that we need to see. And you can tell that well offshore there are some areas of rotation in a line there, and if these get closer to the coastline, we'll see them moving on shore as well. But as far as any rotation in Pinellas and Hillsborough County, it looks pretty quiet at this point, which is good news. I don't think it'll stay quiet. I think we'll end up seeing some potential rotation and some potential tornado warnings there as well. But for now, it's all down in Sarasota counties. They've shortened the warning box there a bit. They've taken out the southern part of it where it's already passed, and it's about to cross I-75 right this second. And so it continues to race off to the north at 75 miles per hour.
And Rebecca, we just got the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center.
Okay.
A 5 o'clock advisory here has winds of 125 miles an hour. And it looks as though, best I could tell, they are now making it a Cat 4 at landfall, barely, with winds of 130 miles an hour when it gets up there.
Okay.
You can't see it there because it's a 3,
it's in between.
And then it's a 3 again on land.
Yeah.
But somewhere in between there, it could briefly become a Cat 4 storm. So they're calling for it's a borderline. Yeah, it may not get there. It may not get there, but it's going to be very close.
So we'll see the
tonight.
higher end of damage from that. When you think about storm surge damage that you see from a Category 3 hurricane, it'll be on the higher end of that.
So if you can go back to the radar here, there's another area just to the east of Osprey that we should check out. Rebecca. There's another rotation there. It's inland pretty far, and you should be able to find it. It's just directly to the east of Vamo and Osprey, to the east of I-75, right there. That is also a potential tornado embedded, and it's actually exiting the tornado warning area. Again, these are moving north at around 75 miles an hour or so. And the bigger one, as you've been pointing out, is crossing over I-75 right now. So that's one tornado there to the east of Osprey, and that one has a bigger, larger rotation, and it's crossing over I-75 right now. Maybe we can put some neighborhoods on there. It's not a particularly populated area, I don't think, but we should zoom in a little bit more, try to get an idea of where it is. So there's Forbes Trail, Border Road, South Power Line Trail, and that's where the tornado is right now, and that's going to continue to move north into inland parts of Sarasota County. This tornado is moving north at 75 miles an hour, so really, really fast as we speak. And then there's that other possible tornado which has now left the tornado warning box, which is going to be headed on the east side of Sarasota Springs into some of the subdivisions there. So there's Sugar, looks like Sugar
Bowl
Road. Sugar Bowl Road. Oh, there it is, Sugar Bowl Road, crossing over there and moving to the north. So really, Rebecca, no surprises. I would say the only surprise that that I've noticed with this storm is just simply that it's producing almost hurricane force winds at our coast. I was unsure if we would get to those 75s, but it looks now like we're gonna get to those gusts probably close to 80 miles an hour along the coast.
Yeah, very thankful that they're just gusts and not sustained winds. Usually the gusts you see are about, the sustained winds are about 2/3 of the gusts that you see.
Right,
so in a general rule of thumb. So hoping we can stay below that hurricane threshold along the coastline for sustained winds.
Did they just trim that, or has that been trimmed for a while?
It has been trimmed.
Okay.
And so they cut out the southern portion of it once it raced past. This warning does run until 5:15, and so I'm curious to see if they are going to go ahead and reissue a new box, since it does seem to be holding together. And also you got the area of rotation a little further to the north. That new scan that just came through does weaken that rotation to the north just a bit. It doesn't look quite as tight. Also, the rotation looks a tad more broad within the actual warning box itself.
Okay, again, if you see severe weather, you can send us those pictures or videos, WFLA.com/report it, or you can email us at weather@WFLA.com. All right, if we can get back on camera at some point, that would be great, so we can kind of visualize what is happening here. Again, it's this cell right here, moving north very quickly at about 75 miles an hour. That's the one, I would say, lone tornado that's left at the moment. I don't see any others. This is about to cross over 72, but I think we should take a wide view of the storm right now as it has strengthened. It no longer has winds of 120. Winds are up to 125 miles an hour. You can see the center of the storm. There's a little bit of lightning on the east side. This barely rapidly intensified. It was able to achieve 35 miles an hour in 24 hours, which is the definition of rapid intensification, but it didn't get higher than that. So the system has been gradually intensifying the whole time. And it may eventually reach 130, as was predicted yesterday as a Cat 4, but it never went through a cycle where we just saw explosive development. And that's because it's taken a long time for its eye and its central core to get organized. Systems really can't strengthen fast until they're fully organized. Once they are fully organized and all the dry air is gone and the eye is nice and concentric, then the system can really take advantage of the hot water. And it's still over very hot water. It's left the loop current, which is right about there, and now it's moving into the northern Gulf. But water temperatures up there are 88, 87, 89 degrees in some places. So it does have, I think, at least some more strengthening before it reaches the coast. But for a storm to be over 100 miles west of Tampa and already be producing winds in the outer bands at hurricane force strength goes to show you just how large the wind field is with this. This is one of the largest storms ever at this latitude that was mentioned in the National Hurricane Center discussion earlier today, with tropical storm force winds that extend 400 miles across the storm. But the hurricane force winds extend only to here. They don't, the sustained hurricane force winds don't get to the coast. Any hurricane force winds we see in some of these outer bands as they continue to move north towards the nature coast, they're going to be hurricane force gusts, not sustained hurricane winds. But what should you expect at your house from that? Well, you should expect power outages along the immediate coast. When we start to see these wind gusts and these spin-ups, these tornadoes, we tend to get widespread power outages along the coast. So you may lose power along the coast. Inland areas, it gets a lot less likely out there, a lot more isolated, a lot more scattered. But if you lose power, don't be surprised by it, because obviously these winds gusting past 70 miles an hour, I'm not surprised by this. And again, as this moves on shore, soon as this eye moves past our latitude, and it's doing so now, the winds all of a sudden with the counterclockwise flow switch on shore. We get a southwest wind. That southwest wind starts to push that water in. Remember, tides were already running 4 feet above normal, and that was with an offshore wind. We had a southeast wind during the day today, and it still managed to bring the water levels up about 4 feet. Picture when the winds switch onshore, as they're beginning to do so in our southern zones, just how quickly the water offshore is going to start to move onshore. That's our Lakewood Ranch camera. You can see it right there, and it really is raining very heavy. Rebecca, we've been talking about, the historic new tornado warning just issued for Manatee County.
Yes.
New Manatee County tornado warning. All right, let's zoom back into there. Thank you, Rebecca. By the way, you've been watching Rebecca operate the radar and also watching her talk at the same time. It is not easy to walk and chew gum at the same time. Rebecca's doing a great job at that. So that's the new tornado warning that's just been issued. If we can put this on velocity mode, we can hone in on exactly where we think that next tornado is developing. And while we're doing this, it's the same one, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's just they're extending it because it still looks like it's probably happening. And it's just to the east of Osprey, as you can see, crossing over 72. So that right there is the rotation with the possible tornado. And again, moving north at 75 miles an hour. If you live in this area right here, and again, this is going to eventually cross into Manatee County around Lakewood Ranch. If you live in this area, you should take cover. Get to an interior portion of your home away from windows. As you can see, this is a fairly uninhabited area, but there are some subdivisions here we want to point out. Again, Sugar Bowl Road, we talked about that before. It seems like these tornadoes are taking kind of the same path. And eventually this will move towards Oakford Road, as you can see right there. That's our Sarasota camera, and boy, that looks like a lowering in those clouds there. Maybe we should take that, if we could take that full just for a second or two, because that is the area, by the way, where these potential tornadoes are. So let's just watch this. That is the cell that is producing the rotation. And I don't know if we're going to see the tornado as we watch this camera, but I wouldn't be completely surprised. Although, of course, Rebecca, you know, with these rain-wrapped tornadoes, tropical downpours, it's often hard to see, but we might be watching a cell that is putting down a tornado right now. And of course, the folks in the control room, you have control of this camera, so if you think you need to move this camera for us to see what we need to see, you can do so, just to let you know. Rebecca?
Yeah, we're watching that wall of rain march across the field there. And you can see why it would be very difficult to see any rotation with such heavy rainfall. It looks like as soon as that wall arrives at our camera, our vision will most likely be obliterated. But we're looking at a very unsettled atmosphere, very rocky system out there, and it's just encountering a ton of friction. And so the band itself is rotating around the center of the storm. It's going from the bay and the Gulf, where we had basically a friction-free environment, and then it started to get pulled down by the ground, but the friction with the ground, and that's what causes these spin-ups and these rotations. This one's moving so fast, it's really, really moving fast. It's moving at 70 miles per hour now. It's only slowed down a little tiny bit. It was moving at 75 miles per hour earlier. But in order to put a track on it, I'd have to zoom way out, but we're going to try it. So this is the leading edge of that area of rotation right here. And can't quite get to 70 miles per hour within that frame there, so that would be about half of that. And so if it does hold together, it will move into Manatee County. If it holds together beyond that, it would next up would be Hillsborough County. But what we're looking at right here is the potential for rotation, as well as our Sarasota camera, where we're looking at that wall of water and that wall of very heavy rain headed our way. They issued a new warning box for this system because the old one, it's moving so fast it moved out of the old warning box. And so we need for you to have a way to get warnings, whether it's our app, which offers that for free, or through the National Weather Service, you can sign up for their text messages. You need to have a way to get a warning, a tornado warning for your location, because it's just moving so quickly. We want you to have every opportunity to get to that interior safe room.
And I think it's worth saying to the folks in the control room, just to kind of help you guys out, the cell is east of our camera in Sarasota. So primarily you're going to be pointing the camera, at least right now, to the east, or slightly to the southeast is probably where the rotation is from this particular cell, so that you know exactly. Would you say, is that where you're pointing, southeast?
He's headed that way now.
Okay, great.
And the good news is, with the last scan or two, the rotation looks a tad more broad. So I'm hoping that it's falling apart a little bit, and the danger will be passing soon.
Yeah, I think we're going to be doing this on and off throughout the evening, Rebecca, as the outer bands rotate through. You know, there's often a lot more tornadoes in the outer bands of these hurricanes than there is near the center. You know, the outer bands, they have these discrete supercells. When I say discrete, kind of, they're just their own entities. They're not all, you know, joined up with the eye wall. When you have these discrete cells, they can each rotate individually, whereas it's harder when they're part of the eye wall, because they're part of the spin of the whole eye wall. Whereas on the outskirts, these are individual cells, and each one is rotating individually, and they're the ones that typically produce the tornadoes. Is there another band offshore, Rebecca? I mean, this is the main band right now, so this is the one that's going to be producing the potential tornadoes. Is another band of rain that's rotating through about Englewood in southern Sarasota County. So we'll watch that next round of rain near Englewood move north into Sarasota County. But other than that, that's the main emphasis for the possibility of tornadoes as these cells race to the north at 75 miles an hour. At the same time, we can see the core of the storm. I see some lightning, but I don't see too much lightning. You remember with Ian, Rebecca, Ian had more lightning than any storm that we've seen in the Atlantic. It was just tons of lightning all over the place. This storm hasn't had it. And to me, that's a good sign. It just means that it's not rapidly intensifying like Ian did, which will help us a little bit.
It's not a hard and fast rule, but lightning's just an excellent indication of severity. When you see lightning increasing, that means the storm has a ton of energy, whether it's a storm like this or even just a typical afternoon thunderstorm. When you see lightning increasing, that's a sign that the storm is building in intensity, still has plenty of energy. When you see lightning decreasing, it's an indication that either the storm's losing a little bit of energy or going through some other process that it's not able to produce that lightning. So especially with hurricanes, lightning near the eye tends to be an indication of how strong that storm is and if it is intensifying or if it is weakening. And we had about 17 to 18 strikes within the 15 minutes an hour ago. We went up to 36 about 30 minutes ago, and now we're back down to that 17, 18 strikes per 15 minutes. So not a lot of lightning, and the lightning that is occurring on the eastern and northeastern side of the eye wall. Now, I would expect that the western side of the eye wall looks just as robust on the radar, but we don't have any radar sites out over the Gulf, and so we are working off land-based radars, and so this is about the extent of what we can see. It's not that there's no rain on that side of the storm. It's actually pretty symmetrical. We just can't, our radar beam degrades and signal that far out, and so lightning would not be the case, though. If we were seeing any lightning strikes on this side, we would be able to detect that. The lightning detection network does work out over the Gulf much better than our radar beams do. We're still monitoring that tornado warning for that area of rotation that's racing now into Manatee County. So it's been in Sarasota County, and just within basically 15 to 20 minutes, it raced in and out of Sarasota County, and now it's moving into Manatee County. So I'm going to go ahead and switch over the views for you here so you can look at the area of rotation that we're talking about, because it is moving incredibly fast. It was moving to the forward motion of 75 miles per hour, and now it's moving at 70 miles per hour. And just for this view, so you know what you're looking at, we're looking for where the colors meet. The darker blues and purples meeting the lighter light blues and light greens. That's an indication of rotation, because air moving in one direction gives you one color, air moving in the other direction gives you the opposite color. And so where we see these areas meeting in color, and especially the more vibrant colors, that's where we expect the rotation to be on the radar. I just checked with the latest with the National Hurricane Center, the National Weather Service, and they said they're monitoring a couple of other areas of rotation, but they don't think they're actually tornadoes touching the ground down in the southern counties that we were just looking at near Port Charlotte. And so this is the beginning of that pattern, just like you were talking about, Jeff. We expected this, now it's coming to fruition, and we expect a little bit more of it as we head into the evening hours.
Yeah, I'm looking at that rotation that's just to the south. It actually looks like it's right near Boca Grande Pass, and it's headed north towards Englewood. So we'll keep an eye on that particular area, which eventually some of that rotation could start to make its way north towards southern Sarasota County, see if they issue another tornado warning for that area. But for now, not quite enough. You can kind of see the bright shading of colors making their way right across the bay there, just to the west of Fort Myers. And that is moving north as we speak. So we'll see if, in fact, that materializes into a tornado warning. We just got a new tornado warning for DeSoto County. So if we can head over to DeSoto County. Okay, because in fact, that is for that same area we were just talking about, which is the storms were south towards Lee County. Those are moving north, and it includes just a corner right there of DeSoto County. And it does look like it includes the southern part of Sarasota County. So it's that cell right there that we're watching out for as it moves north at 75 miles an hour. I think probably, if you can put me on camera, guys. Okay, great. That helps me to kind of point out exactly where it is. So that's the cell I was talking about a couple of minutes ago. National Weather Service has just issued a tornado warning for this, which does go into the southern part of Sarasota County around Englewood, south of Venice. So from Venice south over to Northport, which is, of course, a little further inland, right along I-75. That's the cell right there. It includes the southwestern corner of DeSoto County as well, just to let you know.
Yes, and the good news is these storms are moving quickly, so if the weather does start to decline in your area because of these, it's going to move on very quickly. A lot of times when you add the fast forward motion to the storms, it does do a little bit more damage. With the rotation looks like it's tightening up down in just to the west of Fort Myers, and so that we'll continue to watch that. That's an indication that this rotation is potentially getting a little bit stronger. You can see right as it crosses over those outer islands right there, this is when we start to get a little bit of indication, the more vibrant colors, that is potentially rotating and potentially moving. This will race towards Northport, and so the first storm just passed about 10 miles to the west of Northport. Well, this one's a little bit further inland, and so this is moving almost due north, and we can expect that to impact Northport, eventually cross I-75 and potentially head through Manatee and Sarasota counties as well. We still have the other tornado warning that's about to expire, but let's check in on that rotation and see where it is as well. And we'll take it down to the street level so that you can get a better idea. Because these storms are moving so quickly, it won't be in this location for long, but the rotation right over Mayaca City there and headed towards over 64 next, and then it will pass just to the east of Lake Manatee. And so it is starting to get into a little bit more populated of a region, especially as it tracks north of 64. We start to get into the more neighborhoods. A lot of it is farming community, but still more structures that could be potentially affected by this area of rotation. And what we are not seeing is any weather cameras in this particular area. Sometimes we like to look around, pop up and see if we see anything, but we don't really have anything near Mayaca City at this point in terms of live cameras that we could take. It would be moving so quickly and most likely wrapped in rain, we would just see a rainy scene anyway, but this is going to continue to track to the north. I'll put a track on it, and we're going to somewhat ignore the times on this because it's moving so fast. I'm unable to draw this far enough out, but we are looking at potential areas it might be moving over. And the primary one is Bunker Hill. And so Bunker Hill expecting that rotation pretty much right now. And then, so this is the area on the radar that we're looking at with that potential indication of rotation. This is the first tornado warning that was issued, and so we're continuing to watch it. I'm not seeing any signs of it strengthening, which is good news, and so we may see that tornado warning expired. Checking in on the southern area of rotation, that one still continuing to tighten up and get a little bit more vibrant, and that's exactly what we expected with the last couple of radar scans, but we'll go ahead and take this down to the street level as well. You can see we just got one more updated scan. We're getting an updated radar scan about once a minute at this point. That's how the National Weather Service's radar is operating. But it's about to move over some of the outermost islands there and make its way closer to, this is Quail Road and Gasparilla Drive. And so this will be a test for this system once it gets over land as to how well it can hold together. It's very easy for areas of rotation to continue rotating out over the Gulf. We see weak water spouts survive for miles all the time. But once you introduce the friction from the land and some of the topography, sometimes it does tear apart the areas of rotation. So that will be a test as it gets a little bit closer to Punta Gorda. And so this area has a lot of homes in it and has a lot of businesses in it. And so we'll be seeing this area of rotation move right over the area to the west of Punta Gorda, eventually headed towards Northport within the next 4 to 6 minutes, because the system is moving incredibly quickly at about 70 miles per hour. And we're just checking in on an update. It looks like cells are tightening up, moving onshore in southwest Florida. They issued that new warning for them. They've continued all of our storm surge watches and hurricane watches, as well as tropical storm warnings. And so this is most likely how the evening will go, at least for the next couple of hours. Because when you take a broader look at where the storm is and how things are shaping up along our coastline, these more strong rain bands, these are not the outermost rain bands. These are the stronger rain bands that are closer to the core, not close enough for hurricane force winds, but certainly for some of the more robust areas of the hurricane itself. They're continuing to rotate up and move up the coastline and potentially producing some tornadoes right behind it. And so I think we may have the possibility for this to continue into Hillsborough County as long as we continue to see this rotation tightening up like we've seen. We're looking out over Sarasota County right now. It looks a little less stormy there than it did earlier when we checked in on it.
You know what I was going to say, Rebecca? Probably at this point, and because we can keep going back to the tornadoes anytime we need to, but I think it would be a good idea to kind of give people a forecast of what they can expect as we head through the evening hours. So why don't we load up a show? I'll continue to talk over this while we load up a show and just kind of give you an idea of what we can expect as we head through the next few hours. Just looking at some of our cameras here downtown right now, we have a very heavy rain and very gusty winds moving through as that outer band continues to move in. As we mentioned before, winds are around 125 miles an hour. With the hurricane.
Mic check, Eric.
Hello, testing 1 2 3 4 5. How's that?
Landfall tonight, which will probably happen at around 8 p.m. or so. And once that happens, we are probably going to be dealing with, I'd say, the strongest of the weather moving through the Nature Coast later this evening. And I do think places like Citrus County are likely to see some gusts probably to around 80 miles an hour or so. So as you can see, we're still dealing with the potential tornadoes on the eastern side on that particular band. But for the rest of us, I think it would be a good idea to start talking about, some of the other impacts of this hurricane as it begins to move by to our west. Rebecca, do you want to handle that?
You guys can come to me at the wall. I'll take you through the forecast, and then Jeff can interrupt if he sees anything on the radar that we need to hone back in on. But the storm is passing us at this point. It's about even with Tampa and St. Pete. It's continuing to barrel off towards the northeast, and we've got, of course, those rain bands prompting those tornado warnings that we've been talking about for the past few minutes. Looking out over one of our cameras, this is what you see if you head outside. So there's no reason to head outside in the middle of all of this weather. These are the peak wind gusts that we've measured today so far, and we'll see them really growing in Crystal River and Brooksville over the next couple of hours because the storm does pass the closest to those counties just because of the shape of the coastline, the landfalling location to the north and west of that. But look, St. Pete's gotten a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. We've gotten really close to that in Sarasota and Venice, a 61-mile-per-hour wind gust at the airport in St. Pete. 52-mile-per-hour wind gust in Tampa. Now that's updated just over the past half hour because it was in the 40s earlier. And so close to that in Brooksville at 47 miles per hour. And so inland areas in that 30 to 40 mile per hour wind gust range, we could see that grow a little bit, especially to the north of I-4. To the north of I-4 is not seen quite what to the south of I-4 has. And so here's some tropical takeaways. We are going to see some hurricane force wind gusts.
Live from our hurricane headquarters with real-time analysis from some of the nation's top meteorologists. This is Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric.
Hurricane Helene reaching Tampa Bay as a major Category 3 storm, lashing the Tampa Bay area at this hour with tornado warnings being reported in some of our more southern counties. We are live to break down those tornado warnings and to answer your questions here on Tracking the Tropics. Welcome in to our Hurricane Helene coverage, folks. We've been live all day long, and we are getting closer to a landfall event in Florida's Big Bend. A lot to get to in the 5 o'clock advisory that has just come down. You've been watching our coverage with the Max Fender 8 weather team, Chief Meteorologist Jeff Baradelli, meteorologist Rebecca Barry. They're downstairs in the broadcast studio providing coverage on air on your local NBC station in Tampa Bay. If you don't have access to a television, that's what we're here for, to provide you with coverage and to answer your questions live. This storm is racing. I mean, picking up to 23 miles per hour. Still a Category 3 storm at the moment. We've got tornado warnings that are active. You can watch our broadcast coverage on air, or, of course, you can listen to Eric Stone break it all down. Eric will send you over to the wall with the 5 o'clock advisory, and these tornado warnings are also super important. A lot of rotation contained within this system.
Oh, of course, yes. I mean, it's a big, big, major hurricane, and tornado warnings have been ongoing overnight in southwest Florida. Now we're starting to see some spin-ups in parts of Sarasota County. I do expect that those spin-ups eventually move northward into Manatee, Hillsborough, Pinellas counties right here in Tampa. Now, notice the very end of this loop. You can see a slight wobble right there to the east. It's a little bit off the beaten path, right? It's a little bit to the east. But again, we don't expect much of a change. There's really not much time. But here are the latest stats. 125 mile per hour wind. The pressure has gone down dramatically to 951, and it is moving quickly. There it is. The engine has revved, and now we have taken off north to northeast. 23 miles per hour. Check this out. It is moving so fast. It's such a big storm that even in south central Georgia, this is expected to be a Category 2 hurricane way inland. Look at that, north of Valdosta and well north of the Georgia-Florida border. This is something that we may not see for quite a long time. In fact, once it gets close to the Atlanta area, it's still expected to become a moderate tropical storm and could see hurricane-force wind gusts in the metro Atlanta area. Again, unprecedented because the storm is moving so quickly. The last hurricane, Hunter, finished up about 4 o'clock, and they picked up winds over 115 to 120 with very low pressure. That's why the 5 o'clock update has really increased. And of course, the model plots, most of them are well to the east of Apalachicola. Most of the models take this right over the Perry area, well to the west of Cedar Key, and then right into the Atlanta area. So let's take a look at what our forecast model shows. Again, directly to the west of Tampa, and this is expected to make landfall right around Perry or just east of that, according to our in-house model, which now, of course, very much in agreement with the GFS and the Euro, as there's not much time before landfall, right? Right about 10 o'clock or so. And then we'll see this still continue to be a hurricane in South Georgia, Valdosta area, Macon, and up toward the Atlanta area with a lot of rain and wind tomorrow morning. It's going to be a rough one for the airport in Atlanta, probably closing that down. As far as rainfall goes, we're looking at 3 to 5 inches of rain along the immediate coast. Could see areas of 6. And the further north you go, it is just really going to pummel parts of the southern Appalachians. 30 inches possible in Asheville and parts of inland Carolinas. The GFS model again showing rainfall amounts 2 to 4 inches, same as the Euro, but wouldn't be surprised if we had a couple over 5. Now, storm surge, obviously the hugest threat with this. 10 to 15 foot storm surge, again, in central, I should say, Citrus County offshore. And from Pasco to Hernando counties now 8 to 12 foot. That was up to last night. It was 6 to 10, and a good 5 to 8 foot in Pinellas County, the Tampa Bay area itself, and Manatee County, as well as Sarasota at 4 to 7. So check out how far inland you see this red, this 9-foot surge in Crystal River, almost to Citronelle, up and down 19, all the way through the southern portion of Citrus County. And then you get a little break as it gets close to State Road 50 near Weeki Wachee, but still, it's a very low-lying area. So flood-prone, storm surge still will get pretty close to 50. And then once you get down to 19 into Pasco County, from Hudson all the way down to Newport Richey, that storm surge expected to be 8 to 12 feet. And it's already occurring now. Holiday area, Trinity should be fine with that, East Lake. But Tarpon Springs, another flood-prone area, expecting a good 6 to 9 foot of storm surge there down toward Palm Harbor. And, of course, Clearwater Beach definitely will have lots of storm surge, a good 5 to 8 feet. Same thing in the Bay Area. We've already seen flooding in Shore Acres. Bridges, thankfully, closing, right, because of the wind. Down toward McDill, South Tampa area, Davis Island, we're looking at a good 5 to 7 foot of storm surge. And then Gibsonton down toward Apollo Beach and Ruskin. Look at this. Storm surge possible all the way to US 41 near Sun City as well. And then, of course, the Manatee and Sarasota County Islands, a good 4 to 7 foot of storm surge. And I'd say about 3 to 5 as you get toward the coastline. Current wind right now, not bad in Tampa, but once you start getting toward where the rain bands are, 35 to 40 miles per hour. Let's take a look at the gusts. Earlier, we had some wind gusts 60 to 70. Now we're in the 50s in Tampa, St. Pete. And it looks like Venice right around 61 miles per hour. So we're, again, for the European model, expecting those wind gusts around 50 or so, subsiding tomorrow morning. GFS is very similar to that, maybe a little bit closer to our area in the mid to upper 50s. And then tomorrow morning, again, things wind down. But take a look at the wind gusts. St. Pete at 74 miles per hour. And as we get toward later tonight, 70s from Crystal River southward. And then tomorrow morning, tropical storm force wind gusts eventually start to wind down. So our in-house models showing wind gusts 60 to 70 along the Pinellas County coastline, even up towards Citrus County, maybe even 80 miles per hour. And once you get towards Cedar Key, how about 120 mile per hour wind gusts? So very strong wind extends so far out from this storm now, 345 miles from the center. And if you include the west side, over 400 miles. And even the severe wind of 60 miles per hour expected to impact coastal Pinellas, as well as Pasco, Citrus, much of Citrus, in fact, and Hernando counties. And then once this makes landfall close to Perry, there it is. But notice as this heads into Georgia, we're still seeing hurricane force wind in central Georgia, right? Tomorrow, early morning. And even in the Atlanta metro, at least 60 mile per hour winds. That's sustained. So they could see wind gusts over hurricane force in Atlanta. So once again, we're going to leave the wobble tracker up for a little while, and you can see the last couple of frames. the center, which is the eye, definitely moved slightly off to the east of the track.
As we look here at the real-time wobble tracker, there is that slight shift to the east as we get closer to landfall, perhaps near Perry, Florida, and Florida's Big Bend. My goodness, folks, this storm is racing. I mean, 23 miles per hour. It's going to be moving so fast through the Tampa Bay area. It's going to be moving pretty quickly past, some of the more inland communities like Tallahassee that we've talked so much about. And we've got a lot to get to on this edition of Tracking the Tropics. So the 5 o'clock advisory is in. Real quick, Eric, it's kind of semantics at this point. But,
right.
Cat 4 before landfall, at this point, does it really matter?
I don't believe they're sending any more hurricane hunters into this. So they're going to be estimating the wind. They may estimate it at 130 and call it a Cat 4. That's what I had predicted before, Jeff as well. And so we'll see. It only needs to go up 5 miles an hour. But whether it's a 3 or a 4, JB, it's a major hurricane, and we're already seeing the impacts. We're already seeing coastal flooding as far south as even Key West, as we had that Key West cam hours ago.
Yeah, and we still have it, but it's just looking way better. In
right,
Key West.
right.
I can punch it up, but
this storm is parallel to Tampa right now, and it's not even close to 5:30.
Yeah, so here's the deal, folks. We're going to get to your hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyEric questions and comments. We want to provide you with the very latest. What is the latest on the tornado warning? That's really important. I want to make sure that we're passing along information there.
The tornado warning right now is it's actually up on Weather 3.
I can bring that up.
And it's...
Well, I have that up.
Right, okay. So if you have that, you can see the red boxes. That's our Max Defender 8 radar, if you can see.
Well, no, I have up, so source from 20.
Oh, okay. Maybe it would be Weather 4 then?
Let's try it.
Whatever our radar is.
Nope. Let's try. I'm cycling through sources.
Yep. No.
Nope.
It's not Weather 1. It's not Weather 2. That's the one.
Okay.
That's the one. Now, what is that for future reference? So
it is 3.
Okay,
we just never take that. So
right.
Okay, it's all yours.
So this is basically what Jeff and Rebecca are using right now. So you see in the Port Charlotte area near 41 that bright green that just went off the screen. That is the rotation, and you can see that those bands are coming in from the south. We're not really seeing much in the way of rotation in Sarasota, Manatee, or Hillsborough County right now. And I've got my phone here. Oh, here we go. New tornado warning a minute ago, Sarasota County. So that must have been what they were looking at. That extends until 5:45, but nothing. And you see that red box right there. Nothing yet in the Tampa Bay area, but these storms and rain bands are moving from south to north. So we are going to see. And again, you can see Jeff and Rebecca manipulating our Max Defender 8 radar and that current box in the Northport area. You can see it right there. That's where that tornado warning is in effect until 5:45 right now.
Yeah, so friends, family in Northport, look, you want to be, seeking an interior room to your home, whether that's, of course, getting in the bathroom, bathtub, interior closet, making sure that you remain safe. Again, kind of hone in on these red boxes here. And any additional tornado warnings we're going to let you know about. We are streaming WFLA's coverage, on-air coverage with the tornado warning specifically for this area. You can find it right now on WFLA.com. I believe we have it elsewhere on the WFLA Facebook page. We're going to stay here with you on Tracking the Tropics to answer as many questions as we can.
That's the new one. Not to interrupt, but the box that now heads up toward Mayaca City is the new tornado warning that's issued until 5:45, which is pretty much the same storm that we were watching just to the south of Northport. So look where 41 is. You see the dark blue and the light blue, right? That's wind away from the radar and wind toward the radar. That's circulation right there. So there could be a the possibility of a tornado on the ground. That's the Murdoch area where 41 and 776 meet in northern Charlotte County. And so this is going to move just to the east of Northport, to the east of Sumter and I-75, and then move into interior Sarasota County in the coming minutes.
Okay, let's get to some of the questions that are coming in. Use hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyEric if you'd like for us. Actually, that was the wrong button. No, this is the right button. Hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyEric if you'd like to have your comment featured on screen. David wants to know, when do you think this is going to hit the brakes and start slowing down? I mean, no time soon is the real answer here, right?
if you look at our cone, which is on source
Give me a
120.
source. Yeah, I got it.
You look at the cone, and you see that between now and Friday at 2 o'clock, that's
Right.
tomorrow, it's, it'd be hard for me to drive there all night long. It's already in central Tennessee. Do you see that? From now until 2 o'clock tomorrow, it's already in central Tennessee. Then it wraps around the upper level low that's attracting it and really becomes one. So this thing's going to move quickly until, I'd say, sometime early tomorrow afternoon, as you can see on the cone, and then kind of slow up and wrap around. And the problem is, because it's going to slow up, JB, it's going to drop a lot of rain, maybe even up to 30 inches of rain in parts of the Appalachians in interior North and South Carolina. So that's what's going to be devastating to that part of the country.
Again, you can use hashtag KJB or hashtag KEric on Facebook Live or YouTube Live to have your comment featured on screen. We want to provide good information for folks out there. Derek wants to know what type of impacts for Hernando County.
Yeah, Hernando County, it depends if you're along the immediate coast. If you live west of 19, I'm sure you were told to evacuate because storm surge is going to be a big issue, 8 to 12 feet. Otherwise, Hernando County, 60, 70, maybe even 75-mile-an-hour wind gusts, pretty close to hurricane force wind gust. And you may actually see wind speed around 60 miles per hour. And that's going to come within the next couple of hours.
You know who's entered the chat? Helene has entered the chat.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Helene says, tell the viewers I say hi. Yeah, Helene, you're saying hi right now yourself to a lot of folks in Sarasota, Manatee, Hillsborough, Pinellas counties. Helene has officially arrived in Tampa Bay. And that brings us to the next segment of the program, WFLA.com/report it. Here's the video that has just come in from Nicole. Looks like she's riding shotgun. And this is the conditions. Now, I don't know if I have a location, but... Oh, no, I do.
This is Clearwater?
McMullen Booth Road as of 5:01 p.m. I'm going to bring that up on Google Maps. That's basically
East side of Pinellas County.
Yeah, off the Courtney Campbell Causeway,
right.
heading up north through Safety Harbor.
Yeah.
She's driving through it right now. Please be safe on the roads right now. You want to be getting home. You want to be getting to your destination if you're on the roads right now in Pinellas County. 5:01 p.m.
Oh, boy. Yeah, I mean, now is definitely not the time to be on the roadways.
All right, so WFLA.com/report it. That's where, of course, you can send in your pictures and your videos. Let's continue to cycle through. The next one that we have is out of Clearwater. This is also from Nicole. Sending this in. Maybe Nicole did.
Oh, good.
Make
She
it.
made it home.
Yeah, she did. And there's a lightning strike.
Yep.
And an apartment complex that's seeing, rising water there. I'm sure that things are going to be worsening.
Yeah.
In Clearwater over the coming minutes. Let's go to Jennifer joining us from Northport. We were just talking about Northport now.
And look at the winds gusting.
Look, if you're in Northport right now, okay, you need to be listening to, of course, our meteorologists on air. You need to be listening to local emergency officials. You need to be, of course, be mindful of the fact that there's a tornado warning. Now, this came in at this video was taken at 3:30 p.m.
Okay, that's good.
Hours ago, but just arriving in our queue to WFLA.com/report it. Again, a lot of Northport, if not all of Northport right now, is under a tornado warning. You should be getting to an interior room of your house. This is from west of 41, Jennifer says. We'll continue on in the queue.
Okay, west of 41. All right. Yeah, the tornado warning right now, if I had to pinpoint that, somewhere near Toledo Blade Road and I-75 on that exit. I think it's exit 178 or 182, one of those exits. But it is moving northward. So it's on the eastern portions of Northport heading in well into Sarasota County.
All right, let's continue on. This is a video from Deborah in Palmetto. What's going on in Palmetto at the moment?
Palmetto, you're getting some rain. Hey, look at that, right on cue. Yep, there's some pretty heavy rain in Palmetto. And you're going to be in that rain for quite some time. And there are spin-ups offshore that are heading into Manatee County. So, again, you're going to be dealing with that. And with the wind out of the south, there's that body of water right there that can be blown in. So we'll have some storm surge in the southern end.
All right.
What's this?
So
Look
this is
at this.
Dan with his dog Pepper watching. I promised that we would show some friendly faces. It's not all doom and gloom. We are in the heat of what is going to be imminent landfall coverage in the hours ahead. But I do want to get some smiles on here. Dan is here with his dog Pepper. And I believe that's Starkey, Florida. We've got also to Brent. He's joining us from Northeast Oklahoma.
Oh,
okay. So tornadoes, you know what we're talking about, Brent. Thanks for sending in the selfie, watching, tracking the tropics. Again, the selfie rule is you got to show us that you're watching the program, like Mark in Safety Harbor. Mark, good to see you. Hope that you're staying dry out there. And then also as well, we got a young audience member who says future weather geek.
Nice.
And this is Alexandra watching in Ruskin.
Cute.
We'll cycle in some more, show some friendly faces out there. Look, we hope that everybody has made their preparations. We hope that everybody's hunkered in, paying attention to, of course, any tornado warnings that are rolling through the area. But look, a lot of folks right now, you would hope, are making the best of their current situation, whether it's playing board games, piecing together a puzzle like we're talking about, maybe cooking some brownies. I'm not sure what you're doing, but we want to see some friendly faces out there. You can send in storm videos and damage videos to WFLA.com/report it. You can also send in a selfie, but the selfie rule is you got to show that you're watching Tracking the Tropics with myself and Eric Stone. Let's continue to get through some of the comments. Alexandra says, hashtags for you, or actually, no, me and Jeff. When will we see the worst of it in Pinellas County, Eric?
Yeah, it's happening right now in Pinellas, the beginnings of it. I think the worst is going to come in the next hour or so. I'd say between now and 8, 9 o'clock, some pretty solid rain and wind. And once this storm makes landfall and gets far enough to the north, the rain and wind will subside a bit, but the storm surge is going to continue. Many high tides are between 10 and midnight from Bay Area northward. So we're going to be dealing with the storm surge throughout midnight and even into the overnight hours.
Let's go next to David. Hashtag HeyJB. What's the worst expected impact for Polk County? He's talking specifically about Auburndale, Winter Haven area.
Yeah, I'm looking at my max offender 8 radar off to the side. There's
Can
really
we bring that up if you're looking at radar.
That's weather 3.
They're using it on air at the moment.
Right. And it is showing radar. That's why you never know what where it's going to go, how they're going to manipulate it. But you can see really not much going on in Polk County, and you're not going to get all that much rain. Maybe an inch or so, if that. Especially in eastern Polk County, you could see one of those rogue rain bands that do spin up the possibility of a tornado. But once you get into Polk County, Lakeland, east of the Parkway, I just don't think we're going to see all that much rain. It will be gusty, though.
Let's go to Bradenton for Dory Gonzalez. Wants to know what the impact is going to be there.
Yeah, Bradenton getting some pretty heavy rain right now. There's
right
several
right there in the center of the map.
Yeah, there's several rain bands that are moving through Bradenton. We're not seeing any rotation out of those as of yet, but see all those little red blotches, so to speak, that are offshore that are heading toward Sarasota and Manatee counties. There's a lot of spin-ups in those. So you'll have periods of heavy rain and wind with those spin-ups as those bands keep coming on and off rain through 7, 8 o'clock. And then after that, we'll start to see that die down a bit. But still, if you're near the coast, that storm surge is really going to be kicking up as we head to tonight.
Yeah, isn't it interesting that, we're talking about the dirty side of the storm? I mean, just look at the dirty side in relation to all of the towns and cities that we have represented on this map. Let's go top down. Crystal River, Spring Hill, Newport Richey, Lakeland, Tampa, St. Petersburg, Wauchula, Bradenton, Sarasota, and Norton, and especially Northport because there's a tornado warning in effect. And those tornado warnings, correct me if I'm wrong, Eric, could progress northward in the coming
Yes,
couple
very
of hours.
likely, very likely. If anyone remembers Tropical Storm Debbie, Amanda and I were on TV on News Channel 8 for a good 2.5, 3 hours with several spin-ups in DeSoto and Hardy counties and even into eastern Manatee and eastern Hillsborough. So these don't just go away. In fact, when these systems go over land, they tend to get some friction, right? And it tends to spin these cells and rain bands to where they last for a while. And so now what Jeff and Rebecca are doing, they're looking for those 2 spots right there. You can see the bright green and the red in the top left portion of that red box, and then in this bottom middle of your screen. And those are definitely radar indicated rotations. They could be weak tornadoes on the ground right now. Thankfully, it looks like those are in rural areas, not in the Northport area.
Let's continue onward with some of the questions that we are receiving. Leslie wants to know, when are we going to see the worst in Pasco County. So that's ahead, no doubt.
Yeah, you're already starting to see that heavy rain and wind coming in. But I think in Pasco County, you're going to see that after about between 7 and 8 o'clock. And in coastal Pasco County, again, that storm surge, once Helene moves north, we're going to see those southwest winds just blowing water, continuing to blow water from the Gulf, and that storm surge is really going to kick up.
Let's go next to, oh man, let me tell you something, man. I got just a bad feeling about Southwest Georgia. The way that the storm is moving, at the speed that it is moving, areas that haven't experienced tremendous impacts from hurricanes in a long time, or, especially more into central Georgia, right towards Atlanta, that there's a lot heading in that direction, Eric.
Yeah, and it's places that are very dense in trees, right? That don't typically get strong wind. Maybe 10, 20 years they'll get a wind event or nothing like this though. So there's going to be a lot of trees that, they're not used to this 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And there's going to be a lot of trees and debris on roadways, unfortunately, in people's yards, houses, cars. There's going to be a lot of damage, unfortunately. But take a look at the middle on your screen there. Look at the lightning just blowing up in the northern and eastern portions. I think this storm is still gaining strength, JB. I mean, it goes from 17 lightning strikes to 148.
You see the top right, folks? Lightning strike count?
Yeah, within a 30-minute period of time? I mean, boy, if you're on the northern or eastern end of this thing, when it makes landfall, boy, it's going to be devastating. And it's gonna hold together through South Georgia. That's the thing.
We've got outages coming in. You can go to WFLA.com /WFLA.com. You can go to WFLA.com. It's right on the homepage. We've got more than 40,000 people in the Tampa Bay area without power, and that's the latest number that we had as of a short time ago. But look, bottom line is that number is going to be growing, no doubt. So. And look, there might be people that are finding us. If people lose power, can't turn on your TV at home, you're going to resort to your phone. And hopefully cell towers, remain operational, and they have contingency plans should, your local cell tower lose power. And usually generators are part of the equation as far as making sure that you maintain cell coverage. Communication is so important in severe weather situations. So you can go to WFLA.com. For the latest on power outages.
There it is. Right there.
There's the map.
Right on cue.
Right on cue.
It's looking like 25 to 50,000 people in Hillsborough, Manatee, and Sarasota counties. 10 to 25 in Pasco and Pinellas counties. And then fewer than even 5,000 in the inland counties. But once this storm moves further to the north, you're going to see Pasco and Citrus start lighting up, because the wind is going to be the strongest there.
Let's see here. You know what, Kevin? I'm going to be honest, Kevin. I cannot read that handwriting. Access to Pinellas Barrier Islands to be cut off at about 6 p.m. One more time. Access to Pinellas Barrier Islands to be cut off at 6 p.m. So the Pinellas County Barrier Islands that getting to can be difficult or really super challenging in these situations. That cutoff is going to be occurring at 6 o'clock. Thank you, Well, he's left.
I'm surprised that hadn't happened already.
To tell you the truth, I was. That's why I read it twice. I thought to myself, "Wait, is that really?"
I don't think it's safe. I don't think it's safe at 4 o'clock to be. But yeah. So power outages right now already starting to amp up, and we're going to see some of these counties turning red and even dark red over the coming hours.
Okay, let's continue on and continue to take questions out of Facebook Live, YouTube Live, #HeyJB, #HeyEric. We were just talking about Pasco County, Port Richey. Hey, just make sure you stay safe in Port Richey. They've got some significant weather on the way.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're looking at 8 to even 12 foot of storm surge in the Port Richey area. So again, the rain is coming in right now, and it is windy, and it's going to continue to be gusty, especially if this storm is strengthening. I'll keep my eye to see if they put out an hourly advisory at 6 o'clock, but with the increase in lightning that we saw just a few minutes ago, JB, I mean, that really, really, really looked like it was beefing up. You know what I'm saying? This is what we thought would happen, you know, maybe a little sooner than later. But if it does, places like Newport Richey, there'll be widespread power outages. And, you know, it's going to be interesting, I'll tell you.
We'll come back to the questions. I want to get to some of the stuff that's coming in via Report It. I mean, basically everybody in this live stream is able to send in photos and videos, but please do so safely and responsibly. Do not put yourself in a compromising position. We really want everyone to stay as safe as possible out there. Dez looks like he's riding shotgun on the Courtney Campbell Causeway. And going pretty quick, but things are picking up in the Bay.
Yeah, what time is that recently?
There is no timestamp.
Okay.
Guys, we appreciate timestamps when you send stuff in.
Because, you know, I don't know if that's even still open. We saw water splashing on some of those bridges, at 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock? And things are getting a lot worse now. So
Dennis and West Chase saying some wind gusts there. You know, maybe the best indicator that we're going to have as to what time of day this stuff comes in. Again, please use timestamps when you actually type it in to report it. But, you know, how dark it is out there. Now, this is pretty light. I would say that this was probably a little bit earlier on. However, Dennis and West Chase sending in some video of wind gusts. Check this out. Amanda in Citrus County. She's got, this is everybody, meet Maya. Chat, say, send some love for Maya here, especially
cute.
Myself as a new dad or a new-ish dad.
And that's Citrus County too.
Yeah, Citrus County.
So
this is a soft spot in my heart for, you know, seeing little ones like this. And yeah, let's send some love for Maya in the chat and for Mama, which is Amanda sending this in to WFLA.com/reportit. We really appreciate you sending this in. This puts a big smile on my face. Thank you, Amanda. And stay safe in Citrus County. Anything we could pass along for Citrus at the moment?
Well, I mean, they're going to be getting the worst of the wind and the storm surge.
Stand by, Eric. I'm sorry. We're going to go to a live report. Let's listen in. Coming in. I'll try to get a location. Stand by.
About that weather being deceiving. You know, for a lot of people here in Pasco County, it looks like a sunny day throughout today, and people were wondering, oh, did it shift? Is it not going to hit us? And we were talking a little bit about that earlier. Touch on that for me.
Right. I think one thing about Florida is that we get a lot of tropical storms, and a lot of people see Category 1, Category 2 hurricane, and they turn off the news, but it's increasing in strength, and it's going to be very important for people to stay indoors. I know we've seen some people
This is
surfing on the
Hudson
news
Beach,
for
Florida with Nicole
funsies
Rogers.
and stuff, but as it comes closer, everybody has to stay safe, and this could be a monster hurricane. It's so big that it's almost covering the entire state of Florida.
And one of the things we just saw were people swimming right out here, and they were swimming even just to the red and green signs. Very concerning. We were all just watching to make sure that they were safe. What were you thinking in that moment?
My gosh, I was so concerned. At first I thought it was a dolphin, and I was like, oh no, that's just typical Florida man moment right there. Everybody going to swim outside. But as the hurricane comes closer, I'm really concerned about the waves and the current going out and then pushing back in. So I'm happy to see that they came back in. But typical Florida man moment, we need a monster truck out here to do a donut or something.
So this area here in Hudson Beach is going to be underwater. That's very apparent here. So you are from Chicago, and you are experiencing this for the first time. What are you thinking right now?
This is very exciting to see, actually. I didn't expect this, but I'm kind of like waiting to see what more there is.
So you have been here throughout the day, really. How would you describe the change in the weather from now versus earlier today?
Yeah, the calming was earlier. I could see the big change with the water current going outward a little bit and the rain coming down. The trees are shifting. It's kind of exciting, actually. For me, it's a lot of excitement.
Well, thank you guys so much for joining us. Obviously, stay safe, everyone. As we can see, the weather is changing by the minute. It really is. We're starting to see the rain come down more. We're starting to see the wind pick up. But really what we're watching for here in Hudson Beach is for when that wind starts to shift and the water starts to come in. Of course, these people say that they are going to leave whenever the water starts to come and they're going to play it safe. But we will continue to keep you up to date here in Pasco County. Live in Hudson Beach, Nicole Rogers, 8 on your side.
Yeah, so live TV. Typical Florida man. Did you hear that? You caught that?
No, that was a typical tourist. Oh, this is great. Oh, you know, we love to see this.
Yeah, on the back end there, I understand how some people are going to find this to be exciting.
If they don't have to live along the coast, that unfortunately is going to have a lot of storm surge.
Exciting isn't not to be a Debbie Downer for anybody, but like in all seriousness, it's not exciting for somebody that's going to watch their home get destroyed or someone. I mean, look, a loss of life is common with major category 3, 4, 5 hurricanes making landfall, whether it's in the United States or another country. So this is an extremely serious storm. I know that there are some folks out there, clearly smiles on their faces, and we appreciate all the folks that have been sending in smiles on Report It. But this is a serious storm, and we are here to, of course, try to give as much information out as possible to keep people safe. Nanny wants to know about Hernando County at this hour, Eric, and you also, too, while that interview was taking place, I think you noted that a tornado warning had come in as well.
Yeah,
correct?
so if you go back to Source 3, they're right now showing where that tornado may be in Mayaca City. Is that, I want to say that's State Road 72, I think. Or is it 70? No, it looks like State Road 70. So it's State Road 70, just to the east of Mayaca City, it looks like. And then right near State Road 64, a little bit further north, you see that green and the blue right next to each other. It looks like there's some weak rotation there, too. Both of these are actually from the same cell that produced the tornado warning in Sarasota about 30 to 45 minutes ago. So this is what happens. These cells actually... they hold together and they keep the rotation as they move over land. It's not like a typical rainy season tornado where you might get a spin up and then, 5-10 minutes later, the rotation's gone out of the storm. Because this is a major hurricane, you're going to see these areas of rotation continue even on land for several miles. So we could see a weak tornado. Again, it would be an EF0, maybe a 1 at the most, but most likely a 0. Still can do a lot of damage, but it would stay on the ground for an extended period of time. In regards to Hernando County, as the viewer asked, again, 60, 70 mile per hour wind gusts, definitely not out of the question, and 8 to 12 foot of storm surge along the immediate coast. So if you're along US 19, you don't want to be because even US 19 will be flooded over in parts of Hernando County.
And maybe the slightest jog east here.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it.
Yep. Let's continue on with Report It. And let's bring that back into the conversation here. This was DJ in Spring Hill says winds and rain as of 3:29 p.m. Thank you for the timestamp. Again, Spring Hill.
That was
Florida.
2 hours ago too, and it's pretty gusty.
Yep, no doubt. Sarah in Clearwater, 5:35 p.m. by the Countryside Mall. Winds
in Clearwater.
There, no doubt.
Yep.
All right, we got some smiles. Lindsay in Lakeland, they're watching the show. Hello to the whole family. Good to see you guys. I don't know if you got any. It looks like some board games up there on the shelf.
Love it.
Be safe. Thank you for watching. Wish I was right there on the couch with you and hanging out and playing some of those board games. I really mean it. It'd be a good time. Thank you, Lindsay, for sending this in. It says, watching the stream from Lakeland with my girls while we play a game. That's great to see. And I've been told by our staff that we've got a lot of other impactful videos and pictures coming in. Emily, watching with the pup. This is Daisy.
Aww.
And passing along prayers for everyone impacted by Helene, watching from Washington State.
Wow.
Someone's got some noodles. You want spaghetti models?
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, is that what that is? Okay.
There's the spaghettis. Sharon in Largo says, fighting the spaghetti plot by eating it. Good to see there. All right. Nikki in Plant City. A band of wind coming in at 4:47 p.m. Plant City has been mentioned a lot in our comment section. Here's a look there from Nikki.
Yeah, and, Plant City further inland, but still, they have been seeing some of those gusty rain bands come in, and that will continue. And if these couple of areas of rotation do hold together, they would head into eastern Hillsborough County. That wouldn't be till well after the 6 o'clock hour. So, again, we'll continue to monitor that.
Albert might be a cool man. I'll tell you, this is a great view. That's I think what I'm getting at is
What
I don't
floor
know if
is
you're
he
up in
on?
a high rise, in
The
a
10,
condo. If man, maybe Albert and I want to hang out because he looks like he's got a great view of
Not
Clearwater.
today, but maybe over the weekend.
Yeah, but I mean, it just goes to show this is normally paradise, folks.
Right,
Clearwater is stunning, and today doom and gloom, if you will, in the sky at least. And good to see that that traffic is minimal at best there in Clearwater.
Yeah.
Albert says that this came in. He took this at 5:33. That's
Wow.
great. That's in the last half hour. We really appreciate it, Albert. Alex sending in Ribs the dog watching. Oh, they lost power.
Oh.
And he says he has the generator going and able to keep the TV on.
At
Ribs,
St. Pete, huh?
we hope I'm sending you good vibes, man. And Alec, of course, as well. Hope you guys get power back soon. I see you got the fan running. I know that every hour that passes, the degrees will get higher and higher. It gets warmer and warmer without standard air conditioning. But fingers crossed that you guys stay cool and you get power back sooner rather than later.
We just got an email from Bel Air Bluffs where on the second floor balcony, wind of 65 miles per hour.
Wind's picking up. Adam in Palm Harbor says shot this damage a little bit before 5 o'clock. Yep, siding getting ripped
Already.
off. It's going to be something we're going to be seeing a lot of. Got the ducks getting ready. There's families that, beyond just us, ducks as well, getting ready for the storm. Mayaca City. Lauren sending this one in.
Yeah, Mayaca City is right close to where that rotating cell is right now. So you're getting some pretty heavy rain, and you've got another big batch of heavy rain and wind on the way in the next, I'd say, 10, 15 minutes.
Joe in Punta Gorda.
Punta Gorda, it's starting to wind down a bit, still getting some rain bands, and as the evening progresses, conditions definitely improving in Charlotte County.
Yep. I'm going to hold on a second. 1 second. I want to talk to our team here because we're getting a lot of photos and videos. Larry, Valrico's, the location for this video, 5:30, strong wind and driven rain.
Yeah, definitely. Valrico's been getting it, Brandon area, and you're continuing to get those windy rain bands.
Kevin, Rachel, can you guys do me the kindness? Yeah, say hello. These working behind the scenes here in the WFLA newsroom, two of our very talented digital content producers. Guys, there's so many photos and videos coming in unreported. Can you add them to my queue? Do you guys know how to do that? Yes. Okay. If you could help by adding some stuff to the queue, because I can't go through all these. We're getting so many that it's impossible for me here to be on the mic and also put the bid. So just, you know what? I trust you. Just throw them into the queue, and I'll cycle through them as they come in. Folks, you can send it in to WFLA.com/report it. That's, of course, the way to send in stuff. Kevin, Rachel, thank you, because what do you say, a lot of cat photos?
Well, wait a minute. What about dogs?
Are we getting more cat photos or dog photos?
Oh, no.
More cat
Kevin,
photos.
you're in charge.
Look at that. All the cats
That'll
for a
make
Cat
your
3
day.
storm. We hope that doesn't become a Cat 4 storm. Yeah, you can scan the QR code on your screen, send it in at WFLA.com/report it. There's just so many coming in. It's virtually impossible for me. I usually, here in the Stream Center, folks, I'm able to do a lot. That's why I have all these screens here. I can see report it. I can see comments. I can monitor our live feeds. I can punch the show. I can, communicate with our team and check power outages. I can't do it all when we have dozens and dozens, of videos and photos coming in via Report It. Our very talented duo there of Kevin and Rachel, they'll be able to add as many to the queue as possible, and we will get them cycled in. So let's continue going through that queue. Larry, thank you for that. We'll continue to the Q&A. This is from Ethan in St. Petersburg.
Yeah, boy, it's really looking gloomy there. We had a report of a wind gust close to 70 miles per hour at St. Pete. So definitely gusty wind and rain. I'm not sure. What time was this one at?
Let's see if it included a timestamp. No, just hurricane in St. Pete.
Yeah. It looks recent because you can see the rain really being blown horizontally right there at the end of that. So gusty rain bands.
Let's do a check in with Wobble Tracker. What's the very latest? And also too we probably check in on the tornado warnings as well.
That's up right now on Weather 3. Still the same 2 tornado warnings. The one, the southernmost one should be expiring soon. Let me look at my phone and I'll see when the other one. 6 o'clock. So another few minutes. It's 5:58. So we'll see if they extend the northernmost. But notice all of our counties are in a tornado watch. You see that? And that is till 8 o'clock. And I do expect that the tornado watches will expire from south to north. So we may see a couple of those Sarasota, DeSoto, Hardee County expire before 8. And then as we get to Citrus, Pasco, and Hernando, they may expire a little bit after 8 o'clock. But yeah, our whole area here in the Bay Area under a tornado watch until 8 o'clock with a couple of warnings that I do believe will expire in the next minute or so. And then we'll see if others are issued. It looks like one of those storms still had some pretty good rotation to it. So I do believe the tornado warning may be issued for southeastern Hillsborough, southwestern Polk County in the coming minutes.
All right, so we've started a poll because we've got so much going on right now. We're going to ask our audience what they would like to see more of. Do you want to see more of Report It? Do you want to see more of Wobble Tracker? Do you want us to focus on, we're going to continue to go through the alerts. That's a given. When the alerts come in, we're going to try to focus in on them. And then also, too, the live Q&A. We have hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyEric questions, and they're rolling in. So we're going to run that poll and see exactly where people would like us to focus the most. But we're seeing a lot of people that want to see the latest wobbles, so we'll focus on Wobble Tracker here for a minute. And we got to give credit to where credit is due. The NHC has had this on lockdown for 72 hours, Eric. This track, if you look 4 days ago, I mean, this is what they had.
Yeah, definitely. Again, when you have 2 big features keeping this system from moving too far one way or too far the other way. You had a big high pressure over top of us, a big cutoff low that's to the northwest of us. The storm had to move in between them, right? It didn't really have much of a choice of where it was going to go. Both systems were guiding the storm, and it makes our life a lot easier. During Ian and Charlie, we didn't have that high pressure, right? We didn't have that huge high keeping it west. So it was a question of, okay, when is the front going to push Ian further to the east, and how quickly is it going to push it to the east? Because there was no high pressure keeping it from going to the east.
Real quick, we're going to check in with Governor Ron DeSantis.
I think the track is kind of taking it into that Taylor County, but I would say anywhere from Wakulla Jefferson County line over into Taylor is where a lot of the models have it. But keep in mind that wherever that eye hits, particularly on the northeast side of that storm, that's going to whip up a lot of storm surge. And so if it's hitting Taylor, you're looking at coastal Levy, Dixie. That's going to be some significant surge. On the west side of the storm, you still have surge, but it is not going to be as high as the ones on the northeast side. That's just how these things work. So where it hits is important for the wind. The wind is going out pretty far from this storm, and so you're going to have hurricane force winds for probably 50 miles outside of the eye of the storm, and then you're going to continue to see surge, particularly in that Big Bend area. So, but people do have time. If you're in those coastal areas, particularly in that Big Bend, if you want to get out of Dodge, you still have time to do it. We're likely to see conditions worsen, but if you go right now, you're probably going to be okay. And then if you decide not to, hunker down, you gotta be as safe as you can. I will say that regardless of what people decide to do, we have resources that are staged, whether it's National Guard, whether it's Fish and Wildlife, whether it's our State Guard, all these assets that can go and help with search and rescue efforts if people are caught in difficult circumstances. You don't want that to be the case, and just keep in mind that if you do find yourself in those situations, those rescue efforts will be undertaken, but once it's safe to do so, they're not going to go out in a Category 3 hurricane trying to effectuate rescue. So the storm will pass, and then they will go in and help people that are in need. So we have that, locals have that, and you'll see those resources be put to bear if needed, but it will likely not happen until that storm passes. So just keep that in mind. If you stay behind and then you call in the middle of the storm, I think in pretty much all instances they're going to say we're going to have to wait. So be smart over these next few hours. With that, yes.
Governor, I'm curious if you've seen the post from the Taylor County Sheriff's Office that basically said that if people were staying behind despite the evacuation order, that they needed to put their name and information like their birth date and permanent marker on their limbs. Is that too much, or is that fair?
Well, I think people still have time to effectuate an evacuation in some of those areas. I mean, particularly you look at Taylor County. You look at that eye is kind of is heading in that direction potentially. It's a very real possibility that this storm will make landfall in Taylor County. So you're looking at those, particularly on the coast there. You're going to look at seeing some pretty significant storm surge. And if the storm surge is, I think they've said a maximum could be 20 feet. I don't think we've ever had 20 feet recently. I know Ian, I think, got to about 18 feet. But even if it's 10 feet, that is really significant. And that will have really serious consequences. And so people still have time to kind of make those judgments. I mean, obviously our state policy is not saying people have to use marker to do whatever, but you do have time to do. If you do hunker down, I don't think you're going to have the local sheriff's department. I don't think you're going to see state resources brought to bear for the rescue until it's safe to do so. And, we've had examples in storms where people were caught in very difficult circumstances. But basically, I think when you call 911 or you call the sheriff's department, they're going to say, okay, give me your name, where are you at? As soon as it's safe to go, we'll send people. But they are going to wait for it to be safe to go.
With this being a
weird question. I don't know what the reporter was referencing. And as far as DeSantis there, that's a non-answer to that question. We have other things to worry about here locally because, of course, of the local impacts as a result of Hurricane Helene. So I'm not sure where that storyline is going, but maybe we avoid that rabbit hole because we've got people in line of a Category 3 storm, and those types of questions, I suppose we could wait for later. So latest right now, Eric, before we've got, tornado watch. Basically, the entire area is blanketed, but it doesn't look like there's any active tornado warnings. Is that correct?
It's gone. So let's go back to Source 120. Looks like the Hurricane Center just updated a 6 o'clock advisory. So most likely, we're going to see these every single hour. It looks like still 125 mile an hour wind, 950 and northeast at 23. So I don't really see.
So this is the 6 o'clock update,
right? I don't see much changing, and I'm sure they're going to update every single hour until this makes landfall. The pressure may have gone down slightly, but still, there's really not much change here from the 5 o'clock advisory. It looks exactly the same to me.
Okay. Again, the NHC and the forecast models. I mean, there's a lot of credit to be given here. Everyone wants to slam the models when they're wrong. This one is the, the shining example for getting a storm. Almost pinpoint correct as to location. Now, intensity forecasting, is going to continue to progress with technology. Maybe even AI gets implemented into intensity forecasting in the future. But my goodness, this cone was narrow, a couple days ago, and for good reason. The model consensus was tremendous, Eric. And we've been talking about Big Ben now for several days, and here we are, a couple hours away from landfall, and it's going to be the Big Ben. It's going to be Perry, Florida.
Ever since the storm formed, really, on Monday, before that, the models were kind of all over the place because the storm hadn't formed yet. So the models were still trying to figure out when the storm was going to form, as well as, where exactly is the storm going to form. So again, within the past couple of days, the models have been pretty spot on. Now you can see on the wobble tracker, see the 2 3s that are right next to each other. Definitely a jog to the east, which is what we saw over the past hour or so. But not far enough east that we're really going to be worried. This is already just about parallel, if not slightly north of parallel, to Tampa. And again, I'm looking on my other screen, a Max Defender 8 radar, and I can see, that the bands are still coming in, but it looks like down in Lee County in the Fort Myers area, things are starting to get a little bit better. While here in Tampa, Pinellas.
Really quick, Eric, we got to go to Marilyn Parker. Let's listen in.
And see why. Those are some pretty big waves right there from Williams Pier. It's flooding into the streets easily. This is that storm surge. And let me tell you, the wind out here is so very strong. Really, it's hard to stand still. I'm standing behind my photographer right now so I can just keep my balance. What you're looking at is Shore Boulevard, and again, water is covering that entire road all the way down, and in the last hour it has really grown significantly.
This is Pinellas County, Florida.
6th Avenue South. That's just a taste of it, because again, obviously it's so close to the marina and to the water, but those stranded boats that were tied up to the marina earlier, some of them have really just been trying to ride that wave as best as possible, but it is really a sight to see. It looks so scary from here, honestly. And even earlier, we saw a few people, which they should not be doing, by the way, out here in their bathing suits, standing by and getting in that area of the water. Storm surge is what we've been talking about this entire time. Well, here it is. I mean, it's only getting bigger. Look, there's a person right there trying to walk through this, which they should not be doing. It's a safety hazard. We just want people to stay safe. Again, the storm surge has grown significantly. Where we were earlier in the 4 o'clock hour, we were at the Gulfport Marina, and we showed you how the water from just the boat ramp was filling it. Well, after that hour had passed, the water started coming in from the fences. It covered the entire parking lot, almost covering the top of fire hydrants. And I let the folks know there that there was no water up to their driveways. Well, by now, it's definitely knocking on their doors. It's something you want to take seriously, and we're going to continue to follow this for the rest of the night. I'm in Gulfport, Marilyn Parker, 8 on your side.
Okay, and we were just pausing there to give meteorologist Eric Stone the opportunity to update the conditions for our radio partners. I believe we have another live shot as well. Let's go now live to Ty Russell in Tampa.
Roughly 10 to 15 minutes just to see this. I'll step out of the way just so you're able to get a better picture of what I'm looking at. As you can see, Bayshore Boulevard is there, and yes, the waves have been crashing there. There are people who have been walking in the roadway there. They are standing there. You can see it's going up past their knees. For some people who are walking there, I saw them where the water was basically waist deep. Now, a 3-mile stretch of, a stretch of Bayshore Boulevard has been closed for several hours right now.
See that?
As you can see, there was a pickup truck with some people just coming out here. They've been doing this all throughout the day, coming out here just to take a look at this. But I've been talking to some of them, but I've also been talking to officials with Hillsborough County. So far, no major incidents besides a jet ski rescue, but they are monitoring the situations, and they are expecting around roughly midnight to get more calls. But listen to what the official has to say right after this.
All right, so Ty's going to a soundbite on the news. They were the guys in the pickup truck that just looked like they were having a dandy old time. But this is a live look at somewhere in Tampa. I don't have. Perhaps we'll get a location on the SIG out here momentarily from Ty. Let's listen in.
And so that was the word right there from officials. That is a warning that they are watching the wind speeds, along with they are watching the water levels. And of course, they are being mindful of down power lines and down trees. Again, this is attracting many neighbors and people who don't even live in this area to see the high water levels here. But again, we will continue to stay out here and monitor this situation. I know that Tampa officials, they are expected to give an update within the next hour or so, and I will continue to reach out to Hillsborough County officials to see if there are any major problems. But for now, we are live in Tampa. Ty Russell, 8 on your side.
All right, Ty, thank you very much on WFLA News Channel 8. So on Track of the Tropics, Eric Stone, myself, JB, let's continue to go through Report It, shall we? And let's check in. This is Ethan in St. Petersburg. I believe we highlighted this one a bit earlier. Let's go through some more. I haven't seen any of these, so our team now is adding these to the queue. Eric, check this out. This is Tyler in Port Charlotte saying that this is a video of harbor flooding.
Yeah, definitely. Charlotte Harbor. We talked about this yesterday. Thankfully the wind is starting to subside a little bit, but that Charlotte Harbor storm surge will continue for the next couple of hours as, once again, the wind shifts in Lee County and Charlotte County to the southwest. And that's going to blow water from the Gulf of Mexico into Charlotte Harbor and continue to cause this storm surge flooding.
All right, let's continue onward and check in with this next one. This is coming in from West Tampa. Lord sending this one in. Wind and rain from Hurricane Helene. What are we seeing?
Yeah, we've got plenty of rain bands coming in right now from Tampa along 75, even parts of 275. West Tampa, there's a heavy shower coming in right now with wind. And again, it's going to continue for the next couple of hours before it does subside.
All right, moving on and through the queue on WFLA.com/report it. Send in your photos and videos there. Cheryl in Mulberry, timestamp 5:31 p.m., Eric.
Yeah, so a little bit further to the east. But you do have a shower that's pretty much on the way to you in the next, I'd say, about 15 minutes or so. There may be some rotation in that, too. Either way, you're going to be in that tropical storm wind gust range, 40 to 50, the next several hours.
All right, continuing on. Next up in the queue is from New Tampa Autar. Sending this one in and looking like the winds are picking up here.
Yeah, New Tampa, boy, you've got a pretty heavy shower that's right on your doorstep. It looks like it's going to be coming in the next few minutes. And that, you're going to really see those winds pick up. I got a location from Ty where he was at Bayshore and Inman, which is one of those side streets off of Bayshore.
All right, continuing on in the queue. Next up, we've got, oh man, what's up, Lewis?
There he is again.
Watching the show from Naples. He just turned 7 years old. Did we see this one already?
Yeah, no. Well, we saw him, but we didn't see him in the middle of the screen. I think he was off to the side.
Man,
I think this is the second one.
I love to see it. Oh, cool setup for Selena and Brandon. Got the Stream Deck there. Love to see it.
Nice.
I use that quite a bit. The LED keyboard, and I see the cheddar and sour cream ruffles there,
Oh, yeah.
I see the bag of potato chips, the Coca-Cola,
Dr. Pepper. I can't tell what that
good to
is.
see it. Saying hello to Selena in Brandon, Florida, with a cool setup. Tony, this one did not load, so sorry. In South Venice, Bridget, Newport Richie, got the cats.
Oh, Rachel brought this one in, right?
I love it.
Hey, you know what? Newport Richie, don't let the cats outside. They don't like getting wet. There's a lot of rain headed your way. It's going to rain pretty steadily the next couple of hours, rain and wind, strong wind.
That was Newt and Bilbo, by the way. Probably, that might have been named for Tolkien. I love it. Flooding in Port Charlotte at 4:55 p.m. This is Tyler in Port Charlotte sending in this video. I think we saw this one.
Yeah, this was Charlotte Harbor. Yep.
Okay, this is a repeat. Another selfie saying hello to Nikki in Northport. Oh, my goodness. Celebrating... Oh, wait, not the cricket. Wow, that's the wrong sound effect. I am so sorry. Nikki in Northport celebrating our 10-year wedding anniversary today, bunkered down inside with heavy winds and tornado warning. Can you imagine just 1 second, it's your 10-year wedding anniversary and you have a hurricane hitting? I mean, if you guys had plans and it was washed out, I am so sorry, but it looks like you guys are... having a good time and glad to see it. Thank you for sharing it. And can we get some love in the chat for Nikki and partner here for their 10-year wedding anniversry? That's
I know.
Really cool.
Happy anniversary. I'd be the crazy guy that got married in a hurricane. And then 10 years later, it'd be sunny.
Let's continue on and show off this shot from Tori in Vinoy Park, St. Petersburg. And, things are really picking up here in St. Pete.
Yep. St. Pete, wind gust to 70. They're going to be pretty darn close to, the closest area you're going to get in Pinellas County to Helene right now. So you can see that water just being inundated into the park. And, boy, it's we're going to see a lot of images and videos like this.
Yep. Let's continue on and show you know what? Let's switch views here if we can for a second. People who want Wobble Tracker, you got Wobble Tracker. For people who want live cameras, you got live cameras, and we can continue to cycle through, report it in real time. So next up, we're going to go to Lexi in St. Aug. This is, says the comment says, hey guys, Goose and I are following along with you guys. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you for sending some love, Lexi, and saying hi to Goose. You know, Amanda Holly, meteorologist here at WFLA, who's on the morning program, she's at home right now getting some rest. Her cat is named Maverick. So we got Maverick, and now we got Goose. I love to see it. Love to see it. Thank you for sending that along. Again, the rule with selfies, we can send or we can show selfies, provided that, of course, they are showing Tracking the Tropics in the background. This is Chelsea showing the conditions and saying that a street sign came down on Bayshore Boulevard. Yeah, the one-way and the Bayshore Boulevard sign hanging upside down there as of 2:30 today in Tampa, Eric.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a tie on Bayshore, and we saw that the floodwaters was at least a couple feet deep on Bayshore, and unfortunately, it's just going to keep on getting higher and higher as that wind shifts to the southwest.
Any tornado warnings? Let's just check in with the tornado warnings. Let's update people. That's important.
There was a tornado warning down in Charlotte and inland Sarasota County, a pretty good-looking area of rotation that was coming out of Charlotte County toward I-75, but it was well to the east of Northport. I'd say it would have been somewhere around mile marker 175-ish. So again, that's the only tornado warning we've got right now. There was nothing else showing. Again, Jeff and Rebecca are on Max Defender 8 radar on News Channel 8 on TV, so they're manipulating this. But a few minutes ago, I did see them looking to the south, where I did see some pretty good rotation.
Let's go now back to report it. We'll monitor the incoming tornado warnings. Oh man, okay. This is Trish in Cape Coral. Oh, is this the puzzle from earlier?
It's always good, JB, when you start to get the outside done. You know how that feels? Yeah. You're like, all right, this is good. I got the outside done. Now I need to work on the inside. And you kind of go, you know, from outside in. But, you know, I'd have a pretty good feeling. You got a couple corners there, and, you know,
the border's taking shape. The comment from Trish, this is the puzzle. We are struggling. LOL. We are sending this in with Tracking the Tropics on TV. Yeah, love to see it. Thank you for following along. Stay safe in Cape Coral, Trish, to you and family.
Oh, boy.
Man, look at this from... is it Olita? Yes, it is. Olita, hashtag HJB. This is Tiller and Compass. Ask, when can we sailor cats get out on the boat? Watching DeSantis or us or both. I love to see it. Thank you for sending in the pictures there.
Even tomorrow, the Gulf's going to be a good 7 to 10 feet. So, you know, you definitely want to wait until Saturday. Saturday is going to be beautiful.
Meteorologist of tomorrow, perhaps, here.
Wow, look at this.
This is sent in from Branja. Says, my little meteorologist, Solveig, as Helene approaches Valdosta, showered and ready for a week or more of no power. Yeah, they are preparing for no power in Valdosta, Georgia.
I mean, Category 2 wind. That's going to be interesting in South Georgia.
Oh, wait, is that you see that?
Oh, they did.
Okay.
So, yeah, so they did
Thank you, Kevin.
They did a 6:20 update, so a minute ago.
All right, some breaking news here on Tracking the Tropics.
Source
we
120.
have a Category 4 storm. Unexpected, to say the least. You said this computer, let's pop this up, Eric.
Yep.
There it is. Hurricane Helene upgraded to Category 4 for the NHC.
Jeff and I can pat ourselves in the back on this one. Yep, there it is, a Category 4 storm. The pressure has gone down to 947.
Wow.
And the wind has gone up to 5 miles an hour to 130. Now, I don't know if this is really going to strengthen much more than this, and we'll see if this weakens ever so slightly once it makes its way toward the coast. It may encounter a little bit of its own wind shear, but maybe not. So this could be a Cat 4 landfall as it continues. So we'll see at 7 o'clock. If they do issue, they probably will issue another update at 7, but I don't think it's going to be any different. If they issued this at 6:20, then there's probably not going to be a change.
Yeah, we're just updating some things on our end. Eric, can you continue to break this down?
Yeah, so I mean, once again, the one major thing that we're seeing is that pressure drop. So the pressure has dropped from 950 to 947. And a lot of the models initially had the pressure in the 940-something range. A couple outliers had the pressure into the 800s. That would have been almost unheard of. Wilma was the lowest at 882, and one of the models at one point had the pressure at 888, which would have been, you think about it, this is a Category 4. If you drop the pressure another 60 millibars, that's huge. And this storm would have been more destructive than it is now. And still, at a Category 4, 130 miles an hour. Yesterday, we were talking at 2 o'clock when this storm was a Category 1. And I believe at 5 o'clock it was a Category 1. So we pretty much went close to 24 hours, as JB and I were talking, that this was going to go from a Category 1 and then 24 hours later, a Category 4. Again, we pray for the folks in the Big Bend area, but are so thankful and blessed that this did not take a northeasterly and easterly turn, because if this would have came straight at us here in Tampa Bay would have had 15 to 20 foot of storm surge. It would have been probably one of the most catastrophic events in history here, definitely in Tampa, if not, Ian destruction right here in Tampa if this thing would have been more to the northeast. So again, it's still pretty far away from the Tampa Bay area, and we're still seeing the effects that we've seen on these videos and pictures and whatnot, and that will continue. And again, the storm surge isn't going to be the worst until this moves a little bit further to the north. So the next couple of hours and the high tides that occur between, say 10, 11 o'clock and 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, that's going to be the worst of it.
Category 4 storm is what we're looking at here, folks. Really, what's crazy about this? Right as the storm is lashing Tampa Bay, it's upgraded to a Category 4. And this means that this storm is going to make landfall as a Category 4 hurricane to the east of Tallahassee, in Florida's Big Bend, near Perry, Florida. And then, was that a 2 in southwest Georgia?
Yes, remember?
Okay,
yep,
okay.
Yep.
Couldn't remember if it was Cat 1 or Cat 2.
It was 105. So,
but now I'm curious, is there any chance that, we have a Cat 1 over Atlanta?
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. It's going to cover a lot of area between Perry and Atlanta, Georgia. I just don't see that happening.
Okay.
But still, I mentioned Atlanta could see hurricane force gusts. Like, Atlanta could easily have wind speed of 60 miles an hour, JB, gusting 75 to 80, which is crazy.
So, no, all right. So there's not enough time, really, for this to strengthen any more than a Category 4. In fact, I think we're, Eric's, talking about how he and Jeff had called this, but I mean, in large part, there was some skepticism as to whether or not we were going to be able to get to Cat 4 because of just how fast it's moving. Are you able to increase, to a Category 4?
No. Oh, yeah, we're not going anymore.
With the speed that we're traveling at here, it's almost, it's an interesting development. It's largely just a category. It doesn't mean all that much other than the fact that we can definitively say that Eric was right an hour ago when he said, Eric, I remember you very specifically saying, you said, I think this storm is still strengthening right now.
Oh, yeah, you could see it in the lightning. I mean, I could see it on our Max Defender 8 radar. I knew it was strengthening, and so it was just a matter of the National Hurricane seeing it and pulling the trigger, and they pulled the trigger at 20 after 6 just a few minutes ago. So, again, a Category 4 storm. The difference between a Category 3 and a 4 is a lot less than a Category 4 is 130 all the way up to 155, right? So the chance of this gaining another 25, 30 miles an hour is nothing. That's not going to happen. It's moving too quickly. But from a Category 3 at 115 to a Category 4 was a 15-mile-an-hour jump. And over the past few hours, we saw this jumping. We saw the 5-10 miles an hour. In fact, I wouldn't say the rapid intensification really happened since yesterday. I would say it happened since 11 o'clock this morning or even 2 o'clock this afternoon, because it's really from the 2 o'clock advisory when it was, I don't even know if it was a major hurricane at 2 o'clock, and then 20 after 2, it went from 110 to 120. So from 2 o'clock to now, it's gone up, 20 miles an hour in 4 hours? I would say that's more noted rapid intensification than the 35, 40 miles an hour from 24 hours ago.
All right, meteorologist Eric Stone, JB here with you now in Category 4, major hurricane storm coverage. We're going to continue to monitor the very latest here with Helene. We're going to get to your reported questions and comments. I'm going to talk with Rachel here really quickly. Eric, if you want to take us through the very latest with Wobble Tracker now that we have a Category 4 hurricane.
Yeah, that's right. And maybe I could even zoom Wobble Tracker in a little bit closer and show that the track hasn't really changed much since 5 o'clock, although you can see a slight movement to the northeast. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open this up on my computer, and I'm going to adjust the actual where you see, because right now the hurricane is in the top portion of your screen. So on my little laptop here, it's a little more difficult than on my big computer monitor, but let's go and move this up just a little bit so that you can see exactly where the Wobble Tracker is showing. So there we go. So now this is more of the center portion of the screen. Once I get out of this, and then we update it. So here we are. So now this is the updated Wobble Tracker. So
it might take a moment to update. What source are you on, Eric?
I'm on source 120. So what I'll do is let me put.
There you go.
Okay, let me put this in play, and then you'll see that I've got it centered more so that you can at least see the last couple of frames a little bit better, right? And that's really all you need to see. You don't need to see the 3, 4, 6 hours ago, but you can see that it did veer to the right just a little bit, and you see between that 3 and the 4, which the 3 and the 4 are really close together. And now look at it. You see that eye still slightly east of the track. So again, and again, it's a very slight movement. It's not going to impact anywhere here in the Bay Area. We're getting the gusts, and we're getting the rain and the rain bands and the possibility of tornadoes. That's going to happen regardless if this jogs 5 miles east, 10 miles east. But again, it's the immediate coastline and the storm surge that are going to be the biggest catastrophes, really, from this system.
Any tornado warnings right now? Eric, just checking in.
Max Offender 8 radar. There were a few in southern areas. Jeff and Rebecca are looking at that pretty strong rain band along I-75 in Pasco County. Wesley Chapel to Dade City also seeing some of that rain. And that will be a very gusty rain band, as you can see. Then there's a little break in the action once you get west of Land O'Lakes and in the Odessa, Trinity area. And then it looks like Tarpon Springs, the Holiday, is going to be picking up some of that rain yet again. And then points northward, even toward Crystal River. Oh, we just got a brand spanking new this tornado warning, 2 of them, DeSoto County. So that would be in Arcadia, and it looks like the other one. I still get alerts from Southwest Florida. So the other one is Lee and Charlotte County. But since all these are moving northward, what's after Charlotte County, Sarasota County? So we'll continue to watch that. We still haven't got any spin-ups, thankfully, in real populated areas. So that's good news. Right now, all the spin-ups have been pretty rural Charlotte County, rural Sarasota County, and into DeSoto County. So for now, we're not seeing any spin-ups here in the Bay Area, but it's still early. It's, 6:30-ish? And that tornado watch goes until at least 8 o'clock, and we'll see if they do extend that. But again, Helene is just moving so fast. It's moving at 23 miles per hour that it's going to take the severe weather with it a lot quicker. So that's good news. But again, on the other side of Helene, that's when we're really going to see those storm surge amounts, especially as we get toward the high tide. So the tide at Clearwater Beach is right around 11 o'clock, I believe, tonight. And I think a little bit later than that, further to the north, in the bay, it's pretty close to 10:30, I believe. So either way, the tide is going up right now. So what we call the tidal surge, the storm surge, plus the rise in the high tide, that's what's really going to be the issue the next several hours once Helene does get close to making landfall.
Let me ask you this question. It's a little bit of inside baseball, but if we were to take over Weather 4, could we do some looking around with Max Fender 8?
Yeah.
Can we just like blow out Weather 4, take that over?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay. I'm going to let our team know that we're going to taking over. Weather 4 being taken over, so that way that we can utilize that and actually show what is going on between these bands. We want to show, because that's what happens, of course, during hurricanes, folks, is that in one section it'll look like hell on earth outside, and then a few minutes later what you'll have is relative calm, and that's because these bands are whipping through the area. So we'll try to get that pulled up with Eric, and that way that we can actually look hyper local and show you the areas right now that are receiving impacts. I think that that's something that'll be really advantageous for our audience to know. Okay, what is to be expected coming up in Pasco County, in Hernando County, into Citrus County. These are counties that are going to get really, walloped in the next couple of hours. We'd like to be able to show what the expectations are there, even minute by minute. Is that what you have now up here, Eric?
Yeah, so you can put that up. So what I can show is the exactly where the tornado warnings are. So right now so it's one tornado warning that encompasses quite a bit of area there from Punta Gorda, east of Northport, and into Manatee County. So let's put this on our velocity so you'll get a better idea of exactly where these are. And of course, I'm working with a very small laptop, so I have to maneuver this. Okay, so again, the orange is the tornado watch that's going on right now. So let's take a look at, I want to zoom in to where the warnings are at. So there's two warnings, and then I'll put on velocity data, and that will show, it'll give a good idea of where stuff is. So what I want to do is I want to get rid of that, because the coloring of that tornado watch is really it's really making it hard to see anything else going on. Okay, so now that's gone.
Hold on. I've got a live shot here. Hold on. Stand by. We're going live to one of our reporters. Listen in.
Fly up. What happened?
It came from the back of the house, lifted up. And
this is a damaged roof that has landed on cars.
This, plant of ours. The wind coming out of the gust took it over there like a billboard. It was amazing.
When you watched that, what was going through your head?
Wondering where it's going to end up, because it just kind of stayed in place, and we're thinking, well, where's this going to take
Pasco County.
And then you said you saw some power people come up just to make sure that they're safe, and it cut off the power originally.
We called them because the sparks and things flew. We called them, and then they come out and removed the power from the pole from them. So a lot of people coming around and doing things they shouldn't, just coming up and not being safe as far as power lines being down. So we made sure that they knew that to get back, and they did. And then power company come disconnected, so everything's cool now.
Well, thank you so much for explaining kind of what happened. We're going to continue to monitor this situation right here in Hudson Beach. As you can tell, those winds are really coming in gusts and picking up some things with it. We'll continue to stay out here and keep you up to date. Live in Pasco County, Nicole Rogers, 8 on your side.
All right, Nicole, we'll continue to check in. I want to see if that shot comes back up. I want to see if we have some actual damage there to show. We have some other reporter live shots to get through here in just a moment, Eric. I'll continue to let you work on the graphics, and I'm going to continue to cycle through some of the reporters. We're now going to Brittany Muller in Hernando Beach. She is again joining us here live. Let's listen
That is
in.
the message from county leaders, the sheriff. They want to make sure that residents are staying safe. And as well as us, we moved off of Hernando Beach to along US 19 just because that storm surge is a concern. From 8 to 12 feet of storm surge along from Aripeka to North Pine Island. So it's definitely a concern out here. And so residents have spent the day making sure that they're prepared. They've been putting out storm plywood as well as sandbags out. And so we want to get right over to an interview with a resident as well as Sheriff Al Nienhuis, who has a message for those residents here in Hernando County. That's why county leaders say there will be a point of no return. So if you're in zones A, B, and C west of US 19, now is the time to evacuate. There is a shelter open at West Hernando Middle School in Brooksville. It's accepting the general population, special needs, as well as pets. There's only 60 people. They have the capacity. You can go right now to Brooksville. Deputies with the Hernando County Sheriff's Office have been seen around the county patrolling. They're making sure residents are staying safe. They're answering questions. They're out. They've been seen. So it's really nice to have that presence and to be able to see them if you need help. For now, reporting live in Hernando County, Brittany Muller, 8 on your side. Hey guys.
Right now in Charlotte County, Punta Gorda, pretty close to the airport, we're seeing where you see the green and the red on the screen. You can see my arrow moving. So you see the red here, and then right next to it's the green. This is some weak to moderate rotation. This is the only tornadic cell that I'm seeing right now. The other warning, I don't see any reds with this whatsoever. Maybe in this general area where you see my mouse in the middle, I see some bright greens, but that's probably a weakening cell. So I think the National Weather Service is going to cancel the tornado warning further to the north. But as far as the one to the south, I do believe this is going to continue and move actually pretty close to 17 and up into the Arcadia area if this does hold together after 7 o'clock. So right now, I'm only seeing one area of rotation there. But if you look out in the Gulf of Mexico, and this is what I was talking about before, look at this one, JB. This one looks really impressive. This is probably a water spout where you can see. And I could actually, let me find my little pencil tool, see if this will work. But you see the red here and the green abutting it right next to it. So I wouldn't be surprised if this right here was definitely a water spout. So it's looking like once that makes its way toward the Venice area, I wouldn't be surprised if it's still holding together, if they may issue a tornado warning. Now, moving further toward Hillsborough County, I don't really see. Usually these spin up right when they make their way onto land. I'm not really seeing too many spin ups, so it seems to behave themselves. Well, there's one very weak, as you can see, south of Lithia, that bright green. And if I put what we query it, let's see what kind of wind speed we're talking. 58 miles an hour. So this is a pretty strong rain band right here, upwards. And this is a sustained wind. This wouldn't be a gust. So we could be seeing gusts 65 to even 70 when you're looking at that rain band heading toward the Mulberry area. We were just talking about that. Looking further to the north, I don't really see any signatures of rotation right now. So that's good news. But again, this is going to continue for the next several hours as Helene moves to the north. So right now, the only tornado warnings we're watching are really the one I'm concerned about would be the one in Charlotte County. As you can see, right It's almost on 17 right now, and it's going to move north into DeSoto County. So that's about it, JB, as far as any kind of rotation. I'll put this back on radar. That way, like we usually do, if anyone has any questions.
We have another live interview. Let's just listen in.
In the air like a kite and crashed down over here on these trees. From here, it fell back and it shorted out on the power lines, bent the gentleman's mast arm where it attaches to his house, and shorted out the transformer pot up on the pole. Then we called, my wife here called 911. The police came, the fire department came, and with the Lacucci Electric came and shut the power off and reset the breaker.
Check out
so
this
that
live
this
shot.
house here
Hold on,
would have
switching.
power.
Things are really picking up. I do not have a location at the moment.
That's Cedar Key.
It is Cedar Key.
Yes, that's that building.
And actually, this is Jeff Patterson in the Max Fender 8 Storm vehicle, I believe, or even outside of it with Joey Capistran. Wow. So this is not even yet the worst of what's Cedar
When we get
Key.
a little closer, I'm going to back up into it.
There's Jeff. Okay, so Jeff is our veteran storm reporter, been with us for a long time, which, of course, he hates that I remind people of how long he's been here. But he is our veteran storm reporter. He's seen many storms, and he knows Cedar Key like the back of his hand. So let's kind of pay attention to this shot here for a moment.
Yeah, Cedar Key will see the worst of this, 8, 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
But that's when the storm surge will start coming in. They're still seeing winds out of the south and southeast right now. Once this thing blows on shore, oh my gosh, that's when the crazy storm surge is going to hit.
Okay. Oh, wait. Now that damage shot is back from Nicole. I just want to show this. Okay, there's the part of the roof that came down and flew away. And that's what that neighbor was being interviewed about.
Guys, thank you so much.
All right, they're moving on. So that was the shot of the roof being blown away. Let's go back to Cedar Key with Jeff Patterson. He is waiting for a cue.
I'm going to back up into it when you guys get to me. So when you guys are in the intro, yeah. And he can hear you, by the way.
All right, so that's coming in really loud. I know those levels are coming in hot. We will bring in the audio here in just a moment.
We're going to name that sign Twisty.
Clearly.
That'll be Twisty.
Yeah, twisting like a spinning top. So Jeff Patterson is here in Cedar Key waiting to be queued for a live report. He was just talking to the control room. We'll go to him live here in just a moment, but these are the waves that are blowing onto Cedar Key. This is a live picture, everybody, from Cedar Key, and we hope that the signal doesn't cut out. There it is. All right, so they have lost their shot. And, you know, they're likely freaking out in the control room right now. And you want to know why? That's why. Yeah, Hurricane Helene is making its way into the Big Bend and lashing the Tampa Bay area right now. And as far as those storm surge impacts, Eric, this is when we really start to pay close attention to the imminent storm surge that we've been talking about for days now.
Yeah, I mean, the wind is still out of the south here in Tampa and points north.
Oh, they moved the shot. Hold on, stand by. They moved it to a different source. Let's bring it in, and it's getting worse here in Cedar Key. Let's
Wow, there's somebody there.
What? Yeah, what is this person doing? Let's listen in a little bit. A little bit of audio. Wow. What could this guy possibly be doing?
I have no idea. Well,
I'm sure the chat is having a field day with this at the moment.
Yeah, he's out.
I mean,
You know, Any one of those waves could just take him and push him to the ground. This is very, very bad idea.
Yeah, no, this is not the type of behavior that you want to see. Let's hear Jeff weave this story because he's moments away from being cued for our live report on WFLA News Channel 8. Let's listen in.
Okay, I've lost IFB because I got water in my... You're going to have to cue me.
I've never heard Jeff, like, get that loud. Jeff's always very monotone. And he just said that he lost IFB, which is the earpiece in your ear. That's because water is blowing into his ear. There's a look at the gentleman who clearly got a shower from Mother Nature.
Is he still there?
He just walked behind Jeff.
Wow. Maybe Jeff can get an interview. Meanwhile, we have a new tornado warning heading into Polk County.
We'll wait for... Oh, okay, they're in that tornado warning right now. That's why they haven't cued Jeff.
Good evening. Okay. This is Cedar Key, and behind me is the Gulf of Mexico, actually standing...
No, Jeff is now just learning that they went to a tornado warning on air, and that's why they are cueing him to come back to the vehicle to stay as dry as possible. Poor Jeff waiting out there for the cue, and then a tornado warning right as they were about to come to him. That's just poor timing. This is the tornado warning that we're talking about.
And
here,
remember,
Eric.
I just talked about this in Mulberry. I said, boy, this is starting to look suspicious. 58-mile-per-hour wind. And now it's starting to take shape where we are seeing some signs of rotation. Lithia, you're going to be fine. This storm is now pretty much in Polk County, and this is heading to the west of Mulberry on State Road 60. And this would move along the southern end of Polk Parkway and the western edges of Lakeland along, I would say, probably eventually where I-4 and 98 meet, somewhere around exits 28 to exit 32 on I-4. So, again, this cell is moving quickly to the north, and right now it's looking like the western area of Mulberry along State Road 60. If this is a tornado, it still looks like rather weak rotation, but definitely some rotation in this and a little bit stronger than what I saw about 10 minutes ago.
I just flipped over to that shot. They were like, they were just tapping on the microphone, they might be having weather-related technical difficulties, which you have to understand. Jeff is a veteran and, a pro's pro when it comes to covering storms. If he's having problems with the amount of water that's washing up in Cedar Key, that's notable for us because we've seen Jeff handle storms in the past, no problem. And Joey Capistrand, great photojournalist, he clearly a lot of water is washing up, and I think it has to be stated for Cedar Key, the worst is yet to come.
Oh yeah, I mean we're hours before the worst. In fact, back to this, the latest scan just came in, and it's looking more impressive. We're seeing the bright greens and then the darker reds right next to each other wrapping around. So this could very well be a weak tornado on the ground heading towards State Road 60 in western Polk County, heading toward the Mulberry, just to the west of Mulberry. And then eventually, if this does hold together, the western portions of Lakeland.
So how many active tornado warnings do we have presently?
I believe there's 2. Let me zoom out here and we'll see. I think there's still the one down south. Yeah, now let's see how this one looks. This one doesn't look too bad. It's a little bit weaker than before, but still you can see the rotation. You can see the green and then the red right next to it. So again, this is moving actually toward Arcadia, just to the western portions of Arcadia, just where I'd say where 70 is about a few miles west rather of US 17. So, but that one doesn't look as impressive as the one up here in Polk County. So this one looks like some pretty decent rotation. And is Jeff coming back?
I'm just paying attention to Jeff's shot. Nope. if Jeff is going into the car, then they are going to be taking a break. Back to the weather graphics here.
Yeah, I'm wondering what happened to that guy that was holding on to the. I'd love an interview with him. Once again, what I'll do is I'll put some wind speeds on this. We call this gate to gate. meaning we've got wind in one direction at 50 miles an hour, wind in the other direction only at 19. So the gate to gate would be combining, in fact, and that's actually not even in the other direction. That's in the same direction. So that's, I guess, weak rotation at best. I wonder if I can even find any positive values here. No, it doesn't look like it. So, yeah, there is some rotation with this, but it's looking like it's probably not a tornado on the ground, but it's definitely rotation, radar indicated up in the atmosphere on this cell, and that's why the National Hurricane Center did, I should say National Weather Service rather, did issue a tornado warning. As far as the one here, let's see if we put some values, see if we get a positive value on this side of it right here. Yeah, right around 2 miles an hour and then 46. So, yeah, even this is looking like it's weakening. And we do have a product that shows the actual, what we call the shear rate, or how much rotation is actually out there. And we don't see any red. We see green and, some lighter green. So it looks like that one's dying down. Now, let's take a look. Yeah, see, the one here heading toward Mulberry, it kind of has some weak rotation. So I don't think, JB, either one of these are tornadoes on the ground. But the potential obviously is still there. I mean, it's a major hurricane spawning up these rain bands and spin-ups. And again, this is what we're going to be dealing with the next several hours, even here in the Bay Area.
Let's remind our audience that we are still monitoring questions and comments coming in with #KJB, #KEric. It's just difficult for us to weave comments into our coverage right now just because it's a very highly active situation with Hurricane Helene, a Category 4 hurricane that is making its presence felt in the Tampa Bay area. Those bands whipping through counties such as Manatee County, Hillsborough County, Pinellas County, Pasco County, impacts being felt into Polk County. Orlando looks pretty much clear, but into Hernando County as well. These are counties that are feeling the impacts right now with a tornado warning, with that big shiny red a box that you see there down to the south near Arcadia, now, nearby or close to Northport as well. So monitoring a lot of unfolding situations here at the moment. When Cedar Key is back, when we have Jeff Patterson's live shot back, we'll be going back to that because if you want an area that's going to be, if you want to see what it's like to be in an area that is about to get hit by a Category 4 hurricane, that's going to be the live picture. We'll be going back to that here momentarily. Any other notes? We should probably bring up Wobble Tracker here as well. We haven't checked in on Wobble Tracker for some time. Are we staying on course?
No, I mean, we're staying east. You can see it. Look, the western edge of the eye is barely on the track. You see that? Right? Mm-hmm. There. Look at that. Most east of the eye is to the east. And if you see where that Category 3 and Category 4 symbol is, right in the middle of your screen, you see how the 4 is due northeast, right? And so if this thing continues along that path, it will make landfall more like in Perry and maybe even slightly further to the east, which fares even worse to Cedar Key, maybe in the strongest of the eye wall, as this makes its way toward the Big Bend. And, of course, Jeff Patterson most likely he will experience wind gusts 110 to 120 miles per hour in the coming hours.
Paying attention because there are some live shots coming back. You can see them there on the grid, Eric.
Yep.
So I'm looking in that direction, and just so our audience is aware, so can't really see it on Slider Cam, but I'm looking in that direction because we see all of the various reporter live shots right now, and right now they're all the reporters are we're looking at legs.
It's kind of like, you know what it is? It's like the NFL channel where you've got 16 games on your screen and they're all small boxes. That's what we can see. We can see different sources, different shots, and
I can show people just so that I'm transparent with my live streaming. I mean, like we'll show everybody here just kind of what these live shots here presently what they look like. We are currently on standby. We're on here, so yeah, I mean, like here's one particular wrong one. Hold on. our various live reporter shots. They're getting ready for their live reports. Again, reporter's legs.
Yep.
Getting ready for a live shot there. We got another one here. The back of a car. Back to Cedar Key. This is Jeff's live shot from Cedar Key. Looking at a leg. everyone's putting their camera. Maybe they've got it on a sling, or maybe it's by their side. They are just getting a little bit of rest. There you see a phone, in a Ziploc bag. That's how reporters keep their phones safe for IFB purposes, how they dial into a control room to be able to join a broadcast. So that's what we're currently seeing on the grid right now, is reporters waiting for the tornado warning to expire, because our Max Defender 8 team is on the air right now breaking down the tornado warning, and so all the reporters are standing by to provide their live shots. I see now 2 flashing red boxes, Eric, on screen.
Those are the
3?
same ones.
What about the one east of Tampa? There's one east of Tampa, too.
Yeah, that's the one that we were just looking at that's heading toward Mulberry. That didn't really look to be all that impressive, in fact. So once again, we'll zoom into that one. These both expire at 7 o'clock, so that's like another minute.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing anything with this whatsoever. I'm not seeing.
This is the one. Yes.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any signature. Maybe. So what we need to see when I put these values on, we need to see a high negative value and a high positive value, right? Because the positive values win one direction, the negative values the other direction, and I'm just not seeing any of that. In fact, let's see if I can even get something on here. And for some reason, there it is, 54, and then. Come on. Now that's 54 miles. Yeah, minus. See, they're both the wind blowing in the same direction. So we're not seeing any kind of rotation that I can see out of this. I'm willing to bet that Jeff Patterson's probably going to go very shortly once they expire these warnings, which should be, it's 7 o'clock. So it should be any minute.
Yeah, Jeff is waiting for the top of the newscast. That's 7 o'clock Eastern on News Channel 8. You see, we have a timestamp in the bottom right. It's really small text, folks, but on your big screen TV at home, you can see the clock is now turned over to 7 o'clock Eastern. So Jeff,
there it is. It's gone. Tornado warnings are now gone.
All right, so all of them, right?
All of them. Yep.
All right,
for now.
all tornado warnings expired. Joey grabbing a rag, cleaning things up, because they're getting the cue right now that they are getting ready to go for their live report. And Jeff is gonna, take us through what he's seeing and feeling in Cedar Key, Florida, where look, conditions are expected to continue to worsen in the hours ahead. Jeff has been standing by for this poor live shot for 10, 15 minutes or so.
At least, yeah.
Now, let's just bring in the audio here and let's just listen in, because Jeff is getting ready to go.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Can we let the man do his job? What is? I'm trying to find out why our live reporters are getting. All right, we'll get to Jeff Patterson when, of course, our when that toss occurs.
He'll be there. He'll be there when it counts in a couple of hours when they're getting pummeled. Yeah. Now, I threw some coastal wind amounts between 45 and 55. These are sustained right now. So obviously we're not seeing anything near hurricane force, but I wouldn't be surprised if we were seeing some hurricane force wind gusts or pretty close to it, 65 to even 75 miles an hour. So.
All right, look, we've got the entire grid of reporters now lining up for a series of live shots. We are with Chief Meteorologist Jeff Baradelli on the air right now on News Channel 8 at 7 o'clock. He's breaking down the expiring tornado warnings, double checking to make sure that there are no active warnings as of 7 o'clock.
No warnings. No warnings right now. Zero.
So Jeff's live report here will be, or live forecast will be relatively short. I would imagine that all of these reporters are going to be joining us here momentarily. So we're going to take you around the Tampa Bay area with all of these various reporters. Let me shout out some locations. Jeff Patterson is in Cedar Key. We've got Brittany Muller in Hernando County. We've got Ty Russell in Tampa. We've got Nicole Rogers up in Pasco County, I believe at Hudson Beach. We've got Marilyn Parker in Pinellas County. I'll have to get a specific
Shore
location.
Acres, I believe she
Shore
said.
Acres, yes, correct. So you're going to see a lot of these reporters coming up here as we tap into their live shots, their raw live shots, and we'll be listening in and just getting a feel for what Helene is bringing at this very moment to these respective locations. These counties make up, in part, the Tampa Bay area. Remember that Tampa is just one city in the Tampa Bay region. You've got St. Pete, you've got Clearwater, you've got Sarasota, you've got Newport Richey up to our north.
Bradenton, that's a big city. Lakeland, I mean, it goes
Onward,
far east, too.
It's a big region on the Gulf Coast side of Florida. So we're going to take you across the map and show you the very latest. I'm not sure who's up first, so we're going to hot punch this and see exactly who we have on deck. They're sending things over to Rebecca Barry. In the meantime, Eric, while Rebecca does her thing, I'm going to let you do your thing. Has Helene moved north of Tampa?
Oh yeah, definitely. So I should be able to stop this. And let me look for my ruler tool here, and we'll see exactly how far away it is. So here's the center, and so Pinellas County, about 87.5 miles, unless you want to go to Honeymoon Island, then we're talking about 83. Tampa itself, just over 100 miles, so about 105 miles away from Tampa, okay? But notice the arrow is south. So right now, the arrow is due west of, not quite Weeki Wachee. I guess northern Pasco County. So maybe the Hudson area, maybe still to the south of that, but about 90 miles or so from northern coastal Pasco County. Then you go into Citrus County, and you're talking from Crystal River, about 97 miles. So between 90 and 100 miles away from our coast right now. But if you want to call it Tampa, right now Helene is moving away. Helene's moving to the north. So yes, it's moving away from us. But if you see these rain bands, this is going to be the heaviest. So this huge area out in the Gulf, this is what we're going to be watching move onshore. It's going to be moving into Bradenton, to Manatee County, to Pinellas and Hillsborough, and then into the northern counties. And these are, and maybe even into northern Sarasota. So this band here, and it's a huge one, that's what I'd be most concerned about in regards to anything tornadic, any kind of spin-ups. And this band will move through between starting, pretty soon, 7:20, 7:30, all the way through 8:30 and even 9 o'clock before it moves to the north and before Helene takes these bands with it to the north. So for the next couple of hours, we could see some pretty torrential downpours. And in these downpours, I do expect the worst wind possibility, again, along the coast of hurricane force.
We got Jeff Patterson. Let's let this man do his job.
Last hour or so, 2 hours really, the conditions here have deteriorated greatly. Wind speed has picked up tremendously, and you might be able to tell behind me the waves just crashing over A Street here. Behind me is the downtown business district. Normally there would be people out at these restaurants just enjoying a wonderful evening on the Gulf of Mexico. Tonight, of course, those businesses are closed. They have literally opened up their front doors, though, in anticipation of the floodwaters coming through. They have taken up the boards that put down the planks so that you can get from A Street here up into those businesses, because as you might be able to tell behind me, the waves are just crashing up and through, and it would destroy the boards that are down there. So they've done a lot of preparation here in anticipation of this storm. And I just want to kind of walk around for you, if you will. Normally there would be commercial fishing boats out here, private boats out here. There are charter fishing cruises that go out of Cedar Key, but they have thankfully removed all of those boats tonight. But take a look at the wave action out here as the Gulf of Mexico is really starting to heat up right now. The condos behind me, we have covered storms from underneath those condos before, And even in Hurricane Michael in 2016, we were under those condos and pretty dry, even though the waves were crashing at that time. Right now, it looks like the waves are starting to come into that area. And so we are anticipating a storm surge. Rebecca Berry just said of 11 feet. I talked to the Cedar Key police down here. They're anticipating anywhere 15 to 20 feet because on top of a high tide that is coming in. So we have a place that we can go to that is much higher up the hill from where we are now. But we're going to keep an eye on things throughout the course of the evening. And again, we were here at Hurricane Idalia last year. We saw the storm surge come in, a record-setting 8 feet. Tonight could be even higher than that. So we're going to keep an eye on things and keep you updated throughout the course of this storm. But for now, reporting live from Cedar Key, I'm Jeff Patterson, 8 on your side.
Interesting. We've been talking about 15, 20 feet of storm surge there in Cedar Key. They're really Florida's Big Bend, so that's obviously going to get a whole lot of attention. We got some other reporter live shots. I believe next up that we have Ty Russell standing by in Tampa. We'll go to Ty here next. Currently on broadcast, they are checking. Whoa, let's just bring back in Jeff. Jeff's shot is absolutely wild, and we should bring it back in here. Look at this from Cedar Key.
Oh. Yeah, and I mean, they're still a couple of hours away from the strongest wind.
Let's go full screen.
This is a different area than they were at last year, right?
Slightly different.
Because we
nearby.
we don't see the that yardstick and stopping the stop sign. This is a little bit different. So I'm assuming that place he used to be probably wouldn't be safe with such a storm surge. Is that somebody else's car just sitting there getting pummeled by the waves?
I think the only folks that are actually at this spot. Oh, yeah, look at Joey. He's pointing. He's like, all right, time to go. You saw that?
Yeah, I did.
Time to go.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I didn't like how it was looking there.
Nope. They know.
Oh, yeah.
And so it's time to move to a different spot in Cedar Key. Here live with meteorologist Eric Stone with the Max Defender 8 Weather Team. I'm JB Buno, host of Tracking the Tropics. Welcome into the Stream Center and our coverage of Hurricane Helene, a Category 4 hurricane that is moving north of Tampa Bay, racing at, as of the latest advisory, what is our movement speed, Eric?
23 miles an hour.
23 miles per hour.
Unless there was
fast.
Let me check on my weather computer and see if there was an update.
You check on that real quick, Eric, because I believe next up we have Ty Russell standing by with a live report. Let's listen in.
Well, Jen, we may have to move again because this water keeps crashing in. It just ran into my shoes here. As you can see that there's a car backing up. Some drivers have been trying to dodge some of this water. As we zoom out there, you can see that is Bayshore Boulevard, and roughly a 3-mile stretch of Bayshore is closed. That's from roughly Platt over by the Convention Center, if you're familiar with the area, all the way down south to around Euclid. And so we've been seeing water continue to crash over the seawall here. And that official who was speaking at the Tampa news conference there, she would be very upset at what is happening out here. You've been seeing, look at this car trying to drive through this flooded street. And you can see how high the water is. Fortunately, this is a Jeep, and they should be able to make it, even though you're still not supposed to be doing this, according to officials. But we've also been seeing people walk into this water close to the water there, Bayshore Boulevard, and they've been walking through it. We've been seeing women and men and the water go up to their waist, even past it, close to their chest. So this is some very dangerous conditions that are happening out here. But this is definitely attracting so many neighbors to come out and view it, as well as people who don't live in the area. But again, this has been...
Switching now live to Jeff Patterson in the Max Defender 8 Storm vehicle. Jeff, we were monitoring your live shot out there and monitoring also, too, my friend, how you were just waiting to go live, waiting for your cue. And you're a trooper, my friend. How are you doing? I mean, is that the mic? Are you getting mic'd up? Or just saying hello? It's Eric Stone and myself here.
Hello, Jeff.
Hello, guys. Sorry, just had to put the microphone on because we're trying to transition rapidly from doing Channel 8 and doing News Nation, and of course we love doing it with this
WFLA stream now. So let me just tell you about the conditions outside. I'm going to have Joey Capistrano show you outside. This is A Street in Cedar Key, and the wind has deteriorated rapidly over the last hour or so, and you can just see the waves coming over the street and the businesses here. I would say some of these wave heights right now are up to 20 feet. We have just been standing here. I was standing out in the wind and the rain, as you may have seen a little while ago, and the Gulf of Mexico is just crashing over my head. So the businesses here have done a lot of preparation in anticipation of this. They've removed boarding, planking that is normally the walkway for people to get into these businesses. But of course, the force of these waves just crashing through is tremendous. And so they've taken those up. They've actually opened up the front doors of the businesses, some of them to prevent the waves from crashing through the glass doors. And the force of these waves is just incredible. And as you know, Eric, we aren't even to the bad part of the storm surge yet. We're just starting to see the water starting to come up onto the street, into the parking area here in Cedar Key. And we're anticipating, I heard Rebecca Berry say, storm surge anticipated around 13 feet tonight. I talked to some of the Cedar Key Police Department. They're planning on anywhere from 15 to 20 feet because they say right now the tidal activity is 4 feet above normal. So wherever it lands, it is going to be causing some catastrophic damage here in Cedar Key. There are a number of businesses that are kind of on the edge of the Gulf of Mexico. There are condominiums that are on the edge of the Gulf of Mexico. Of course, normally it's a beautiful, tranquil view, and normally we would be enjoying a beautiful sunset from here right about now, but clearly you can't see the sunset, and right now we're just keeping a close eye on this wind and the waves that are crashing in, and anticipating storm surge as Helene passes by us and the storm surge increases as we go along through the course of the evening.
I'm going to ask Eric, Jeff, your shot looks great. And we're monitoring the waves that are coming up here. It looks, it's a wild shot from the Max Fender 8 Storm vehicle. I'm going to ask Eric. Eric, can you zoom in on your weather computer to Cedar Key? Can we put a locator up to show our audience where exactly Jeff is in relation to the storm? To our audience members, look at the top left-hand portion of your screen. We're going to show you where Jeff is located right now, and you will get a better idea as to how the worst is yet to come. Jeff, I can't not ask about the gentleman in, I believe it was a bright shirt.
Yes.
Who was just standing there as the waves were pouring over. Any story to tell there?
So one thing I have noticed, JB, in the evolution of our modern world is that there are a lot of streamers out here. There's some professional weather chasers that are out here. That's a vehicle that is off to our left. I spoke to them earlier. They spend their time chasing storms, and they make their living doing this because they put it up on their own stream channels. That's what they're doing. But some of the people are out here, they just have their own YouTube channel. And so that's what they're doing, trying to get as many hits as they possibly can. And I did see the man you're talking about standing there just kind of anchored in as best he could. I saw one man with a life preserver on. I'm not sure how smart that is, because if you're wearing a life preserver anticipating that you might get pulled into the Gulf of Mexico, I don't think it's going to end well for you. So you might get a lot of hits on your YouTube channel, but I don't know that it's worth your life. So we're trying to give you the best video possible, but still, I've been doing this for a long time, JB. I've been at Channel 8 for 36 years. I've covered more storms than I can count. I have experience doing this, and not to put anybody else down, but if you're out there and you're just putting your life in harm's way, that's a problem. Now, that said, we do have fallback locations that we are anticipating that we will go to tonight. We were here during Idalia in August of last year, and we were standing downtown when the water came up rapidly. And when I mean rapidly, at one point it was getting my feet wet. At the next, I would say, half an hour, it was up to our knees, and then we had to retreat up the hill because it came up higher than that. Eventually 8 feet of storm surge, completely flooding downtown. Many of the businesses in the downtown section of Cedar Key had 4 to 5 feet of water inside of those businesses. And the next days after the storm, they were dealing with cleaning out the mud and the muck and everything else that comes, because of course it's not just water, it's all of the mud and the muck that is pulled in from the Gulf of Mexico. And so it's a really difficult job for some of these businesses to recover. And we've seen them do it time and time again up here, in Cedar Key. So they're used to it, but it's a lot of hard work. Some of the businesses that we have seen have not recovered from Idalia in August of last year. Some of the businesses just were not able to continue doing what they do for a living. And so we are right now, the Florida Highway Patrol is coming up and talking to us. So we want to make sure that they know that we're staying safe. But we've also talked to the Cedar Key Police Department about the fact that we will be going up a hill, and we anticipate that even if the storm surge is at 20 feet, we're still safe. And so obviously we're going to be closely monitoring conditions as they deteriorate throughout the course of the evening. And we anticipate as this storm passes us, those conditions will deteriorate even greater.
I'd like to take actually any questions out of the chat. If you have a question for veteran storm journalist Jeff Patterson, use hashtag #HeyJeff in the comment section, and we'll try to throw those on screen. You ever want to ask a reporter during hurricane coverage a question? This is your opportunity to do so, folks, on Facebook Live or on YouTube Live. Just use hashtag #HeyJeff with your question. Eric, you have Cedar Key in the top
huge
left,
question, yeah.
But you have a question as well.
Yeah, so Jeff, last year, you had quite an iconic shot with the stop sign that people, were wondering if it was still going to be there, as well as that, I don't want to call it a yardstick, but a ruler that showed up to 13, 14 feet. Is the reason you're not at that location, is that because it's too dangerous and I do believe, Jeff, it will be at least a 15-foot surge, and it could be as high as a 20-foot surge in the coming hours. Are you not at that location because you believe that that's too dangerous and you wouldn't be safe there?
That's actually a great question, Eric. I do know this island fairly well. And so right now we're at a low point from where that is. If we go back to that location, that's where we can retreat up the hill, if you will. That shot that you're talking about, and actually the people who are the professional weather chasers out here told me that a lot of people have stolen that shot and used it for other things throughout the course of time. And it was Joey Capistran and myself who got that shot late one night. But that telephone pole marks the levels of, foot by foot as to how high the storm surge is. Now, the bottom of that telephone pole is 3.7 feet. The highest marking on that telephone pole, I think it was 13 feet at the top of the pole. And if we're anticipating 7 feet above that, just doing a little line of sight surveying, if you will, we can tell that the hill that we will retreat up tonight is above that level. So we will eventually go back to that location once the water starts to come in, and we're kind of getting to that point right now where we're going to have to go back downtown and then retreat up the hill, if you will. It's all about safety. We want to bring you the best possible coverage we can. We also want to protect ourselves, and the boss would get mad if we trash the Max Defender storm chaser.
Yeah,
so we have to take care of that too.
Let's not, got to take care of baby there, Jeff. Got to take good care of the vehicle that takes good care of us. Please pass along, by the way, to Joey. He's doing an outstanding job as usual. Chelsea has a question for you, Jeff. It's a hashtag #HeyJeff question that is coming in, and it is hashtag #HeyJeff. Where will you go when the storm surge rises?
So there are a couple of locations. We noticed that the National Guard came in. The Sheriff's Department is here. They're in one spot, and they are all kind of in a shelter there. Our location is actually, I believe, 2 or 3 feet higher than that. And when we're talking about this kind of storm surge and the potential for catastrophic damage, the 2 or 3 feet can mean a lot. Beyond that, we have a backup plan that we hope we don't have to go to. We are staying in a wonderful bed and breakfast here, or an Airbnb, if you will. And they have given us the second floor opportunity to stay up there. It's even higher than the top of that hill. However, the one thing that you have to be very, very careful of, if you enter a building and the water is coming up through the building, you have to have an exit plan in case the water gets to where you are. I can remember during Hurricane Ivan, I was up in the Panhandle, and where we were the next day, the sheriff from the county played for us some really tragic 911 calls, and people had retreated into the attics of their home. Unfortunately, when they did that, they did not bring an axe or a chainsaw or anything to cut through the roof of the home, and when the water level rose up into the attic, unfortunately, those people did not survive the night.
Wow.
I've always remembered that, and I've always remembered that if you retreat into a building, make sure you have a way out. And so we hope it doesn't get to that point. You know, we're even if it gets to 20 feet, I think we won't get to that point, but we're going to keep an eye on it.
Yeah, that's a perfect segue, Jeff, to the next question that we have from one of our YouTube commenters. It comes from Zaz, and it says, #Hey Jeff, have you ever, you mentioned, Jeff, that you've done, work, covering storms. You've been a reporter at WFLA for 3+ decades. The question is, have you ever gotten hurt on a storm assignment?
Very good question. And no, I have not, thankfully. Never been hurt. I spend time before the storm hits. I don't have to in Cedar Key because I've been here. But when we go to a new location on the coast, if we're going to a new city or something, I actually spend a few hours driving around, orienting myself to the area, and then we'll pick out a safe structure. I can remember during, Ian, during Hurricane Ian, thank you, Joey reminded me, he knew exactly what I was talking about. We were in Punta Gorda, and so we chose a parking garage because parking garages are very substantial structures. It also affords you the opportunity to get video out of the side, and we have, again, Joey got a rather iconic shot of this tree kind of blowing apart in the middle of the storm. It just kind of disintegrated in front of our eyes, a very large tree over a home, and we were able to do that from the side of the parking garage while staying dry. At the same time, you have to watch the water levels because when they start rising, you have to be able to stay above that. And that particular parking garage afforded us that opportunity.
We have another question that's a bit humorous. Hopefully it puts a bit of a smile on your face, Jeff. We need to, capture smiles every now and again when we're talking about storm coverage. Tenor asks, #Hey Jeff, how many socks do you bring for storm reporting?
That is a great question. So I've been doing this again. Okay, well, let's just throw it out there, JB. I've been at Channel 8 for 36 years. I have covered a lot of hurricanes during that time. And so I would say, refined my process of packing. I bring food with me to, in case, the power goes out, I don't have to have power for my food. It's, stuff that doesn't need to be refrigerated or heated up. And so I have this whole process of food that I can sustain me throughout, 4 or 5 days, I would say. Beyond that, I pack for, I would say 2 weeks, because right now I'm thinking in my head, how many socks do I have? I have 12 pair of socks to be particularly
12 pairs.
12 pair of socks because I pack for 2 weeks. I can remember going down to Surfside. It wasn't a hurricane, but when the condominiums collapsed at Surfside, thought I was going down for a couple of days. I packed for 3 days. I ended up having to go to stores in the Miami area to buy new clothes because we ended up staying there for a long time on a tragic story. And so, not to make too light of things, because sometimes these events become really horrific for the people after the storms. There's severe damage, there's property damage, there's damage to businesses. People, can have really catastrophic things happen in their lives. And so we try to, bring those stories home to Channel 8 viewers. And so I prepare to stay for a long time.
I do have one question for you, Jeff. When you were covering Ian in Punta Gorda, you were inside a parking garage. You were well sheltered, and those wind gusts were well over 100 miles per hour. Now, we're looking at wind gusts in Cedar Key upward of 110 to 120 at least. Are you going to have a place where you can be sort of inside and not out in the elements? Because 120 mile per hour wind, if you don't have anything protecting you, can be a little dangerous.
Yes, absolutely. We have a place that we can retreat to that we believe is safe. I've talked to people who have lived on this island for their entire lives. The place that we're staying, frankly, has never had water on the ground floor. If it gets to 20 feet tonight, they may have water on the ground floor. So, but the building has survived many hurricanes. I was actually here during Hurricane Michael, and they sustained some damage to the building that I'm staying in because a tree branch fell, but it only did damage to the roof. The building is an older building, but really substantial. So if we have to, we'll stay in there. You mentioned Punta Gorda. I was in Punta Gorda for Hurricane Charlie as well. I was actually in a news vehicle going out on a bridge towards Little Gasparilla Island. It was one of the more interesting experiences I've had covering a storm. I can remember having the news vehicle in park and my foot on the brake and the car moving sideways. Not a great idea to be in a car, by the way, for a major hurricane.
Wow.
We will not do that tonight.
Jeff Patterson reporting for us. Jeff, I would like to give the opportunity, while Eric has a lot of information and data at his fingertips, when we have reporters call in, if we can give our meteorologists the opportunity to provide you with some information. Eric, can you provide Jeff an update of what to expect in Cedar Key in the next half hour to next hour or so?
Yeah, just like with the last storm, once it really starts coming in, that storm surge, it's going to come in quickly. And he noticed, in a 30-minute period of time, it can rise feet, right? Not just inches. And so once this gets about parallel to Cedar Key, you're really going to see that storm surge increase. And it's going to increase for the next couple of hours. Plus, you combine that with a high tide right around the midnight hour or just after that. And you're looking at a tidal surge, which adds to that as well. I think the greatest threat of wind will come after about 9, 10 o'clock through about 11 or so. And again, our forecast models are showing 123 mile per hour wind gusts in Cedar Key. And that is a point in time between 1 hour and the other. So in between that hour, there could very well be 130, 135 mile per hour wind gust in that area. So stay protected, and, it's going to be another doozy.
Jeff, do you have any questions for Eric,
Yes.
or do you have any questions for us before we let you go?
I appreciate it, guys. I think they need me over on Channel 8 at 7:30, so good to talk to you.
Yeah,
Thank
Jeff,
you.
All the best. Stay safe out there, my friend, and be well, and to Joey as well.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, Jeff Patterson, everybody, here on Tracking the Tropics, getting ready, of course, for his live report on WFLA News Channel 8. We really appreciate, of course, his time. Tornado warnings, what do we got,
Yes,
Eric?
a weak one in DeSoto, but I want to show you what I was trying to do last time, and that was show a negative wind speed, 38 miles per hour, and a positive wind, which, is only 8 miles an hour. So the 38 plus 8 only adds up to 46. We call that a gate-to-gate. If we start seeing 80 to 100 with these, then, things really start to look a little bit more impressive. But for now, we're not really seeing all that much. We're not seeing the strong rotation as we typically would. So again, the possibility of rotation definitely there. And you know what? We do have another tornado possible right in this general area. So we got two areas of rotation. This one, obviously, a little bit more significant, as you can see, that red and green, pretty much touching each other just to the west of 17. Other than that, I'm not really seeing much in the way of tornadoes or any kind of rotation possible. Things still pretty well behaved, at least in the spin-up department. But this one warning, and I believe it goes till 7:45. I'll double check on my phone. Yes, up until 7:45, and that does include it includes the eastern tip of Sarasota, Manatee County, but this storm is really moving toward State Road 70, well to the west of Arcadia. And if it does hold together, which again it doesn't look too bad right now, we'll put the shear on it and see. We're seeing almost not quite strong shear, but moderate shear on this one. It could be a very weak tornado on the ground. Otherwise, definitely a funnel cloud. But again, it's occurring in a rural area, which we can't ask for anything better than that.
Let's. It's been a while since we've checked in with Wobble Tracker, and then we'll go to reported
Yes.
as well.
I checked it, and you can definitely see an easterly shift right there. So almost the entire eye is to the east of that line. And that's not dry air. That is the dry air of the eye. So again, a minor shift off to the east, but somewhere like Cedar Key where Jeff Patterson is, and that's why I had told him that even though the models may indicate 120 mile an hour gust, I wouldn't be surprised if he saw up to 135 mile an hour gust, because this again is moving ever so slightly. So he gets in that eye wall where Northport got into it with Ian for 4 hours, the strongest wind, the heaviest rain, and of course that does equate to pretty high storm surge. It's looking like he's going to be really in for it the next couple of hours. And again, this does mean that it moves slightly further to the east of Tallahassee, and it looks like much of Tallahassee would be on the western side of this. But so you're still going to be in the eye wall, which means the wind is just as strong on the western side of the eye wall as the eastern side of the eye wall. So you're still going to encounter major hurricane force wind in Tallahassee.
Let's take a live look here. Jeff's getting ready for his live report, and look at how much darker it got in the last 20 minutes. The sun has gone down in Cedar Key, and that has to be talked about really briefly. The difference between a hurricane hitting when you have light versus when you don't.
Yeah, and that's the thing, JB. We talked about it yesterday that this would be impacting the Tallahassee area when it's dark out, and you can't see debris. Even say it's a 50, 60 mile an hour wind gust and you step outside, you don't know if there's a stop sign being blown toward you or if there's anything being blown. And things happen. Branches, get broken off. Some thick branches get blown in the wind. And if you're out there at night, you can't see what's coming, So it's more dangerous to be out in this at night than it is during the day.
All right, let's progress through. It's been a while since we've checked in with Wobble Tracker. I'm sorry, not Wobble Tracker, Report It. We'll go through the submissions. You can send in your photos and videos to WFLA.com/report it. Please do so safely and responsibly. We also have, selfies that are coming in of people watching our coverage, showing a little bit of humanity, right? Showing people smiling and hunkered down and taking in, what really Helene is bringing to their area. So let's go now to the latest coming in via Report It. First up is Archie. This is St. Pete Beach at 5:35 today. That's a skinny video.
Yeah, you can almost see better on the outsides of it. You can see the water inundating the roadways there near that gas station. It's St. Pete Beach, and that was a couple of hours ago. Now we're starting to see the wind shift, and eventually, once it starts really blowing water onto land directly from the southwest, that's when we're really going to see the highest storm surge in the next few hours.
You can send in your photos to WFLA.com/report it. Let's also just kind of keep a tab here, if we can, on Jeff Patterson's shot. Oh, it just went down. We'll keep it there in the top left. Actually, you know what? We'll come back to it if we can. This is Lynn's photo from. It's hard to see there. It's Treasure Island.
Ooh, yeah. I figured it was along the immediate coast, and that was obviously a while ago because I see plenty of light.
No timestamp, but again, timestamps are helpful. She sent in another one. This is also from Lynn as well. Oh, it's a video. It is, again, Treasure Island storm surge.
Yeah, I mean, already I'm sure some of that water inundating the first floor of those homes. And unfortunately, it's going to get worse. 6 to 10 foot possible. It's just going to get worse as the tide increases and the wind starts blowing the water directly onto land.
This is Cassie. Oh, wow. Caught a big branch coming down in Plant City. Check this out. Again, this will loop back. I guess she was rolling at the moment that large branch came crashing down and snapped like a twig. Look at this.
Oh, yeah. See, and this is what we've been talking about. Where's this at?
Plant City. 5:30.
Yeah,
and there was a timestamp, 5:50 p.m.
Okay, and this is what we were talking about. Even though the storm is so far out in the Gulf of Mexico, you've got weak branches, weak limbs, weak trees, and a 50 to 60 mile per hour gust, can easily break them, as you see right here in this video.
Let's go next to South Venice. Oh, didn't load from South Venice. Apologies to Tony. There was a bug with that submission. All right, so is that a pelican?
Yes, that's a pelican in a children's playground. And where's this? Is this St. Pete?
Treasure Island.
Treasure
from
Island
Zach.
again. Okay, yeah. Boy, I don't know where he's taking that video from, but he probably has water all around him. So hopefully he gets out of there. But yeah.
Well, yeah, no, can't talk about storms without mentioning Waffle House. Zach is at Treasure Island, and here are all the vehicles that are just saying, you know what?
Yeah, I mean,
we're gonna make it through.
They're pickup trucks, and ever since I lost my car, and I had a Chrysler 300, and that's relatively high off the ground compared to some smaller cars. And, you know, that 20 inches of rain in Fort Lauderdale was just devastating for me. So I would not drive through it.
Check this out. This is really picking up.
Yep.
This is a band that is no doubt coming through in Cedar Key. Jeff is, standing there behind the open tailgate of that vehicle. He's getting ready for a live report. We'll listen into this. We can tap. Oh, actually, let's bring up his audio now.
Yeah.
Now, I will tell you that we're expecting storm surge here tonight above 13 feet. We were here during Hurricane Idalia last year in August when there was a record-setting storm surge of 8 feet, and that caused catastrophic damage downtown. It caused damage to condominiums here. People have their homes here on Cedar Key, and it also caused significant damage to a number of beautiful bed and breakfasts or Airbnbs that are here. Some of those have not recovered to this day. So if the storm surge is as anticipated tonight, above 13 feet, anywhere from 13 to 20 feet, there will be catastrophic damage on this island tonight. And as you can tell, just the wind has been picking up from Helene, and the storm isn't even truly on top of us tonight. So we do expect conditions to deteriorate here between 7 and 9 p.m. That's when the worst of the wind will be. But then after the eye of the storm passes by us, that's when the storm surge will start to come in. We are also on what I call the passenger side of the storm. In other words, the right side of the storm. And unfortunately, that is typically where the most catastrophic damage from wind is. And the wind speeds tonight in this area of Cedar Key are anticipated to be above 115 to 135 miles an hour, depending on the strength of the storm when that eye wall finally comes on shore, which should be just north of us. But I've covered a lot of hurricanes in my years here in Florida. I've been a reporter in this area for 36 years, and so we have seen storms take rapid turns at the end. They can wobble, and they will make turns, even though the computer modeling is incredibly sophisticated at this time. Those computer models can't always predict the last second turns of a hurricane when it comes on shore. So we are prepared. We have a much higher place to go to inland that we will go to if the storm surge increases. But as you can tell, it's getting pretty windy out here right now. Okay, and I've lost IFB. I'm sorry.
Jeff was listening in there for a follow-up question. Not sure if he might have been doing that for News Nation, and lost IFB. So when you lose IFB in your ear, you can't hear the anchor talking in your ear, and you just move on out. Well, listen, hold on. Eric, I'm gonna.
It's really picked up.
Yeah, Eric, can you bring up Cedar Key in the top left-hand portion of the screen?
Yep. Just.
Thank you.
All right. So let's show for a second where Jeff
8 o'clock.
is.
Yeah, I'm gonna change out my IFB.
Okay, so let's show where Jeff is. I mean, you can't even see Cedar Key, at least, on the map because it's covered in radar data.
I think, JB, we're seeing more spray from the Gulf of Mexico than we are actual rain in that last shot. The winds there have dramatically picked up, as you can see in that shot. It looks like pretty close to hurricane force wind already now in Cedar Key. And then rain bands on the way. He's got some pretty heavy rain coming in about 15, 20 minutes or so. So again, it's may not be as much rain as the spray of the Gulf of Mexico as what you're seeing in that shot earlier, but boy, it's definitely gusty.
Let's continue to spotlight the photos and videos coming in from Report It. Thank you to Zach for sending in, the folks in their big pickup trucks who are just like YOLO.
Well, they're going to be.
Well, you know what? Either you make it to the end and you breathe a sigh of relief, or you find out that you just did tens of thousands of dollars to your truck.
Well, it's totaled. Yeah, if water gets in the engine, that's it.
Other submissions with WFLA.com/reported. Say hello to Mr. Furley, saying enjoying storm coverage, watching Eric Stone on the big screen TV at home. Yes, we are spotlighting, people and our four-legged friends and birds and other animals.
You know where
that
Mr. Furley comes from?
No, I don't know. Where's that come from?
Three's Company.
Oh,
Mr. Furley.
I've never really watched Three's Company.
Yeah,
so.
I'm that old, everybody.
Let's go to, this is Alexandra in Holiday. Antelope Beach.
Yep. So again, 8 to 12 foot of storm surge possible there. That looks like it was a long time ago.
Yeah, timestamps are helpful, folks, when you send in something via Report It.
Yeah, it's relatively bright.
Let's go.
The sun's out there.
This is 11 o'clock this morning. This one has a timestamp. Iran sending this in from Shore Boulevard in Gulfport, Eric.
Yeah, definitely some flooding there earlier. I'm sure now there's a lot more. In fact, there's probably several feet. You wouldn't be able to walk where they're walking right now.
All right, let's move on. Yeah, that's that makes your heart sink. Alyssa said this is Blue and Balto after their walk earlier. I think we spotlighted their walk earlier. Good to see that they are nice and dry inside in Temple Terrace. Thanks for sending that along, Alyssa. Let's go to Rick in St. Pete. This was the roof blowing off of a house, they said. Can we see it happen? I guess it's off there in the distance. Yeah. Oh, yeah, there it is. You see the big chunk of roof that's missing?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, no. And that's really, no timestamp here. I'd be curious to know exactly when the winds whipped up enough to blow the roof off, but you can see it there off in the distance. Say hello to Bella, everybody, listening to the updates in Windermere. This is coming in from Michael. Thank you, Michael, for watching along. Yeah, we had Bella here getting FOMO because, saw the other dog up there on the coverage. Love to see it. Kristen Knight is... This is at Waffle House.
Oh, you mean they're open?
So, yeah. So Waffle House, I guess, is open. If they close Waffle House, that's a big deal.
Key.
This is in Leesburg, Florida, being sent in by Morgan. They're watching the stream on the iPhone, and it looks like they got a nice bowl there. You look at the Waffle House, syrup. Man, love it. Love to see it.
I get a friend in Lakeland that really hooks me up at Waffle House. I get some good stuff there. Yeah.
This is okay. This is awesome. Now we have for folks that were here earlier. Look. This is a chance for us to just smile a bit and just take a break from the impacts for just one moment, to show some of the folks that are riding out the storm right now. This is part of the story. And yes, a chance to laugh. This is Doctor sending this in. They put in Doctor. This is selfie within a selfie within a selfie.
Within a selfie. I think there's 4, right?
How many selfies we got going on
I believe there's, because we're the 4th one.
Quick, folks, get out your phone and take a selfie within a selfie with.
Oh, no. We're going to have 10. How many can we get to? Oh, no, JB.
Man,
now you started it.
We started. We made a monster. This one from Ivan didn't load. Apologies.
Too many
there.
selfies.
Yeah, we went too far.
Now, this looks more like sunset.
Okay, this is Michelle. South Venice Ferry and boat ramp. Flooding that is taking place here. And it just looks like a mess.
Yeah, that's definitely storm surge right there. And it looks like that might have been taken 6:30 before the sunset.
Yeah, clearly there's less light there. This is from Jack and Gerard in Gainesville, 7:30. They're watching with their cat babies playing with the cats there as Jeff Patterson's on the screen. Good to see. Yeah, having a good time playing with the cats. I love it. Oh man, you see the one there in the bottom right?
I see him
having a good time.
Yeah, they're having a good time.
No doubt. Saying hi to
Says,
you
"Feed me."
guys. We've had some questions about Gainesville, by the way. Can we give a quick update on Gainesville?
Yeah, Gainesville's getting, they'll be getting some pretty heavy rain coming up. And, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw wind in Gainesville over 60 miles an hour, gusting to 65, 70.
You guys see this in the top right? Shai says, watching from Australia.
Wow.
Whoa.
Australia getting ready to be in the springtime right now.
Man,
huh?
I love it. And that's the cool part about tracking the tropics. We go well beyond the Tampa Bay market and not just reaching people around Florida or around the country, but literally around the world. Shai, hello from us. What time is it in Australia? And
I think it's 15 hours, so it'd be like 10:48 in the morning.
Yeah, it's like 9:48 or 10:48 depending on time zone. The morning there. So saying hello to Shai on the other side of the world. We've got Kevin in Town and Country watching our live stream with the dog here by the name of Penny. Corgi.
Corgis are so cute.
Corgi alert.
Yeah.
Love to see it. Let's go back to some storm photos and videos coming in. This is from Melody in Safety Harbor. Timestamp, 6 o'clock p.m. What are we looking at here?
Well, you see the water coming in, right?
Yep.
And that's just going to keep on. It's going to continue as the winds just blow that water right onto shore. Again, anywhere in that area. And this was 6 o'clock, and you're already seeing that. So, yeah, storm surge. You got to be careful.
We got the setup here. This is Moss in Kissimmee, keeping the fort down. Yeah, I see that Bulbasaur. Good stuff. Watching Eric Stone, watching Tracking the Tropics from Kissimmee. Pretty cool setup there. Thank you for joining us, Moss. Hope that you're safe. Got a night. Oh man, how about the selfie from Paul in South Dakota?
Wow,
man, some must maybe they have property in Florida, family in Florida, or they're just big fans of severe weather.
They don't want to hear the word snow.
No.
Because that's coming. That's the S word up the north.
Yeah.
You don't want to say that.
Some more pictures and videos. Bayshore Boulevard at the cross of Bayshore and Howard in Tampa. This is coming in from Dominique. Wow, look at Bayshore.
Yeah.
It's just like, it's angry.
And that had to be that had to be way early because that's probably covered now. That water's probably on Bayshore there.
These are the submissions coming in to WFLA.com/report it. Hey, saying hello to Franklin the dog coming in from Carlos in Citrus Park. Guys, hello. Golden Retriever, man. It looks like a Golden Retriever. Beautiful dog. Hurricane Helene wind snapping a basketball goal pole in half. Whoa.
Right into the car, too. See that?
Oh, no. Let's watch it again.
Yep, watch the car move. Right there.
Oh,
see it?
Yeah, no.
And again, these are the objects, objects that aren't as sturdy as you thought, being blown onto a car, causing a lot of damage, or even a house.
I'm used to seeing trees and power lines come down.
I've never seen a basketball.
A basketball hoop?
I mean, maybe they just did too many dunks on that one, and it just weakened it.
Yeah, I mean, you can watch it at the beginning there. You see it kind of moving and shaking, and then all of a sudden, boom.
Yep, it said
in fact,
done.
I'm surprised there aren't more basketball hoops that come down in these types of situations.
Yeah, I never
to tell
really
you
thought
the truth. This is Carlos sticking out the rain. Yeah, man, Halloween is around the corner. 7:49 is the timestamp. Got the golf cart there in the background, and got some Halloween lovers here, no doubt. This is Newport Richey. What's the expectations in Newport Richey? What's the outlook right now in Newport?
Oh, they're getting hammered. I mean, they've got a pretty strong rain band coming onto shore right now. So my guess is that they're experiencing winds 50 to 60, gusting up to 70 with this rain band coming in right now.
Yeah, Carlos, be safe out there in Newport Richey. I know that you're outside taking a picture on your front lawn there, or what it appears to be your front lawn. Just, please be safe. Moving on in the queue, we've got about another half dozen or so to go. This is Coda. Fun and support is the comment, and this is from St. Augustine, Florida. Cute pup, man, cute dog.
A great area.
We love to see all the pups, all the cats, all the animals joining the stream.
There it is.
Look at this. This is Abraham in Polk City. What's going on in Polk City today?
Polk City, north of I-4, they're getting off and on rain bands, but, it'll be gusty for a little while, a little rainy, and then you'll have a break in the action. Then you'll have another area of rain and gusty wind coming along, and then, a little break in the action. That's how it's going to be the next several hours.
Whoa.
That's a pretty picture.
Pretty is an understatement. This is stunning. Santa Rosa Beach in Walton County gave us the military time for this one, 6:45 p. James sending in this stunning shot. James, you might have the shot of the day. I mean, it's not a storm photo, but this is absolutely. I mean, put this on a canvas and hang it up in your dining room. I mean, absolutely beautiful. The silhouette there with the docks in the foreground. So if he's watching from Santa Rosa Beach, is that Helene? I mean, probably not.
No, because where is he looking? He's looking to the west, and isn't Santa Rosa Beach west of Panama City?
Yeah.
So he'd be looking
I don't think,
to
this
the
isn't
west.
storm-related, but still stunning nonetheless. Goes to show that if you're on the other side of the storm, it
you
can
know
be
what?
beautiful.
Yeah, you know what, though? Pensacola's getting clouds from this. So, that's probably from Helene. And I am waiting for the 8 o'clock. I'm waiting for the 8 o'clock update. It should be coming down any minute. So when
when the 8 o'clock advisory comes in, folks, we'll be switching back.
Now, remember, 1:30, 9:45, northeast. Oh, it just came in.
Look at that.
Now it's 1:30, 9:42. Jeff, it's strengthened 3 more millibars. Yep, it's still 130. Well, maybe they will at 20 after because that's their MO lately. So
can we bring us some stats here, Eric?
It's on source 120. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So again, the pressure continued to go down. It's at 942, which I had mentioned a lot of the models were in the 940s over the past couple of days. Some of them were even much lower than that. But I didn't see too many models that did not take this down into the 940s. So again, this is right on par of what we're expecting.
So the 8 o'clock advisory is in. Max wind speeds, 130 miles per hour. Pressure, 942 millibars. And holding at north by northeast at 23 miles per hour. So this is like a car heading directly into a... like into a storefront. We were not even joking, trying to draw a comparison the other day when we said this is like a car driving into an Arby's. You never want to see. We hear those stories all the time about people who accidentally drive into storefronts. You never want to see it, but we see it often in our newsroom because it happens more often than you would think. For whatever reason, people driving into a particular storefront. I don't know where Arby's came from. It was just my mind and,
You're getting hungry for dinner.
Stream of consciousness. Yeah, clearly, food's on the brain. But, there is a metaphor here that makes sense, right? Because if you're going into a storefront at, 10, 15 miles per hour, look, you'll get far, but not, super far. But if you're going into that same storefront at 40, 50 miles per hour, you're ending up in the kitchen of that Arby's.
How about a series of nets? That way it's a little less damaging, right? If you have 30-foot nets spaced out a couple feet from each other and you're going 30 miles an hour, you may get through X amount of nets. But if you're going 60 miles an hour, you may get through 3 times the amount of nets as it keeps going. So again, this storm moving on land at such a rapid pace is going to bring, major hurricane force wind, maybe even into southern Georgia, and a Category 2 storm well into southern Georgia, and a tropical storm almost right over the Atlanta area.
Let's show a live look at Tampa. We haven't shown our tower cam in hours. Beautiful.
Yeah, let's see. Wow, there's a lot of people out there driving.
I mean, what's going on in Tampa? It's our most populated city, of course, that we are going to be talking about as far as storm impacts, right? So can we give an update just on Tampa? Because we have so many people that are joining us from there.
I'm sure Bayshore is still well underwater, and I'm sure we'll see that again if Ty does another live. But, Tampa is getting some of that heavy rain right now. There are a few tornado warnings that are out there. We can see them on Weather 3. They go through, I think, 8:15-ish, I want to say. And so we're seeing a couple in DeSoto County, and we're seeing one in, looks like Hardy County. So again, not really seeing much in the way of rotation with these. I wouldn't think any of these would be tornadoes on the ground right around 64 west of Zolfo Springs. Yeah, nothing really major right now along 17 in DeSoto County or 70. So what we'll do is we'll switch this over to Max Defender 8 radar so you can see what's going on here in Tampa. So we'll zoom this out. And again, we'll put this in play. There we are. And you can see Tampa just got a pretty heavy band. In fact, even downtown Tampa still has some of that heavy rain right now. But notice behind it, there's really not much left. So I think that was the heaviest that we're going to see here in Tampa. Still, we do have, looks like from Indian Rocks or so northward, all the way through coastal Pasco County and even further to the north, that heavy rain band that's coming in that will produce strong gusty wind with that rain. But after that is over, there's really not much beyond that to the south. So once we get through this in the next hour or so, I think we'll start to see these bands become more intermittent. Eventually, we'll start to see some of that rain weaken a bit. That's weather 4.
Yeah, we have weather 3 and source 1.
So I've got both going at the same time. Okay. Yeah.
You need a source? No, I heard you talking about. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that's. Oh wow. That's nothing worth mentioning. Doing some checks here on our weather computers. Let's hone in here, if we can, on a question that is really important. When is landfall expected, Eric, with the current path of this storm? How close are we getting?
We're getting close. I would say, so let's take a look. By the way, I'm on weather 4 here. Okay. And what I can do is I'll put a ruler on here, and you'll be able to see it if you punch that up. So let's stop this and put a ruler from the center of the storm right there. Okay. And this is moving north-northeast, right? So here it is. So about 75 miles, and it's moving at 23 plus miles an hour. So we're talking, maybe close to 11 o'clock, 10:30, 11 o'clock is when I'm thinking we're going to see, is when we're going to see landfall.
So we've been talking about 9:30 all day, but why would it be closer to 11 o'clock? Just the difference of 90 minutes. Can you explain?
I think we were talking about 9 o'clock last night. And remember this morning, JB, it was moving at 12 miles an hour, then 14 miles an hour, then 16. It didn't really start picking up speed until 2 o'clock or 2:20. It was late by the time it started to go more than 20 miles per hour. So because of that, because of the extra slow movement, that's why we're not expecting a 9 o'clock landfall like we expected last night. We're expecting more of 10:30-ish up to 11. And remember, it's when the middle of the eye comes, it's when the center comes on land. So the eye itself will probably get there a lot earlier, right? Maybe 10 o'clock or so. But then when the center of the storm gets on land, that's when the official landfall will be. And it will be very close to 10:30, 11 o'clock.
Let's continue to cycle through some stuff on Report It, unless, Eric, there's anything we want to mention on the weather computers while we have up the weather computers.
No, I mean, what I was showing before, and let me get rid of the ruler here. What I was showing before was that big area of rain just wants to just keep putting on distances. No more distances. All right, there we go. Now it's off. Let's clear that out. And now let's get to this. So again, we've got this huge area of rain in Pasco County right now that's moving through much of Pasco County, all the way to 75, and also down in coastal Pinellas to about Indian Rocks, Bel Air, and then soon to be Clearwater. And even into downtown Tampa along the fairgrounds, I-4 and 75. And then what do we have below that? What do we have to the south of that? There's really not much there. We'll get some rain bands here and there, but I really think as far as the wind goes, we're going to see the strongest wind. We may have already seen the strongest wind here in Tampa because of that strong band that's moved through. And now that Helene is moving well off to the north, now is when we're going to start to see that storm surge increase hour by hour, minute by minute, because of that wind shifting to the southwest. Combine that with the tides rising. So once we get through this last rain band that's right now over top of Newport Richey, heading towards Spring Hill, Hernando Beach, and then eventually Crystal River, Inverness, and Citrus County, I do think the rain and the wind's going to subside just a bit. Now, not going to calm down, but we're not going to be seeing the 70, 75-mile-an-hour gust in these bands because there won't be any bands.
Every now and again, I look at the map, and I say, there's my house. And I just think, I don't know if you do this. There's my house. Go. Get out. Get out of here. Move on out. Like, there's the, I try to be as professional as can be. I don't know how professional, is professional in the work that I do. But I'm always thinking to myself, like, man, I'm hoping that everything is okay at my house. I was just checking in with my wife and making sure that everything's okay. And every now and again, you're like, man, I live right there. I just hope everything's okay. At the
now you're in
property.
town and country, right? That? Yeah, I do.
I'm not gonna. I'm in the greater Tampa area.
So what I'm saying is, from where I think you live, I'm not seeing the heavy rain. I think the heavy rain is now off to the north, and I think the worst from where you live is coming to an end, if not over. Yeah. And you're not close enough to the bay where you're going to get storm surge. So, I would be relaxing a little bit more, especially as we head toward the 9 o'clock hour when you're really going to see this rain move to the north.
Yeah, and then too, I think about all the other people that are, in the line of this right now, and that's why it's great to see some folks that are sending in, pictures and videos and showing us, how they are riding out the storm. That's a big part of obviously what we do. So let's see here. We've got okay, let's go back to Report It, and let's continue to cycle through the very latest. Again, this shot.
Yeah, we can watch that for a little while.
Man, Jeff, have you seen the sunset shot from Santa Rosa Beach? I mean, it's really beautiful there. Oh, beautiful. On the other side. Yeah, no, pretty beautiful.
Yeah.
Let's they got the projector screen up in Lakewood Ranch. This is Jill with Miso, and they are tracking the hurricane. Look at that. Dog's very confused. Love to see it. The dog is in the wobble tracker. See that?
Yeah, I do
is that a
see
corgi?
that. It's hard to tell.
Or is it a puppy?
It's hard to tell, but we haven't seen the wobble tracker in a while. Should we see?
It is there in the bottom
left.
left.
I see it there. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Brooke, your photo didn't make it. It didn't transcode properly. I am so sorry. Say hello to Athena. I think we saw this one earlier. Or that was Abraham, actually. Let's see. This is Harbor Island 7:30p from Allie. Again, thank you for the timestamp. And showing some of the storm surge in Harbor Island.
Yeah. And the rain and wind as well.
All right, moving on here. We've got Mr. Cheech, Florida, checking out the wobbles here with this particular.
He says, look at me. Don't watch that. Look at me. Pay attention to me.
This is Sam in Tallahassee. We haven't talked about Tallahassee in a while. Let's talk about Tallahassee really quickly.
Yeah, I mean, Tallahassee, most likely on the very western edge of this. So right in the eye wall. And again, you're going to experience winds over 100 miles per hour and gusts upwards of 120 in the Tallahassee area. So, obviously, if anybody's there right now, it's too late to evacuate. Just got to hunker down.
Being told here this is a power line sparking behind a row of homes. This is from Amanda in South Tampa near the Gandy Bridge. It's kind of hard to see. You can see that Amanda's zooming in. We can see some of those sparking power lines right there.
Oh, yeah, I do see it. Oof. And you see those trees leaning. That one almost looks like it's ready to fall down. But that's the thing. These you're going to get a dead tree or a rotted tree that's going to fall into a power line, and that's going to cause the power outages.
Again, these are photos and videos coming into WFLA.com/report it. These are from people around Tampa Bay, around Florida, around the world, sending in pictures and videos, saying hello, and providing us with videos and photos that are helping us document what's happening in real time. This is a door blown off the hinge in Polk County from Kenji and Winter Haven. Check this out. Uh-oh, they're like, well, the door.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
The door is pretty important. You don't want rain, wind getting into the front of your home.
No.
So the door blowing off the hinge, obviously bad. Blown out windows, really
and you
bad.
can see that's, I mean, I don't know if it's rotted, but it's definitely not strong. Yeah, and that's Winter Haven, huh?
Yeah.
So that's far east in Polk County.
Kenji, sending along our best to you and the family, and hope that, when things clear out tomorrow, you can go to Lowe's or Home Depot and get to work on a repair.
All the tornado warnings have been expired for now, so that's good news.
That is good news?
Yep.
Oh, no, this is a great one. I can see it load up, and I don't know why it won't load onto this system. It's from Brooke in Georgia with some kids, and it's just not loading. Brooke, I am so sorry. We reported as a brand new feature. It still has bugs. We're still working on it. This is from Austin and Tampa, Florida. Helene wins as of 7:55 p.
Is that downtown?
Yeah, look at that.
Almost looks like it, yeah.
You see the detail here?
Yeah, that's very, very vivid.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah, you can see
and that's probably the
water
last
racing on the concrete.
7:30. Yeah, because right now I'm looking at max defender rate radar, and things are really quieting down in the rain department here in downtown Tampa.
Say hello to Courtney. Sending in this photo of Nellie the dog. Looks like Nellie might be getting a treat.
Yep.
Looks like maybe, I don't know if that's a hot dog.
Had to be bribed.
Yep. Jumping up to get it. Love to see it. Thank you, Courtney and St. Augustine, for sending in that. We're getting in more selfies than storm videos. I'm sure that tomorrow is the day we're going to get a lot of damage video and stuff
well,
like
once
that.
it's light out again,
Yeah, people will be coming out of their homes, checking in. How about what is this? Is it an iguana, a lizard? What are we looking at?
I don't know what that is. It looks
Different animals
it looks too small.
making it onto the show.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. Is that a bird? It almost looks like a bird.
Is it a bird?
It's like he's holding it in his hand, and it looks like it has a beak.
I see a reptile.
Okay. I don't know what that is.
Right?
I mean, it looks like it has a beak. It's got a black face and a beak on the right. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, that's a reptile.
Okay. I have no idea what that is.
Me neither. Chat, help us, please.
Please, let us know what that is, whoever sent that in.
Gecko. It's a gecko, according to the chat. Or an iguana or a lizard.
Iguana is usually bigger than that. Well. It's big.
Let the debate rage on YouTube Live as to what this actually is. But somebody says it might be a chameleon because it is the same color as Jennifer's hand.
Yeah.
A moment of levity here on stream. Good to see some folks chatting about something other than storm. Whoa. Look at that, Eric. Spotted from Bayshore Royal. This is from Kim.
Wow. That's the whole roof?
Yeah. Is that real?
Is that
that tarp?
Yeah, I was gonna say, is that a cover? No, that looks like part of the roof.
Jeff, what do you see here? It's gonna zoom in, but I can't tell if that's a cover or if that's the roof itself.
It looks like it's a cover. Yeah, but still.
Look at the vent.
Yeah.
Wow. Winds sending, it's actually kind of mesmerizing, to tell you the truth. It's like sending shockwaves.
And again, thank God that, Helene didn't directly hit. We would see devastation. I mean, it would be so bad. Oh, there's a bird.
There you go. You want a bird?
I want a bird.
Tina
there he
in
is.
Tampa.
Oh,
this is
so
what
cute.
the folks are sending in.
He's so cute.
Man, love to see it. Again, the rule is with selfies and pictures of folks hunkering down, and you got to have Tracking the Tropics on in the background to show that you're actually watching the show, and then we'll put you on the stream. There's Tina in Tampa with this is Peanut.
That's a great name for a bird. He
That's a
looks like a
great
peanut.
name.
You look like a peanut.
It's a great name for a bird.
And he's eating. He's getting ready to eat. He's out of the cage.
Deadpool's watching.
Yep.
This is Timothy in Lafayette, Indiana.
I don't see Wolverine, so that's good.
I don't. Yeah. Oh, there's Tracking the Tropics there in the bottom left.
Yeah,
I was
the
like,
bottom.
Where is it?
Right.
Hey, Timothy. Hope you're well. Okay. This is Linda sending in a photo from Minnesota expressing shock over a Category 4. Like Cat 4. Whoa. We weren't shocked, but it's certainly, we're like, whoa.
Yeah, definitely.
I guess Linda's saying whoa. Say hello. This is from Gigi. Says, hey, Eric and JB, we still have power and snacks. This is Halo and Rue sending good vibes to everybody out there.
Who says dog? I can't get along.
From a spot in St. Pete, the Gandy Bridge area. We have just man, they're still coming in.
Oh, look at that one.
I don't believe this. I've never seen so many, selfies and animal photos in my life.
This is great.
Evie in Pasco County sending this one in. This is Mateo saying hello to Mateo. Tracking the storm with Eric is the comment. Mateo and Eric, what a pair. Love to see it.
So cute.
All right. So we've got this one from Sheila. This is Gulf Boulevard at 44th Avenue in St. Pete Beach.
Yep.
And the comment says a transformer blowing. Can we see it?
Was it on the top right in the video in the very beginning? Let's check. Right there. See it? Yeah, it was.
No,
see right there, the top right.
Top right. Hold on.
So right there you see it, and then you got to wait for it to pan back all the way to the right. Keep an eye on the top right where it says reported. See it right there? See that blinking right there? The blinking? I think that's what that, yeah, you can see it on the top right.
Thank you to Sheila for sending this one in. But also, look at the water on the road.
I tell you, a lot of Gulf Boulevard is going to be underwater. You're right. And this is just getting started. The wind, the surge is going to be pushing that water right onto Gulf Boulevard on the other side of the street.
Next up, Matthew in Englewood saying this is some video of some storm surge. Look at the boat rocking there in the distance.
Yep. Here we go again, right?
Wow.
Yeah, not as well. Englewood didn't have surge with Ian because it was north, but thankfully it's far enough away. Where's this one?
This is Iran in right now. She says in Gulfport Rec Center as of 8:09 p.m. Yeah, that's pretty close to right now.
Well, that's bright.
Yeah, that's why I'm confused because it does look pretty bright there.
Unless, that doesn't look like a light on a camera. But either way, Gulfport, that's going to be a common sight. Oh, what do we have here?
More from Matthew in Englewood.
Okay, this is a lot, much earlier. But yeah. I mean, surge was definitely an issue. Yep.
Thank you, Matthew. He's still panning around.
And the Gulf goes into the Myakka River, which also tends to flood a lot during these kind of events.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Cassie, Lakeland, Florida. Yeah, look, people were asking about Lakeland, saying Lakeland's in the clear, right? We're like, all it takes is one weak tree that has endured one too many storms.
Yeah, this is what I was afraid of.
Enduring a wind gust and then it falling on your car, your home, and your day, your week, your month is ruined. Because all of a sudden now it's, you got to take the car to the shop. Hopefully it's not extensive damage.
Yeah, hopefully the tree fell alongside of it and maybe just the branches are on the car. Because it looks like the trunk is a couple feet, off.
Max is watching Rebecca Barry in Tampa, pointing up. Love to see it.
Nice.
Rebecca's been down in the studio doing coverage on News Channel 8. Here we have Melanie in Citrus County as of 8:15. This is Ellie and Doobie.
I bet Doobie is the dark one.
Yeah.
He looks like a Doobie.
That's a good name.
Yeah.
We've got
there's the
Alexis,
cat again.
Abby the cat is watching in Lakewood Ranch. We've got DJ in Springville. What is that now?
Oh, you know what they're doing? They like the last picture. If you can go back to it, they're taking a picture of the cat watching us. So here we go again.
Oh,
See
yeah.
that?
Inception.
So yep. So remember how we had the one selfie taking a picture of the other selfie who's taking a picture?
Just animals.
That's what
all
they're
the
doing,
time.
and there it is. There. So that person's taking a picture of the bird who's watching us in the background.
I've lost control of the queue. The news team and the WFLA newsroom, they're the ones loading the photos into the queue, and they are clearly just loading in every animal.
They're having a good time with it. So
well,
are we.
We'll try to get to some more on stream here. We'll come back. And here it is. This is the one from Brooke that I really wanted to show. It loaded. I love it. This is from St. Mary's, Georgia. Watch the kids.
Oh.
You see her face?
It reminds me. It reminds you of the splash zone at Busch Gardens, right?
Look at her face.
Where you've got the roller coaster, and you're watching the roller coaster, and you don't realize you're in the splash zone. And you know how that one roller coaster was the Shikra? It splashes into the water, and then it splashes the kids, and they don't know what hit them. Now that looks like a snake.
That's okay. Look,
no,
I'm not the smartest person when it comes to animals, but this is a snake.
Yeah,
this is 510 in Oregon. This is Kalena and Zeus watching Eric Stone on Tracking the Tropics.
Is 3,000 miles away from me.
Yeah, you're not a snake person. Not a snake person. Yeah,
the
whole family. This is Kit.
No.
So, yes, here it is. A selfie of a selfie of a selfie of a selfie.
Oh no, they did it.
They did it.
I don't see the other three.
Okay.
Oh, I do see the other three. Oh no.
All right.
So that's
we
4,
got to
or is
get to
that
the end
5?
of this queue. Okay, crested gecko. Thank you for to Jessica in Davenport watching and
oh, so that's it. The gecko.
It is a gecko.
Oh, okay.
A crested gecko. Kevin in St. Pete.
He tried to sell me car insurance.
Coffee Pot Bayou in St. Pete before dark.
Yeah. A
And
lot of St. Pete.
Last one, because I need to just get to the bottom of the queue, so I feel like we've made it. Mario in Lakeland now, see, what's this now?
That's a dog.
No, it's not.
It's not. It looks like a furry dog.
All right.
On the bottom right.
We're Eric, Lens
No?
Crafters, man. Lens Crafters. Let's blow this up.
Blow this up. I'm telling you now. Yeah, now scroll down. Oh no, he's holding it. It's a frog. No, it's a snake. No, I don't know what it is. That might be more of an iguana. Although, like you said, it's blending in with the
That
color.
is a reptile of some kind. Let's start there. We're gonna make our way through the animal kingdom here, Eric. That's a reptile of some kind, and I'm gonna let the chat fill us in because clearly we've got some,
I wanted it to be a dog.
Extremely smart zoo enthusiasts out there that know. Rachel Tucker, our DCP, is telling us that this is a bearded dragon.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
All right, we'll end on this. No more Rachel. Joe in Madeira Beach. The chickens have made their way inside. And look, they're putting in the
And
tablet.
they're not for dinner.
Or the laptop, just to follow the rules. Tracking the Tropics has to be on screen to make it onto the stream. And there it is.
Are these the same ones we saw outside a few hours ago?
I don't know the answer.
They grabbed them in Ybor City.
Wow. That was the unexpected segment of the night. I didn't think we were going to, feature every pet in all of Florida, but clearly we did. Look, we love to see all of the pets safe. That's the most important thing.
Yeah.
In the loving arms, in the care
Even the
of
snakes,
folks
I guess.
that are being responsible. Welcome in, Kevin. What do you got? Yes, I can. Mike's muted for 1 second, folks. Back here live. This is from I-4 near Ybor City, eastbound direction. A street sign that has come down, and you can see it there on the roadway. And so the large law enforcement presence is to make sure that there aren't any drivers on the road that are hitting the stop sign. Ybor City, one of the areas, many neighborhoods within Tampa, Florida. And so, this is the type of stuff that you see when you have wind gusts, exceeding 50, 60, 70 miles per hour in some spots.
It looks like a big sign.
It does look pretty big.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's and at night it's even worse because you don't know what's coming. You don't know if a sign or a tree or something's about to fall sometimes because it's too dark out. So it's just dangerous to be out in stuff like this, especially at night.
All right, so we have to move on from Report It, and we really appreciate all the photos of cats and dogs, bearded dragons, crested geckos. Love to see it, really do, but we got to get back to the task at hand, and that is max fender rate radar right now looking at Hurricane Helene making its way through the Tampa Bay area and moving into Florida's Big Bend. What do we got at this hour, Eric?
Well, right now, again, it's 130 mile per hour wind. It's a Category 4 storm. It's moving quickly toward the Perry area, and again on Wobble Tracker, the center has, shifted slightly off to the east over the past couple of hours. But again, this is kind of what we expected. It's really behaving throughout the day today. It's not meandering much, nothing like Ian or other storms. And you see on Max Defender 8 radar, we still have a couple of pretty heavy showers in eastern Hillsborough, Lithia, Waimama area, and even eastern Manatee counties. But we're starting to see a little break in the action in southern Pinellas County. Of course, even south of that, well south of I-4 in Hillsborough, Manatee, and Sarasota County. So these rain bands will be more few and far between as we get into the overnight hours as Helene really races off to the north-northeast. And again, it's going to be interesting what Jeff Patterson's shot looks like in an hour or so up in Cedar Key once the wind and the surge really start getting going.
Looking here at a split screen of the street sign down in the Ybor City area of I-4. I-4 is the main corridor, folks, that connects Tampa to Orlando, but this is obviously very, very close to Tampa or even in Tampa itself. In the bottom left, real-time wobble tracker, and then on the right, max fender rate radar showing the very latest with where Helene is and how it is still making its presence felt in the Tampa Bay area. Let's hone in on wobble tracker. Let's do a check-in here. Eric, what are we seeing?
Okay, here we go. It looks like, the full eye is to the east of that last 4 that you see. So this is definitely meandered to the east of the track, as you can see that clear air within the eye. And so, this will looks like move slightly east of St. Mark's, right around the Perry area, which is what I kind of figured. I think last night, when you asked me where I thought it would make landfall, I think I said Horseshoe Beach, not too far from there. And it looks like it will not make a direct hit into Tallahassee, but still, you'll be close enough to be within the eye wall and, see wind speeds over 100 miles an hour, wind gusts over 120, and it'll just continue to move and power its way into parts of Georgia overnight tonight.
Let's do something we haven't done in quite a while. And that's going to be check in with our commenters. Hashtag Hey Eric, hashtag Hey JB. At some point, Eric, you and I have been going for a while.
It's okay. You know me.
Yeah,
Come on.
We can.
I could go all night.
We can marathon stream. I know that.
Yeah.
But we also have to prepare for landfall coverage.
Correct.
So let's get again. Are we feeling closer to 10:30 or 11:30 for landfall?
Let's take a look at. So let's put a ruler on this. And again, this could speed up a little bit more. And if it does, then obviously landfall would be even sooner than later. So let's manipulate this. This is the current time. 8:27. Yep. All right. So now we'll put a ruler on this. And we'll see how far away from land. So, I mean, it's still a good 60 miles or so. So it's still over 2 hours. If I had to pinpoint it, I would say closer to 11. Oh, I love it. We got it back. This is it. That's Stoppy.
Is it?
Yes, that's Stoppy. That's the iconic shot right there. And there's the telephone pole with all the markers on it.
You're right.
Yes.
Okay, so
this is it.
Is the stop sign
excited.
that will never quit. It is a metaphor.
Boy, it's leading too. It's leading quick. Do you think it could take another major storm? Oh, we're gonna find out.
Yeah, this is Jeff Patterson's shot in the Max Fender 8 Storm vehicle. We are live once again in Cedar Key. I believe that's G Street, the G Street stop sign, which
sure is.
Yes, our commenters have, affectionately named Stoppy. I think we were talking, about Forky or something.
Yes,
apparently
yes.
with Toy
And
Story,
that's how we
then
got to Stoppy.
I
yeah.
don't know how that happened last year. That's just a wild, twist and turn that we. Arrived at Stoppy. But yes, okay, that's what our commenters call the stop sign. And the reason why, folks, is because we could not believe that with all of the rising storm surge that we were watching last year with Idalia, that the stop sign would not give out.
And the water was like, at times the waves were above that. And I know that Jeff had said the storm surge was at 8 foot. But I remember many instances where the waves were 11, covering the 11 to 12 foot marker on that telephone pole and covering just about that whole stop sign, and it still lived.
I remember the stop sign that was almost Stoppy here was nearly horizontal.
Yes,
I mean that was the part I didn't understand, the science behind it, how it could be basically like laying flat on the ground and still staked into the ground, not wanting to give up its spot on G Street in Cedar Key.
Yeah.
If we see anything else, actually, as I look up, watch this. Let's move
Looks
around.
good.
Oh, wow.
Guys, what's going on? This is pretty crazy.
Okay, so I was not.
She didn't bargain for this when
no,
she came here, did
she?
she?
I wasn't anticipating bringing up Nicole in that moment. Oh, she's getting ready for a live shot on WFLA News Channel 8. Let's listen in. Oh, wait. Yep. When you lead with weather, the live reporter has to wait. That's how it works.
Did she wear a hat in the wind? Is she holding on to a hat in the wind?
Well, the hat under the hood.
Yeah.
We will come back to Nicole Rogers as soon as I'll try to get an updated location as to where she is. I believe she's in Pasco County, somewhere coastal Pasco County. So we'll come her way in just a bit. What's going on there where Nicole Rogers is?
Oh, yeah. Coastal Pasco County right now is really starting to see that last heavy rain band that's moving from right now Newport Richey up, a little bit further up toward the Hudson area. She may actually be in Hudson. That's where right along Hudson and 19. They're getting hammered right now with wind and rain. So,
all right, so top left locator here, folks. I believe, right? Yeah, you're zoomed in there.
She's got to be in Hudson.
On
that's
Hudson
my guess.
right now. And wow, the shot is really breaking up.
Yeah.
So it's now frozen. We'll see if it comes back. And then top left on your screen, folks, is that red area is likely where Nicole is in Hudson.
Yep.
We hope to get her back. They're pivoting on air right now. I'm watching Josh and Stacy being told that they have lost Nicole's shot. We'll stay with it for another. It's down.
There it goes.
Now it's down. In the meantime, we will come back to Stoppy. G Street. Oh, I feel like the waters have risen in just the last few minutes.
Probably. Yeah. Between now and again, for folks that wonder where Cedar Key is, I really have to zoom in. But it's right here. And so what I'll do is I'll put Cedar Key on the extreme eastern side of the screen. And then you see the eye of Helene on the western side, the left side of your screen. See, we're just talking east-west here. So again, this storm is almost parallel to Cedar Key. The winds have really picked up there, and it looks like once this makes its way just off to the north of Cedar Key, that southwest wind will blow. Although, even though Cedar Key, does face to the south, depending on exactly where Jeff is, the wind will be blown right into Cedar Key, where Jeff Patterson is right now. So they're getting a pretty heavy shower, a pretty heavy band, and then they'll have a little break in the action rain-wise. But that surge is going to continue over the next couple of hours.
I didn't want to leave our viewers hanging. Earlier on tonight, I made a face during Governor DeSantis' live stream. It was not towards Governor DeSantis. It was towards a reporter question about a county sheriff's office encouraging people to write their name, birthday, and other important information on their body in permanent marker. And we now have some clarity on that. So I want to follow up with that. So pay attention here, folks, because this circles back to kind of a bizarre moment earlier on the stream. DeSantis was asked this and dodged the question, just chose not to address it because probably didn't have any idea as to where, this question was coming from. But the reporter was asking a question based on the Taylor County Sheriff's Office Facebook page. And it goes into, you know what? I'm going to read the first section of this, and hopefully this makes sense. It was posted 7 hours ago on their Facebook page, Taylor County Sheriff, at 12:49 p.m. We are requesting that all residents, guests, and evacuees refrain from returning to the area until officially directed by the EOC. The directive will be communicated via social media, news outlets, radio, and emergency alert systems. Returning prematurely poses significant risks due to expected heavy flooding and other hazards. Many roads will be impassable, and there may be downed power lines, fallen trees, and other dangerous conditions. Okay, now listen up. This first bullet point. If you or someone you know chose not to evacuate, please write your name, birthday, and important information on your arm or leg in a permanent marker so that you can be identified and family notified.
You know what
and
I
then
think?
It goes into bullet points of what they want you to write on your body in permanent marker. Your full address, your name, contact info, if I'm reading this correctly. And this has received 2.6 thousand shares, 300 comments. And look, it's a very loud social media post. It's clearly gotten a lot of attention. The point that they are trying to convey here, and it's up to, I think, individual Floridians as to whether or not this was the appropriate way to make that point. Some think that this is a way to kind of blast through all the noise and get people's attention. Others might say that this was not the best way to articulate the point. But what they are trying to say is, if you are in an evacuation zone and it's mandatory, then they can't do much to help you. That they don't want to have to collect bodies out of an evacuation zone when they were told to evacuate and people were just too stubborn to do so. This is a point where the sheriff's office is clearly, expressing that they don't want to have to pick up these bodies and have to make these phone calls because people didn't, follow the mandatory evacuation orders. So yes, I mean, writing your name and your important information in a permanent marker on your arm or leg is certainly, a very loud way to illustrate your point. But look, this is what we see all the time when it comes to storms, when people do not listen to mandatory evacuation orders. They think, oh, okay, we've been through this here before. Oh my God, it happened with this storm or that storm. And then they don't listen. They stay in that area that is dangerous, life-threatening. And then, of course, you have a sheriff's office or local law enforcement, local paramedics that have to then put themselves in harm's way, potentially, to, stage a rescue. And that can be extremely frustrating.
Yeah.
So anything to add there, Eric?
Well, I think they're pretty much saying if you don't evacuate, your chance of surviving may be slim. And what do they call it? Tough love. It may not be the right way to say it, but they may be trying to put the fear, put fear in people that don't evacuate. Meaning, if you don't evacuate, you probably aren't going to survive. So here, write your name and this and that. That way we don't have to guess who you are.
Yeah, it's grim.
Yes,
but it's receiving actually a lot of positive feedback in our chat.
Maybe
People
it
were
saved somebody's
saying,
life.
Like, look, right. If it cuts through, a lot of the noise in it, and it's it's a very loud statement. You know what? Okay, that's Florida.
Yeah.
Well, that's par for the course for Florida sheriffs. You want to know what Florida sheriffs are like? I mean, Grady Judd is the most loud example of somebody who will say anything at any moment at any time. But that's Florida sheriffs, right? They're going to say whatever they think is appropriate in the moment to get their point across, because that's just Florida law enforcement. That's just kind of the lay of the land here. And so it is a social media post getting a lot of attention. Most of the reaction that we are seeing is very, very positive. And so that was why DeSantis was asked that question earlier on today. My eyebrow was raised during it, and I had a peculiar look on my face because I said, where is this question coming from? It is coming from, you can read it for yourself on the Taylor County Sheriff's Office Facebook page. Let's get back. We literally people who are asking for the live picture once again from Cedar Key. And what are you seeing on radar, Eric?
Still, Cedar Key, we've got a pretty heavy rain band that's going to be coming in. In fact, it's coming in right now. You see that yellow, and I have to zoom in right there. So there's Cedar Key, and there's the yellow. So pretty heavy rain and wind, as you can see, and then there'll be a little break in the action. And then if it does tap into the eye wall, it's going to be really, really close to see, but it may move just to the west of Cedar Key. But either way, the wind gusting could be over 100 miles an hour in the next hour or so. So we'll continue to watch that. And as that does happen, it looks like, that storm surge will continue to rise. And if you start, if you look at if that telephone pole right now, I can't see as many lines now as I could, about 20 minutes ago or so. So it definitely looks like the water is continuing to rise. I remember last time Jeff was there, there was a building, that blue building a little bit further back. And remember, the water was completely over the first floor of that building. So I'm looking to see that in the next hour or two as the storm surge continues to increase.
So a live look here from Cedar Key. Water is clearly rising. That's why the markers are there in the back. What's coming into the shot?
Oh, my.
Looks like
is that a vehicle?
It is a vehicle.
Emergency vehicle.
I think that might be Florida Highway Patrol.
But it's yellow. It's yellow and white, so that's like a rescue. What are they doing?
And we'll find out. Let's stay with it.
Yeah. Usually road rangers or maintenance are, have the yellow and white lights. I don't know. Maybe that, like Jeff says, maybe it's just someone observing what's happening. I mean,
to Caroline on YouTube Live, I see your question about streams and stories that I cover. The answer is yes. Stay tuned. More on what you're talking about. Yeah, that's we're focused on the hurricane, but yes to your question.
Yeah, so this water is going to continue to rise over the coming, couple of hours, and we'll see how high this gets.
Okay, so Joey's panning. Okay, so I've been told switch. Hold on. Stand by. We are switching out of Cedar Key. Check this out. Oh. I think the camera just moved. I think they're trying to position it to show.
Oh, the sign?
Yeah, hold on 1 second. I think the camera is panning over to show what I was alerted to introduce and show to our audience here. Over to the left. Okay, so there's the sign that's down. I-4 Ybor City. If they zoom in here, we'll come back to this.
Yeah, and right now it looks like there's really not much rain in Ybor, so they're going through a little break in the action. There's that building.
This is the street.
Yeah,
where I mean, a good chunk of our Adalia coverage originated. It was Adalia, right? Yeah.
Yep.
And yeah, I mean,
I think he was further back because he was forced further back by the surge when it did get to 6, 7, 8 feet.
Let me point out here that the only reason we can see anything at all is because of floodlights on the Max Fender 8 Storm vehicle. Obviously, the vehicle is built for storm coverage. You probably wouldn't be able to see all too much as a result of it being so dark out there right now. But the storm vehicle and the lights on it allows us to illuminate the area and show the rising floodwaters, the rising storm surge in Cedar Key. When is the worst expected in Cedar Key for Jeff Patterson and Joey?
I would say after midnight. Let me look. So I'm going to look and see when the high tide actually is. Oh, high tide, Cedar Key. So the high tide is 11:35, so right before midnight. So I think the greatest surge will be very close to that, between 10:30 and 11:30, maybe up toward midnight or so.
Let's we'll update our coverage plans because our coverage plans are about to change as we brace for landfall coverage. We are likely going to be taking a break at the top of the hour. So that gives us 15 minutes to answer your questions, everybody on social media, Facebook Live, YouTube Live. Drop your hashtag Hey Eric, hashtag Hey JB questions and comments in now. We'll monitor this shot, but we want to get in some questions and comments from our audience and bring you guys into the conversation. So starting now, type in your questions and let's get to it. All right. You know how this works. Type in a question or a comment. Use hashtag Hey Eric, hashtag Hey JB with that question or comment. Put it into Facebook Live, YouTube Live, and then Rosa can get her question on screen just like this. What would you expect, Eric, for Macon, Georgia in the hours ahead?
So, I mean, this is going to be a pretty strong tropical storm, maybe even a Category 1 hurricane as it heads towards central Georgia. And, the Macon area overnight into early tomorrow morning could experience hurricane-force wind gusts and tropical storm-force sustained wind and a lot of rain, too, in central and northern Georgia.
Let's go to Kat in Polk County. Asking if there's still a tornado warning or even a watch there?
No, well, tornado watch. There's no tornado warnings.
Davenport is the locator.
Right. Did they expire the tornado watch? The 8 o'clock? Till 6? Okay. So, yeah, tornado watch is still in effect, but let's take a look. And I've got another friend of mine in Lakeland where I play pinball just asked me, hey, what's going on in Lakeland in Polk County? So, there's another pretty strong band heading toward downtown Lakeland that extends north to south along the border of Polk and Hillsborough County. So you're going to have a gusty band coming in the next few minutes or so, and that's probably going to last 15, 20, maybe 30 at the most, as this is moving pretty quickly. And then you'll be in and out of some of that, in and out of some of those bands. As far as any kind of rotation go, I haven't really seen any rotation whatsoever in the past hour, and I don't see any with any of these even the heavy stuff coming into northern Pinellas, Pasco, and up towards Citrus County. I'm assuming, did Nicole ever get her shot back in Hudson, or was that pretty much because she was in a pretty heavy band about 15, 20 minutes ago. So
ask and you shall receive. Let's check in. I believe this is Nicole's shot. But what we're looking at, I'm not sure. I just saw her a moment ago.
Yeah,
she was on this shot.
So, yeah, it looks things are improving. There's still a moderate rain band coming into Pasco County around Hudson. So some gusty rain nonetheless for a little while coming until after the 9 o'clock hour. And then we'll start to see things become a little bit more scattered to even isolated overnight.
Samantha, look, I don't know what – I mean, yes. Let's start with the first part of this question. There is a hurricane.
Yes.
It's Hurricane Helene. And it is moving into Florida's Big Bend, into South Georgia. As far as a tornado, that's actually more of an interesting question. Did we had any confirmed tornadoes on the ground?
Not that I know of. No.
I mean, and how would you? What's the kind of
we go
standard operating procedure as far as how you would find out?
We go to Storm Prediction Center, and that's how we find out. If it'll be posted on their storm reports. So what I'll do here is I'll just go over to them. When I looked a little while ago, I didn't see any. So let me look right now. And sometimes it'll take a little while. If there was a possible tornado, somebody reported it, and then the next day they go out and they say, "Oh, look at that! Yes, that was a tornado." But as for now, no, there's no tornado reports here. There's one in southern Georgia and one in South Carolina, but a couple actually. But no, nothing here in Florida.
Let's go to Mandy. I have a hard time believing that there's no coverage of this in Atlanta, but we are happy to help you as far as strength or timing. How strong will it be, and when will it arrive in Atlanta?
If you want to switch back to Source 120, I've got the cone, and you can see that this is still expected to become a Category 2 storm in southern Georgia, and then making its way up toward the Atlanta area somewhere around 8 o'clock in the morning as still a pretty strong tropical storm. So I'm sure a lot of the local news outlets there have been really on top of this, as this is unprecedented wind and from a hurricane and tropical storm in Atlanta, Georgia.
A live look here at Cedar Key. I believe Stoppy's off to the left.
Yep.
For everyone who's panicking in our comment section, deep breaths.
And I'm also
Inhale, exhale.
I'm waiting to see a 9 o'clock update too, to see if there's any change. 130 miles an hour, 942, northeast at 23.
Jaden says, my brother's in St. Pete. Do you think there will be damage to the home in St. Pete? It's hard to say without, where in St. Pete, but
right. If there was damage in St. Pete, it might have already happened, unless you're close enough that storm surge is going to affect you. And then, yes, there would be damage over the next couple of hours. But I think the heaviest rain bands right now and the strongest winds in St. Pete have already happened. So if you haven't had any damage from that and you're not anywhere near the bay, then chances are the worst of it has passed you.
I am shocked because we have another person, Haley, saying we do not have much coverage here in Georgia. He's correct.
That's interesting.
What? That's mind-blowing to me.
It is.
But I'm sure maybe it'll ramp up soon. Maybe it's more of a Friday. I hope
no,
not.
It's not. No, it's not.
You need to be telling people now.
Yeah, because Friday morning at 8 o'clock, this thing's going to be right over top of Atlanta. Very, very, very close. I mean, this is hurricane force wind gusts possible in Atlanta, Georgia.
Next up, man, they're flying in all of a sudden. People have been waiting for us to take their questions and comments. Yeah, Ballistic Ben, y'all been at it all day. Yeah, we have. It's been a long day. We've had some breaks here and there, but we are going to be taking a break here in about 5 minutes and getting some yeah, like food, water.
Yeah, we'll get something.
I'm out of water, so we're going to fix that. Meg says, #6 for us both, have a house in Carabel on 15-foot stilts. Do you think it will be okay?
Where exactly is Carabel? That's north, right?
I'll get you a location specifically.
I think that's even north of Citrus, right?
Carabel's up on the Panhandle, if I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken. It is. It's east of Apalachicola.
Is it west of Perry?
North of St. George Island.
Okay.
It is west of Alligator Point, and in relation to Perry,
it's way further to the west, right?
Wow. Perry is small enough that it takes me a minute to find it.
Right.
It's east of Apalachicola, and
yeah, I mean, so I think she's going to be on the west side of the storm, which means, she's not going to have the storm surge. So if you don't have the storm surge and you're on stilts, but again, the wind is going to be a huge issue. You could have 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So in regards to storm surge, probably not an issue, but in regard to wind, yes, it could be.
Oh, that one we already threw up. So hold on a second. Let's load in some fresh ones, you guys. Wow, more people saying no coverage in Atlanta.
That's just
and
the Weather Channel is located in Atlanta.
Yeah,
you would think that.
Are you guys? I hope everyone's
local news. I mean,
looking in the right spot. Or maybe rural Georgia. My friend, in Georgia has said the same thing about lack of coverage near Macon.
I can't believe that people in Georgia are not making a huge deal out of this. This just doesn't happen.
Let's go to Philip. #HJB and Eric. I saw a little wobble to the east. Does that mean that we're safe in Tallahassee?
No. I keep saying purposely that even though this may move east of the track, and I figured it would maybe make a couple wobbles to the east, that Tallahassee would still be in the eye wall, meaning you're still going to be in the strongest of the wind, the 120 mile an hour, 30 plus mile an hour wind gust possible in Tallahassee. So you may not be in the eye of the storm, but that doesn't mean you're out of the woods at all by any means.
Let's check in on Cedar Key. Oh, whoa. Is that I don't know what I'm looking at. Joey's panning around from the Max Fender 8 Storm vehicle in Cedar Key. And, they're driving around.
Oh.
All right, we'll stay with this for a little bit.
I wonder if they're driving to higher ground because it's really starting to...
Yeah, they might be.
I still think we're going to see Stoppy and that telephone pole.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look at all those golf carts.
Tracy says, #HJB, what's the wildest thing that you've seen today? Yeah, I'm not.
Probably the guy holding on.
Yeah.
At Cedar Key, holding on to a metal fence type with the Gulf of Mexico water being blown all over him.
That's up there.
That was, to me, that was the craziest thing I saw.
Okay, garbage cans, recycle bins in the roadway. Got to drive around it.
Yep.
This is what we do.
Yep. Remember, they just had a really heavy rain band move through, right? Now they're seeing a little lull in that with a weaker shower.
Go to Caitlin. YouTube Live. Anything more for Spring Hill once this storm makes landfall?
No, I mean, Spring Hill, you can see on radar, there's really not much going on. You'll be in and out of some rain in the next 30 minutes or so, but still, it's a little gusty up that way. But typically, the higher wind gusts are in the rain bands, and so you're going to be going through a couple of lulls, and eventually things are going to quiet down.
So yeah, I just I'll have to investigate this later. But here's another one.
9 o'clock update.
Oh, 9 o'clock.
It has gone up to 140 now.
What does that mean?
It's increased in speed.
What's the speed now?
What
weather source
24,
do I find the information?
120.
Got it.
Yep. So the speed's gone up to 24 miles an hour, but the wind have gone up to 140 now. So it is still intensifying.
So it's strengthening in towards landfall.
And it's still at 941.
Picked up a mile per hour, so it picked up speed and strength.
Yep. So, and it's due west of Cedar Key right now, so they should really be getting that hardcore surge now, and then over the next couple of hours, the high tides run around 11:30. Yeah, the next 2 to 3 hours are going to be very interesting, JB, for Cedar Key.
Wow. Yeah, and so that's where we go back now to Jeff and Joey in the Max Fender 8 Storm vehicle. Yep. Yeah, look at that. A lot of water on the road.
Yeah.
So this comment from YouTube saying, I don't want to say my name is the username. Yeah, I'm in Georgia and watching this video because I can't find anything like this in Georgia.
This just blows my mind. It really does. I mean, this is the perfect opportunity for especially geeky weathermen like me, meteorologists like me, to just go crazy, Maybe they have to wait till their 10, 11 o'clock newscast, but you would assume there would be cut-ins, there would be something if you had a storm that was literally headed right toward Atlanta as a possibility of a strong tropical storm when they're not used to that. You know what I'm saying? So that kind of blows me away.
Let's go here to Brianna. When do you think that Pasco, the coast in Pasco, will get the bad storm surge?
Again, once these high tides happen a little bit later in the next couple of hours, I think that will be the worst of it, and maybe an hour or two after that, as Helene moves onshore and the wind subsides a bit. So I'd say, at least up until, 1 o'clock, 2 in the morning at the very latest in that area. But the worst, probably around 11, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock.
I really, appreciate this comment coming in. It comes in from Deborah saying, retired travel agent here, trying to let WFLA and y'all know how amazing and important this coverage is. Yeah, I don't want to take anything. I'm sure that there's some great coverage, in certain spots in Georgia, and it might be a little bit harder to find, less accessible. In the Stream Center, we believe it really, the core function of tracking the tropics is to make potentially life-saving information as accessible as possible. We're not putting in commercial breaks, as you may note. And we're streaming on YouTube and on Facebook, on social media, to be highly accessible. And it's to provide a lot of really good, credible information to people that might have cut the cord, don't have access to TV. Maybe you have TV, but you lost power and you're desperately trying to find something on YouTube. It's a big part of what we do. Hold on, I got to put mics down here for just 1 second. All right. A special guest is joining the program here momentarily. Who do we got on this source? Punch this up. Stacy.
All right.
We haven't heard from Stacy a whole lot. I think she's standing by for live report. I'd love to get in Stacy before we go for our next reporter.
Coast Guard saves man and dog from the water off Sanibel Island down in Lee County near Fort Myers Beach.
All right. Okay. We were planning on stopping at 9 o'clock. We'll probably go till 9:30, and then we got to reset for landfall coverage, folks. So May is asking in the comment section. Maybe we just throw this up here really quickly as we wait for Stacy to come back. Well, actually, no. Stacy's going live right now. Oh, no, she just lose her light? Let's listen.
Was saying the Alafaya River is rising, and it's rising quickly. We got here around 7, and this dock was underwater. The owner here at River's Edge Bar and Grill says he's never seen it quite this high. Let's go now to some video we shot earlier of water levels in the last hour or so. To give you an idea of where we're at the mouth of the Alafaya River. On the other side of 41 is Tampa Bay. This river emptied during Ian, and now we are on the other side of that surge. We spoke earlier with Elizabeth Oldacre, who has lived near here for 13 years, about what she thinks of this storm. You can come back on me.
Soundbite playing on News Channel 8.
It's gonna be quick.
To Jeff Patterson, stand by. We're coming to you next in Cedar Key.
Yeah, so the big question is, will this water rise above these stairs? We'll have to wait and see. Back to you guys.
Stacy De Silva reporting for us. Really appreciate it. Let's come back here live, and now let's tune in our shot to Cedar Key, and let's see if we can bring in live News Channel 8's Jeff Patterson. Jeff, do you have us?
I hear you, JB. Do you hear me?
Yes, we got you loud and clear. Take us through where you are. We've got, a growing audience here, folks who are concerned about, Cedar Key, various signage there, So how you doing there, Jeff? What's the latest?
So we've actually had to move our location several times since we last spoke to you. Last time we were on A Street in the, what I would call right along the Gulf there with the restaurants and businesses. But now I'm going to take you outside. I'm going to show you where we are now. This is downtown Cedar Key, and what you're looking at there is not rainwater. What you're looking at there is the storm surge from the Gulf of Mexico starting to come into downtown Cedar Key, and it is coming in fast. Take a look at this wave action. This is just the water pouring into downtown Cedar Key. We've seen this before. We were here for Idalia in August of last year. We saw this exact same occurrence. At that time, we had been standing out on the street. My feet started to get wet. Within about a half an hour, I was up to my knees. So we're keeping a close eye on this because in a few minutes, we will probably have to back the vehicle up to make sure that we don't get the vehicle swamped because the water is coming in rapidly. The problem with this water is it's not just water. It's not just seawater. It's mud and muck and everything else. So these businesses are about to get inundated, and if I'm good enough here, I'll try to zoom in a little bit on the business on the left, and you can tell they have put sandbags down, but that's just not going to be enough tonight, guys. With the storm surge we're expecting here, that's not going to keep the water that is crushing into this area right now. And I'm going to zoom out because something interesting is happening. There's photographer Joey Capistrand doing what he does best, getting great video for News Channel 8 viewers that'll probably be seen for some time to come because Joey is wading out into it. And so we were up the hill a little bit, decided to come downtown and see what was happening, and this is what is happening. It's happening right in front of your eyes right now as we speak. The storm surge starting to come in to Cedar Key. Now, when we were here for Idalia in August of last year, it was a record storm surge above 8 feet. This storm surge we're expecting to be worse. And I can tell you from outside the vehicle, it's an eerie sound because the wind is really starting to whip behind us. Now, I can remember being here for Hurricane Michael, and I keep going back to my past, but I've been here at Cedar Key a number of times. That was 2016. I was standing not in this intersection, but an intersection just down the street, and one of those huge ice chests, those commercial ice chests where you pick up your 5-pound bag of ice, your 10-pound bag of ice, one of those ice chests literally floated behind me in the water as I was doing my live shot. And at that time, we decided it was probably better discretion to go up the hill. And that's what we're kind of keeping an eye on here tonight. As you can see, the water just continuing to rush in, guys.
Looking here live from the Max Federated Storm Vehicle with Jeff Patterson and now perhaps a slightly more wet Joey Capistrand as he went out there. What are some of the characteristics with this one, Jeff? I mean, you've seen a lot of different storms, and we've been talking on stream here about how storms usually have their own characteristics. You're not through it yet, but and we've got a ways to go, and I know that you'll be evaluating damage at some point tomorrow, but what has stood out to you most so far?
So that is certainly true. Each storm is a little bit different. There are no two alike. Some storms are mostly wind events. Some storms are mostly rain events. This one, frankly, has not been much of a rain event. It has rained periodically, but not like the 17 inches of rain people saw during Debbie down in Sarasota and Manatee County all at once. You can see just some minor trees, branches down in the road here. So we're having to navigate around all of that as we try to back up the hill to get the Max Defender 8 vehicle out of the water. But this one also, in addition to the storm surge, also seems to be a wind event. So we're starting to see down trees. The power is already out here in Cedar Key. And so, guys, I think what we're going to have to do is say goodbye, because we have to back this vehicle up and get out of here. Oh, wait a minute. Joey just told me that he somehow navigated in reverse around major tree limbs. But we're keeping an eye out because, you know, you don't know if a power line is going to come down on top of you or a tree limb. So as we're driving, we're looking at what is above us. That's a key safety factor. And so as we're trying to navigate around the tree limbs that have already fallen, we want to make sure that we're not under one when it next falls.
Jeff, I know you got the floodlights on the Max Defender 8 vehicle here. That certainly is crucial when it comes to navigating these streets in these hazardous conditions. How much more difficult is it to, report on and navigate through a hurricane or a tropical storm at night versus than during the day?
I'm not sure why hurricanes always seem to come on at night, but they do. And,
many think the same thing. Our commenters wondering the same thing. It seems like it's always at night, Jeff.
And I don't know why that is. Maybe Eric Stone has a better answer than I. Or maybe it's just anecdotal stuff that it seems to us they always come on at night. But to me, most of the storms I have covered have done the most significant damage at night.
I know Ian was during the day. I think it was 2-something in the afternoon. Nicole, I believe, was during the day. But yeah, I don't know why. It does seem like the majority tend to hit at night, and you definitely want to be safe. Jeff, do you see anybody out there trying to get their, money shot, their YouTube and whatever, or has it really quieted down? Because it looks like it has quieted down.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have sought refuge wherever they're going to hunker down for the night, if you will. And so, we're not seeing quite as many people out. We just had one resident who was not real happy because he had lost power. He was trying to get to his house with his generator, and I believe that he thought we were in his way. So we broke down from where we were and backed up so that he could maneuver his vehicle where he needed to around the floodwaters. But you can tell that some people here are really tense tonight as they're kind of watching. Some of them were watching their homes suffer significant damage from water and rain and wind. So it's going to be a tough night for those who are still here on Cedar Key.
Jeff, I have a bit of an offbeat question for you because we were talking about this a little bit earlier, and I'm just curious because of how many storms you've covered in the past. We were talking about whether it's meteorologists here in studio or, reporters that are out in the thick of it like you are, and Joey, of course, documenting this for our audience on air and online as well. But when it comes to taking care of yourself, of course, eating, hydrating, and then getting rest, I'm curious, when you are witnessing with your own two eyes, devastation like this, and you're doing countless live shots for WFLA, for Tracking the Tropics, for News Nation, and it's an exhausting day, I'm sure. But between these days, when you rest your head on the pillow at night, are you able to, is it easy to get sleep? Is it easy to get rest between these days, between the assignments, let's say, between landfall day and damage day? Or is your mind racing, and is it difficult to actually fall asleep and get some much well-deserved rest?
So, interesting question there, and I think my answer might surprise you, JB. when we're going, we're trying to work as hard as we can for as long as we can. And sometimes I've covered these storms for 18, 19 hours a day, woken up after a brief sleep and gone 18, 19 hours a day. And I've done that for a number of days in a row. And obviously that is exhausting. And I can remember being here, frankly, for Hurricane Hermine and in a hotel. And it was really, the wind was going strong and the eaves of the roof were starting to flex. And thankfully the roof did not come off that night, but I have a rule. If I lay down in the bed and I put my head down to go to sleep, I don't get up unless it comes through the door, the roof, or the window, because I'm just going to sleep. So I was in Hurricane Ivan in a hotel, and the roof of the hotel kind of peeled off, and this huge piece of aluminum was crashing outside of my hotel room all night long. And I had looked out, I saw it, and I kept hearing crashing all night long. Well, when I woke up, there was a huge pine tree right outside of my door, about 4 feet in circumference. And I remember doing live shots the next day, literally crawling out of my room and up and over the tree, to show people what the damage was. And this was out of my hotel room that I had been sleeping in all night. I heard that crashing, but I was comfortable. I was in bed. I was sleeping. We didn't have power, but at least I was sleeping. I later learned that night, after talking to people who had spent the night in that hotel, a lot of people spent the night in their bathtubs because they thought if the roof comes down, maybe the bathtub will protect me. I'm not sure how that word got out, but I wasn't going to sleep in the bathtub. I was comfy in the bed.
Yeah, now, Jeff, I'm sure you have more stories than the Bible. Before we let you go, I'm going to give Eric the chance just to give you an updated forecast for Cedar Key, let you know what's going on the radar. Maybe, Eric, we can zoom that map in on Cedar Key in the top left-hand portion of your screen. And then, Jeff, what's the people are asking in the comment section, and we've seen this repeatedly throughout the day, what's the craziest thing you've seen today thus far?
I think just watching the waves crash over on A Street and the height of those waves, 15, 20 feet in the air. There was a branch that just came down in front of us. And then, seeing some of those streamers out there with their cameras trying to hold on to the railing and get those shots, that was some of the craziest stuff I've seen today.
Jeff Patterson with photojournalist Joey Capistran. Eric, what do we got for Jeff and Joey as they navigate through this right now? Any updates for them?
I want to show you this flare-up of lightning. There's almost 600 lightning strikes from 50 about 20 minutes ago. Right now, Jeff, the storm is pretty much due west of you, and your high tide's coming about 11:30 tonight. So you looks like you got a pretty decent rain band over top of you now, but boy, the eye wall, thankfully, is going to be off to your west, it looks. But you'll still see some pretty strong wind gusts over the next hour or two, and once that wind starts coming in from the southwest, it's really going to push that water right into you, and you've noticed it already, and that will continue over the next at least 2 to 3 hours. But boy, looking at this radar, you see it, JB. Look at just the bright light, the lightning show
on that northwest side.
Yeah, on the north to northwest side.
Wow,
it looks like it's headed right for Perry. So, again, the storm is finally starting to move away from you, Jeff, but you've still got rain, wind, and hours of surge, increasing surge. So be safe out there.
When would you expect the storm surge to subside substantially, Eric?
Substantially, I would say after 1, 2 in the morning, at least, maybe even 3 in the morning. But by early tomorrow morning before sunrise, I think you'll start to see that surge really, really subside. But there's still going to be flooded roads. There's still going to be a lot of water. As you remember, with Idalia, it just doesn't go away like that once the water recedes, right? It's still going to be out there on the roadways through tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I think the important part of that equation is as long as it's not coming up anymore.
Right,
you can see already the trash cans floating in the middle of the street here. So I do feel for the people here at Cedar Key, because over the years, we've made some friends here in town. There's some really great people, And when it's not a hurricane, this is a really nice place to spend some time. It's kind of old Florida. It's beautiful. There's some really nice places to stay here. If you like to go out charter fishing, you can get a charter fishing boat out here. And there's a lot to be said for Cedar Key. So when you see things like this and you know the hard work that is ahead for these good people, your heart just goes out to them.
Jeff Patterson, Joey Capistrand. Be safe out there, you guys. We'll be thinking of you. We'll be, obviously monitoring, shots on the grid. If we guys, again, Jeff, if anything pops up that you think we should see, our stream audience would like to see, we'll pop you back up. But appreciate you and be safe out there.
Will do. Thank you.
All right, Jeff Patterson, Joey Capistrand. They are quite the duo.
Yeah.
Documenting history.
Yeah,
as it's
no doubt.
unfolding there in Cedar Key, one of the harder hit spots, of course, in Florida. Eric, any active warnings to shout out before you?
No, I don't see any rotation at all. In fact, things are starting to become a little bit more scattered, even here in the Tampa Bay area, and that's what we expected. Some of those outer rain bands making their way into eastern Polk County from Auburndale, Winter Haven down to Davenport, Lake Wales, and even into Highlands County, Avon Park, Sebring, you'll start to see some of that rain, which you haven't really seen much of it far inland, but we didn't expect much. And these bands will continue for the next several hours and even into tomorrow morning. But as we head into Friday morning, they'll start to become more fewer and far between. And, we're actually going to have a fair amount of sunshine tomorrow, and it's going to be a relatively normal afternoon. It will be a little breezy, but the breeze really starts to die down tomorrow as this moves quickly to the north.
This thing is continuing to race at 24 miles per hour inland. And my God, there is going to be a Category 2 hurricane over southwest Georgia and maybe a tropical storm over the Atlanta metro?
I would say a moderate to strong tropical storm over the Atlanta metro area.
That's absolutely wild. Georgia is going to be perhaps just as much part of this story as Florida's Big Bend. Storm surge will be significant. In Florida's Big Bend, on Florida's Gulf Coast, of course, but inland is going to be part of the story because you just don't normally see that strong of a hurricane or tropical storm moving that far inland. But the speed of the storm is certainly part of the narrative here, and important that we communicate that out. We are going to update everybody now on our coverage plan because our coverage plan is about to take a drastic change. I'm going to explain how this is exactly going to work. Okay, so YouTube has certain limitations when it comes to length of live stream. We, in about 10 minutes at 9:30 Eastern, we are going to be ceasing our live stream. We're going to be stopping our live stream across all platforms with the exception of WFLA.com and TrackingTheTropics.tv. Facebook will end. YouTube Live will end. We will be taking a 1-hour break. It's a chance for Eric and I to maybe get some food and maybe using the bathroom would be nice, and getting some, a drink, hydrating out there would really be great as well.
I got to step outside and check out what's going on. I mean, I'm a nerd. I got to see what's going on out there.
You want to see Helene with your own 2 eyes.
Yeah.
So our coverage is going to end on social media platforms at 9:30 Eastern. At 10:30, it restarts on all platforms, and that's landfall coverage. 10:30 Eastern time, we restart with a fresh live stream on Facebook, a fresh live stream on YouTube, and that is specifically to document landfall coverage. What do we got here? I can't. Yeah, but that's good to know. We'll update our audience on that probably here soon. We're getting some new news that is coming in into the newsroom here, and we'll pass that along as soon as we can as well. Latest, Eric, really quickly, before we go through the final reported submissions for this live stream, just can you give us a 30-second update on Helene, where things stand at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, Helene strengthened over the past hour, 140 mile per hour. maximum wind. So obviously wind gusts are higher than that. The pressure has lowered down to 941, and it has picked up forward speed just a bit. But still, this is what we expected, 24 miles per hour to the north and northeast. And again, this is headed right for the Perry area, which is pretty much what, Jeff and I had been talking about the past couple of days, that this would jog slightly to the east. We saw that on the wobble tracker as well. But again, it's not really changing the effects for us here in the Bay Area. Thankfully, this has moved far enough away that we didn't really tap into hurricane force sustained wind. Along the coast, the possibility was there of hurricane force wind gusts.
Whoa, stray audio, stand by. Apologies, folks. We had some stray audio come in. That has been fixed. In fact, still a feed here and there. I'm sorry, Eric, please continue.
And so, we're pretty much now going to start to improve with conditions. The wind eventually will start to subside overnight. Unfortunately, what's not improving is the storm surge, because now we've got that wind out of the southwest, and we are seeing increase in surge. And those high tides that are coming up in the next couple of hours will increase that storm surge from Tampa Bay northward into Citrus County. And once we get to the overnight hours, after about 2, 3 in the morning, the wind really does start to subside even more. And I do think the surge will eventually, subside. But once you've got a lot of water on roadways and in places that it can't drain, it's not going to disappear right away. We saw, in Sarasota with Debbie, how long that water stayed for a couple of days. Now, I don't foresee a couple of days here, but again, there may be some impassable roads tomorrow, even though the sun will be shining at times on Friday. Don't let that fool you that you'll be able to get to where you need to go. Just, turn around, don't drown, right? Turn around, don't go through flooded waters, and, you'll be just fine.
I want to point out a couple of other things in addition to our streaming coverage resuming at 10:30 Eastern on a new YouTube live stream, as well as a new Facebook live stream post. Tomorrow, we get our helicopter in the air. Eagle 8 HD will be taking off and checking out the coast, and doing so shortly after the sun rises. That's going to be, a moment that's, look, our hearts are going to sink here, because we love this area. We love Tampa Bay, and a lot of it is likely going to have experienced significant, borderline catastrophic storm surge. So Eagle 8 HD, our helicopter, is going to provide HT coverage along our coast, and will likely head north beginning tomorrow morning. That's a separate component of our live streaming coverage, and we do that to survey the damage that has occurred in the aftermath of a major Category 4 hurricane making landfall here in the Sunshine State, the state that we love, Florida. So that's part of our coverage plan as well. We will put out tomorrow morning exactly when that flight will occur. We will be streaming that flight live. So our pilot and our photojournalist in Eagle 8 HD will see it alongside you guys for the very first time, and that will be going out on our live streaming channels. Let's go back to Report It. Let's just cycle through some of the final submissions that we have for this live stream. This is Nicole in Clearwater, riding shotgun, not behind the wheel, riding shotgun. And yeah, hopefully getting to a destination soon, Nicole, because these conditions on the roadway here, Eric, look pretty bad.
Yeah, it sure does. And I mean, right now we are seeing, again, those rain bands kind of become a little bit more scattered and not that rain shield as we saw earlier a couple hours ago. But, it's still going to be gusty for the next few hours. And again, along the immediate coastline, the storm surge is what's going to be the issue.
Oh, my God. We have a millipede watching.
My goodness.
This is Chi-Chi in Bradenton.
Perfect name.
I just, man, we have seen it all on the live stream today. Everyone sharing their pets. And again, the rule was if you share your picture with Tracking the Tropics on the TV in the background or on the tablet, laptop, phone, whatever it may be, your device of choice, we're going to spotlight you. And, man, really love to see it. Yeah, a millipede was not on my bingo card for the day. This is in Gulfport, happening now. Firefighters there as a result of lightning striking a huge tree and that tree is now in the roadway. This is from Trevor in Gulfport, Florida.
Yeah, there's not much lightning on land, so whether maybe that was lightning or maybe that was a really strong wind gust, either way, there's going to be trees on roadways.
Joe in Madeira Beach.
Was that a fish?
He says that, yeah, he says fish are swimming in his front yard.
Oh, my. That's the easiest way to catch one.
Yeah. They come right to your front door. Look at that. Look at the fish on the
I
sidewalk.
see the little guy.
Yeah, I want to let this play 1 or 2 more times.
Yeah.
Do you guys see this?
Here we go. Oh, he caught one too. Did you see it?
He caught it with his hand.
But I saw the one that was swimming in the water, a smaller one.
That is something that you do not see every day.
Nope, only in Florida.
Only in Florida. Next up, thank you for that. That's a wild video, Joe. Oh, this one from Chad has experienced a bug, and it's a great one. I'm going to ask Rachel if she's still listening to try to reload the Chad video from South Tampa because that one's really good. It did not make it into the queue. This is from Diane, 86th Ave in Pinellas Park. Video of a small branch causing a power line to spark, flame, and snap.
Wow. Yep. That'll happen. And now you've got power lines on the roadway.
I want to try to load up.
That's how it happens.
I want to see if I can load up that one more time. It was from. Let's see if I can get it. Yeah, but this one from Diane certainly speaks volumes. You know what? We'll try to get it for the 10:30 live stream. Everybody. Oh wow, the camera going crazy there.
Well, yeah, she just saw the power line.
Again, a programming note. On social media, YouTube, Facebook Live, any other social media platforms that we are streaming on, our streaming coverage will come to a close. This YouTube live stream will come to an end. This Facebook live stream will come to an end. We are relaunching with a new YouTube live stream and a new Facebook live stream at 10:30 Eastern for landfall coverage. Eric, you sticking around?
Of course.
Eric,
I wouldn't miss it.
Myself, maybe we get some other members of the Max Fender 8 Weather team on here as well to collaborate with us and join in our coverage. We really appreciate you joining us here, folks. And then, of course, we also have, for what it's worth, we have an 11 o'clock update. And that 11 o'clock update should be significant. We'll monitor, of course, the metrics that are coming in. But again, if you're joining us on YouTube Live or Facebook Live, our coverage comes to an end right now. We appreciate you joining us. We will see you at 10:30 for the new stream on social media. We'll be right back on Tracking the Tropics.